Leviticus.
Just going to read through Leviticus. Speed to 1.5.
Leviticus 1. The Lord called Moses and spoke to him from the tent of meeting, saying,
Speak to the people of Israel and say to them,
When any one of you brings an offering to the Lord, you shall bring your offering of livestock from the herd or from the flock. If his offering is a burnt offering from the herd, he shall offer a male without blemish. He shall bring it to the entrance of the tent of meeting, that he may be accepted before the Lord. He shall lay his hand on the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him. Then he shall kill the bull before the Lord, and Aaron's sons, the priests, shall bring the blood and throw the blood against the sides of the altar that is at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Then he shall flay the burnt offering and cut it into pieces. And the sons of Aaron, the priest, shall put fire on the altar and arrange wood on the fire. And
So
Aaron's
nothing happens
sons,
in
the
this
priests,
chapter,
shall
in this
arrange
book.
the pieces, the head and the fat on the wood that is on the fire on the altar. But its entrails and its legs he
It's a
shall
bunch
wash
of walls
with water.
that Moses is
And the
saying.
priest shall burn all of it on the altar, as a burnt offering, a food offering, with a pleasing aroma to the Lord.
There's
If
laws,
his gift for
laws
a
of
burnt offering
holiness,
is from the
punishment
flock,
for sin,
from the sheep or
holiness
goats,
of
he
the
shall bring a
priest,
male without blemish,
acceptable
and he shall
offerings,
kill it on the north side of the
festivals
altar
of
before
the
the Lord.
Lord,
And Aaron's sons, the priests, shall throw its
Year of
blood against
Jubilee.
the sides of the altar. And he shall cut it into pieces, with its head and its fat, and the priest
Year
shall
of
arrange
Jubilee.
them on the wood that is on the
Is
fire
that a
on
thing?
the altar.
Year of
But
Jubilee.
the entrails and the legs he shall wash with water, and the priest shall offer all of it and burn it on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a food offering with
2025?
a pleasing aroma to the Lord. If his offering to the Lord is a burnt offering
That's the
of
thing.
birds, then he shall bring his
2025, is
offering
that
of
the next
turtle
year?
doves or pigeons, and the priest shall bring it to the altar and wring
Will
off its head
begin
and burn it on the altar.
and
Its
last until
blood shall be
January
drained out on the side of the
2026.
altar. He shall remove its crop with its
Huh.
contents and cast it beside the altar on the east side, in the place
Middle
for
East.
ashes. He shall tear it open by its wings, but
It's every
shall
20
not
years.
sever it completely. And the priest shall burn it on the altar, on the wood that is on the fire. It is a burnt offering, a food offering, with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. To the Lord.
Leviticus 2.
When anyone brings a grain offering as an offering to the Lord, his offering shall be of fine flour. He shall pour oil on it, and put frankincense
We can
on it,
skip this,
and bring it
right?
to Aaron's sons, the priests. And he shall take from it a handful of the fine flour and oil, with all of its
So
frankincense.
this is from the second
And
tablet.
the priest shall burn this as its memorial portion on the altar, a food offering, with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. But the rest of the grain offering shall be for Aaron and his sons. It is a most holy part of the Lord's food offerings. When you bring a grain offering baked in the oven as an offering, it shall be unleavened loaves of fine flour mixed with oil, or unleavened wafers smeared with oil. And if your offering is a grain offering baked on a griddle, it shall be of fine
Moral
flour,
laws given to Moses
unleavened,
include
mixed with oil.
instructions on how
You shall break
Israelites
it
should
in
live in
pieces
relation to
and
God
pour
and each
oil
other.
on it. It is a grain offering. And if your offering is a grain offering cooked in a pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil. And you shall
We
bring
can
the grain
skip
offering
this.
that is made of these things to the Lord.
We can just
And when
read
it
it
is
and then
presented
skip
to
it.
the priest, he shall bring it to the altar. And the priest shall take from the grain offering its memorial portion, and burn this on the altar, a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord.
Nothing
But the rest
significant
of the
happens in
grain
this
offering
book.
shall be for Aaron and his sons.
It is
a
very
most holy
significant in the
part
context of
the
the overall
Lord's food
narrative.
offerings.
It
No
plays a
grain
foundational
offering
role
that
in
you bring to
establishing
the
Israel's
Lord shall
identity.
be made with leaven, for you shall burn no leaven nor any honey as a food offering to the Lord. As an offering of firstfruits you may bring them to the Lord, but they shall not be offered on the altar for a pleasing aroma.
Establishment
You shall
of priestly
season all your
order.
grain offerings with salt. You shall not let the salt of the covenant with your God be missing
How
from your grain
many-
offering. With all
how
your offerings you shall
strictly
offer salt.
As these
If you offer a
laws
grain offering of
been
firstfruits to the Lord,
followed.
you shall offer for the grain offering of your firstfruits fresh ears, roasted with fire, crushed new grain, and you shall put oil on it and lay frankincense on it.
The
It is
laws
a
are
grain
followed
offering.
strictly as part
And the
of
priest
religious
shall
and
burn
societal
as its
life.
memorial portion some of the crushed grain and some of the oil with all of its frankincense. It is a food offering to the Lord.
Leviticus 3.
If his offering is a sacrifice of peace offering, if he offers an animal from the herd, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish before the Lord. And he shall lay his hand on the head of his offering and kill it at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And Aaron's sons, the priests, shall throw the blood against the sides of the altar. And from the sacrifice of the peace offering, as a food offering to the Lord, he shall offer the fat covering the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them at the loins, and the long lobe of the liver, that he shall remove with the kidneys. Then Aaron's sons shall burn it on the altar on top of the burnt offering, which is on the wood on the fire. It is a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. If his offering for a sacrifice of peace offering to the Lord is an animal from the flock, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. If he offers a lamb for his offering, then he shall offer it before the Lord. Lay his hand on the head of his offering, and kill it in front of the tent of meeting. And Aaron's sons shall throw its blood against the sides of the altar. Then from the sacrifice of the peace offering, he shall offer as a food offering to the Lord its fat. He shall remove the whole fat tail, cut off close to the back.
I think we can skip
and the fat
this.
that covers the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them at the loins, and the long lobe of the liver, that he shall remove with the kidneys. And the priest shall burn it on the altar as a food offering to the Lord. If his offering is a goat, then he shall offer it before the Lord, and lay his hand on its head and kill it in front of the tent of meeting. And the sons of Aaron shall throw its blood against the sides of the altar. Then he shall offer from it as his offering for a food offering to the Lord, the fat covering the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them at the loins, and the long lobe of the liver, that he shall remove with the kidneys. And the priest shall burn them on the altar as a food offering with a pleasing aroma. All fat is the Lord's.
It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, in all your dwelling places, that you eat neither fat nor blood.
Leviticus 4. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
Speak to the people of Israel, saying, If anyone sins unintentionally in any of the Lord's commandments about things not to be done, and does any one of them,
If it is the anointed priest who sins, thus bringing guilt on the people, then he shall offer for the sin that he has committed a bull from the herd without blemish to the Lord for a sin offering. He shall
So this
bring
whole
the bull
book
to
is
the
about
entrance
laying
of
out
the
the
tent
laws.
of meeting before the Lord, and lay his hand on the head of the bull, and kill the bull before the Lord. And the anointed priest shall take some of the blood of the bull,
Laws
and bring
and
it into the tent of meeting.
hierarchy.
And the priest shall dip his finger in the blood, and
Out
sprinkle
of a
part of
priest
the
and
blood
hierarchy.
7 times before the Lord, in front of the veil of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood on the horns of the altar of fragrant incense before the Lord, that is in the tent of meeting. And all the rest of the blood of the bull he shall pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offering, that is at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And all the fat of the bull of the sin offering he shall remove from it, the fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them at the loins, and the long lobe of the liver, that he shall remove with the kidneys, just as these are taken from the ox of the sacrifice of the peace offerings. And the priest shall burn them on the altar of burnt offering. But the skin of the bull, and all its flesh with its head, its legs, its entrails, and its dung, all
you
the
have
rest
pictures?
of the bull, he shall carry outside the camp to a clean place, to the ash heap, and shall burn it up on a fire of wood. On the ash heap it shall be burned up. If the whole congregation of Israel sins unintentionally, and the thing is hidden from the eyes of the assembly, and they do any one of the things that by the Lord's commandments ought not to be done, and they realize their guilt, when the sin which they have committed becomes known, the assembly shall offer a bull from the herd for a sin offering, and bring it in front of the tent of meeting. And the elders of the congregation shall lay their hands on the head of the bull before the Lord, and the bull shall be killed before the Lord. Then the anointed priest shall bring some of the blood of the bull into the tent of meeting, and the priest shall dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord in front of the veil. And he shall put some of the blood on the horns of the altar that is in the tent of meeting before the Lord. And the rest of the blood he shall pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offering, that is at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And all its fat he shall take from it and burn on the altar. Thus shall he do with the bull, as he did with the bull of the sin offering, so shall he do with this. And the priest shall make atonement for them, and they shall be forgiven. And he shall carry the bull outside the camp and burn it up as he burned the first bull. It is the sin offering for the assembly. When a leader sins, doing unintentionally any one of all the things that by the commandments of the Lord his God ought not to be done, and realizes his guilt, or the sin which he has committed is made known to him, he shall bring as his offering a goat, a male without blemish. and shall lay his hand on the head of the goat and kill it in the place where they kill the burnt offering before the Lord. It is a sin offering. Then the priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering with his finger and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering and pour out the rest of its blood at the base of the altar of burnt offering. And all its fat he shall burn on the altar, like the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings. So the priest shall make atonement for him for his sin, and he shall be forgiven. If any one of the common people sins unintentionally in doing any one of the things that by the Lord's commandments ought not to be done, and realizes his guilt, or the sin which he has committed is made known to him, he shall bring for his offering a goat, a female, without blemish for his sin
This is
which
a
he has
lot of
committed.
laws.
And he shall lay his hand on the head of the sin offering and kill the sin offering in the place of burnt offering. And the priest shall take some of its blood with his finger and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering and pour out all
know what
the
this
rest
is?
of its blood
Do you know
at
what
the
the
base
priest
of the
is?
altar. And all its fat
That's
he shall
the
remove,
lawyers.
as the
They're
fat
the
is
people that
removed from
interpret the
peace
law.
offerings. And the
They're
priest
the
shall burn
judges.
it on the altar for a pleasing aroma to the Lord. And the priest shall make atonement for him, and he shall be forgiven. If he brings a lamb as his offering for a sin offering, he shall bring a female without blemish, and lay his hand on the head of the sin offering and kill it for a sin offering in the place where they killed the burnt offering. Then the priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering.
You know what this is? There's the judges, who's the priest, and then there's devout. There's the devout people who tells you what God wants. Devout Jews. They're the lawyers. I guess there's a king? I'm not sure. And then the citizens and Israelites were citizens. That's how the hierarchy works. So it's kind of similar to what we have right now. There's the people who judges, and then there's people that tell you what the laws are, and there's the citizens.
With his finger, and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and pour out all the rest of its blood at the base of the altar. And all its fat he shall remove, as the fat of the lamb is removed from the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn it on the altar, on top of the Lord's food offerings. And the priest shall make atonement for him for the sin which he has committed, and he shall be forgiven.
Leviticus 5.
5.
If anyone sins in that he hears a public adjuration to testify, and though he is a witness whether he has seen or come to know the matter, yet does not speak, he shall bear his
You just
iniquity.
skipped the whole
Or
paragraph.
if anyone touches an unclean thing, whether a carcass of an unclean wild animal, or a carcass of unclean livestock, or a carcass of unclean swarming things, and it is hidden from him, and he has become unclean, and he realizes his guilt, or if he touches human uncleanness.
You know how Muslims have a law saying you can't eat pork? Christians or Jews have the same thing. When a person touches any impure thing, there's this being impure, and the person realizes guilt. Or when a person touches human impurity, and any such impurity whereby someone becomes impure, and though having known about it, the fact has escaped notice, but later that person realizes guilt. The person utters.
Of whatever sort the uncleanness
This is kind of
may
like you
be,
can't eat
with
pork
which
because
one
it's
becomes
impure.
unclean,
For Muslims,
and it is hidden from him. When he comes to know it and realizes his guilt, or if anyone utters with his lips a rash oath to do evil or to do good, any sort of rash oath that people swear, and it is hidden from him, when he comes to know it and he realizes his guilt in any of these, when he realizes his guilt in any of these and confesses the sin he has committed, he shall bring to the Lord as his compensation for the sin that he has committed a female from the flock, a lamb or a goat for a sin offering, and the priest shall make atonement for him for his sin. But if he cannot afford a lamb, then he shall bring to the Lord as his compensation for the sin that he has committed 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. He shall bring them to the priest, who shall offer first the one for the sin offering. He shall wring its head from its neck, but shall not sever it completely. And he shall sprinkle some of the blood of the sin offering on the side of the altar, while the rest of the blood shall be drained out at the base of the altar. It is a sin offering. Then he shall offer the second for a burnt offering according to the rule, And the priest shall make atonement for him for the sin that he has committed, and he shall be forgiven. But if he cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, then he shall bring as his offering for the sin that he has committed 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He shall put no oil on it, and shall put no frankincense on it, for it is a sin offering. And he shall bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take a handful of it as its memorial portion, and burn this on the altar on the Lord's food offerings. It is a sin offering. Thus the priest shall make atonement for him for the sin which he has committed in any one of these things, and he shall be forgiven. And the remainder shall be for the priest, as in the grain offering.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
If anyone commits a breach of faith and sins unintentionally in any of the holy things of the Lord,
He shall bring to the Lord as his compensation a ram without blemish out of the flock, valued in silver shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, for a guilt offering. He shall also make restitution for what he has done amiss in the holy thing, and shall add 1/5 to it, and give it to the priest. And the priest shall make atonement for him with the ram of the guilt offering, and he shall be forgiven. If anyone sins, doing any of the things that by the Lord's commandments ought not to be done, though he did not know it, then realizes his guilt, he shall bear his iniquity. He shall bring to the priest a ram without blemish out of the flock, or its equivalent for a guilt offering. And the priest shall make atonement
We
for
can
him
speed
for the
this up.
mistake that he made unintentionally, and he shall be forgiven. It is a guilt offering. He has indeed incurred guilt before the Lord.
Leviticus 6. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
if anyone sins and commits a breach of faith against the Lord by deceiving his neighbor,
In a matter of deposit or security, or through robbery, or if he has oppressed his neighbor or has found something lost and lied about it, swearing falsely, in any of all the things that people do and sin thereby, if he has sinned and has realized his guilt and will restore what he took by robbery or what he got by oppression or the deposit
It's an
that was
honor
committed to
system.
him or the lost thing that he found or anything about which he has sworn falsely, he shall restore it in full and shall add 1/5 to it and give it to him to whom it belongs on the day he realizes his guilt. And he shall bring to the priest as his compensation to the Lord a ram without blemish out of the flock, or its equivalent for a guilt offering. And the priest shall make atonement for him before the Lord, and he shall be forgiven for any of the things that one may do and thereby become guilty.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
command Aaron and his sons, saying, This is the law of the burnt offering.
The burnt offering shall be on the hearth on the altar all night until the morning, and the fire of the altar shall be kept burning on it. And the priest shall put on his linen garment, and put his linen undergarment on his body, and he shall take up the ashes to which the fire has reduced the burnt offering on the altar, and put them beside the altar. Then he shall take off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry the ashes outside the camp to a clean place. The fire on the altar shall be kept burning on it. It shall not go out. The priest shall burn wood on it every morning, and he shall arrange the burnt offering on it, and shall burn on it the fat of the peace offerings. Fire shall be kept burning on the altar continually. It shall not go out. And this is the law of the grain offering. The sons of Aaron shall offer it before the Lord in front of the altar. And one shall take from it a handful of the fine flour of the grain offering, and its oil, and all the frankincense that is on the grain offering, and burn this as its memorial portion on the altar, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. And the rest of it Aaron and his sons shall eat. It shall be eaten unleavened, in a holy place. In the court of the tent of meeting they shall eat it.
It shall not be baked with leaven. I have given it as their portion of my food offerings. It is a thing most holy, like the sin offering and the guilt offering. Every male among the children of Aaron may eat of it, as decreed forever throughout your generations from the Lord's food offerings. Whatever touches them shall become holy.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
This is the offering that Aaron and his sons shall offer to the Lord on the day when he is anointed.
1/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a regular grain offering, half of it in the morning and half in the evening. It shall be
Where are
made
we?
with oil on a griddle. You shall bring it
Oh.
well mixed in baked pieces like a grain offering, and offer it for a pleasing aroma to the Lord. The priest from among Aaron's sons, who is anointed to succeed him, shall offer it to the Lord as decreed forever. The whole of it shall be burned. Every grain offering of a priest shall be wholly burned. It shall not be eaten.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying,
It expands the
This
laws.
is the law of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is killed shall the sin offering be killed before the Lord. It is most holy.
The priest who offers it for sin shall eat it. In a holy place it shall be eaten, in the court of the tent of meeting. Whatever touches its flesh shall be holy. And when any of its blood is splashed on a garment, you shall wash that on which it was splashed in a holy place. And the earthenware vessel in which it is boiled shall be broken. But if it is boiled in a bronze vessel, that shall be scoured and rinsed in water. Every male among the priests may eat of it. It is most holy. But no sin offering shall be eaten from which any blood is brought into the tent of meeting to make atonement in the holy place. It shall be burned up with fire.
Chapter 7.
Leviticus 7.
This is the law of the guilt offering. It is most holy. In the place where they kill the burnt
This is the
offering,
honor
they
system.
shall kill the guilt offering, and its blood shall be thrown
If you're
against the sides
guilty,
of the altar.
come out and say it.
And all its fat shall be offered. The fat tail, the fat that covers the entrails, the two kidneys with the fat that is on them, and the
None of
loin,
this is
and the long
important.
lobe of
It's
the
just
liver that
mostly
he shall
cultural,
remove with the
but
kidneys.
nobody does
The
this shit.
priest shall burn them on the altar as a food offering to the Lord. It is a guilt offering. Every male among the priests may eat of it. It shall be eaten in a holy place. It is most holy. The guilt offering is just
Chapter
like the sin
7 is the
offering.
guilt
There is
and peace
one law for
offerings,
them. The priest
consecration
who
of
makes
Aaron and his
atonement
sons,
with it shall have it.
anointing and
And the priest
consecration,
who offers any man's
consecration
burnt offering
of Aaron the
shall have
first
for
high
himself
priest.
the skin of the burnt offering that he has offered.
The first
And
offering by
every grain
Aaron.
offering
There is
baked
the
in
first
the
offering
oven,
made
and all
by.
that is
Oh,
prepared
they're
on a
actually
pan
doing
or a
it.
griddle shall belong to the
Chapter
priest
10.
who offers it. And every grain offering mixed with oil or dry shall be shared equally among all the sons of Aaron.
Did Moses have
And
any
this
sons?
is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings, that one may offer to the Lord. If he offers it for a thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the thanksgiving
Had two
sacrifice
sons.
unleavened loaves mixed with oil, unleavened wafers smeared with oil, and loaves of fine flour well mixed with oil. With the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving, he shall bring his offering with loaves of leavened bread. And from it he shall
I don't
offer
know,
one
man.
loaf from each offering, as a
It-
gift
it-
to the
this
Lord.
doesn't seem
It shall
that
belong to the
relevant.
priest who throws the blood of the peace offerings. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving.
You know what?
shall
I'm
be
just gonna
eaten
play League of
on the
Legends while
day
I'm
of his
listening to
offering.
this.
He shall not leave any of it until the morning. But if the sacrifice of his offering is a vow offering or a free will offering, it shall be eaten on the day that he offers his sacrifice, and on the next day what remains of it shall be eaten. But what remains of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burned up with fire. If any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering is eaten on the third day, he who offers it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be credited to him. It is tainted. And he who eats of it shall bear his iniquity. Flesh that touches any unclean thing shall not be eaten. It shall be burned up with fire. All who are clean may eat flesh, but the person who eats of the flesh of the sacrifice of the Lord's peace offerings, while an uncleanness is on him, that person shall be cut off from his people. And if anyone touches an unclean thing, whether human uncleanness or an unclean beast or any unclean detestable creature, and then eats some flesh from the sacrifice of the Lord's
no.
peace offerings, that person shall be cut off from his people.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
Speak to the people of Israel, saying, You shall eat no fat of ox or sheep or goat.
The fat of an animal that dies of itself, and the fat of one that is torn by beasts, may be put to any other use, but on no account shall you eat it. For every person who eats of the fat of an animal of which a food offering may be made to the Lord shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, you shall eat no blood whatever, whether of fowl or of animal, in any of your dwelling places. Whoever eats any blood, that person shall be cut off from his people.
The Lord
Vegan.
spoke to Moses, saying,
Speak to the people of Israel, saying, Whoever offers the sacrifice of his peace offerings to the Lord shall bring his offering to the Lord from the sacrifice of his peace offerings.
His own hands shall bring the Lord's food offerings. He shall bring the fat with the breast, that the breast may be waved as a wave offering before the Lord. The priest shall burn the fat on the altar, but the breast shall be for Aaron and his sons. And the right thigh you shall give to the priest as a contribution from the sacrifice of your peace offerings. Whoever among the sons of Aaron offers the blood of the peace offerings and the fat shall have the right thigh for a portion. For the breast that is waved and the thigh that is contributed I have taken from the people of Israel, out of the sacrifices of their peace offerings, and have given them to Aaron the priest and to his sons as a perpetual due from the people of Israel. This is the portion of Aaron and of his sons from the Lord's food offerings, from the day they were presented to serve as priests of the Lord. The Lord commanded this to be given them by the people of Israel. From the day that he anointed them, it is a perpetual due throughout their generations.
This is the law of the burnt offering, of the grain offering, of the sin offering, of the guilt offering, of the ordination offering, and of the peace offering. which the Lord commanded Moses on Mount Sinai on the day that he commanded the people of Israel to bring their offerings to the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. Leviticus 8. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
Take Aaron and his sons with him, and the garments and the anointing oil, and the bull of the sin offering, and the 2 rams and the basket of unleavened bread, and assemble all the congregation at the entrance of the tent of meeting.
And Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and the congregation was assembled at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And Moses said to the congregation,
This is the thing that the Lord has commanded to be done.
And Moses brought Aaron and his sons and washed them with water. And he put the coat on him and tied the sash around his waist and clothed him with the robe and put the ephod on him and tied the
I'm not
skillfully
going to
woven
remember
band
any of
the
this.
ephod around him.
I might as well
binding it
just
to
read a
him
summary
with
of
the
it.
band. And he placed the breastpiece
And then
on
just
him,
fuck the book.
and in the breastpiece he put the Urim and the Thummim. And he set the turban on his head, and
Wait,
on
where
the
are we?
turban in
Chapter 8?
front he set the
Oh,
golden
someone died.
plate,
Somebody
the holy
dies.
crown, as the Lord commanded Moses.
Chapter 10
Then
is
Moses
when somebody
took the
dies.
anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and all that was in it, and consecrated them. And he sprinkled some of it on the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all its utensils, and the basin and its stand, to consecrate them. And he poured some of the anointing oil on Aaron's head, and anointed him to consecrate him. And Moses brought Aaron's sons, and clothed them with coats, and tied sashes around their waists, and bound caps on them, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then he brought the bull of the sin offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the bull of the sin offering. And he killed it. And Moses took the blood, and with his finger put it on the horns of the altar around it, and purified the altar, and poured out the blood at the base of the altar, and consecrated it to make atonement for it. And he took all the fat that was on the entrails, and the long lobe of the liver, and the 2 kidneys with their fat, and Moses burned them on the altar. But the bull, and its skin, and its flesh, and its dung, he burned up with fire outside the camp, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then he presented the ram of the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram, and he killed it. And Moses threw the blood against the sides of the altar. He cut the ram into pieces, and Moses burned the head and the pieces and the fat. He washed the entrails and the legs with water, and Moses burned the whole ram on the altar. It was a burnt offering with a pleasing aroma, a food offering for the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then he presented the other ram, the ram of ordination.
Pictures?
And Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram, and he killed it. And Moses took some of its blood and put it on the lobe of Aaron's right ear, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. Then he presented Aaron's sons, and Moses put some of the blood on the lobes of their right ears, and on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the big toes of their right feet. And Moses threw the blood against the sides of the altar. Then he took the fat and the fat tail, and all the fat that was on the entrails, and the long lobe of the liver, and the 2 kidneys with their fat, and the right thigh. And out of the basket of unleavened bread that was before the Lord, he took 1 unleavened loaf, and 1 loaf of bread with oil, and
It's a
1
complete
wafer,
chore to-
and
yes,
placed
they're a
them
chore
on the
to read.
pieces of fat and on the right thigh. And he put all these in the hands of Aaron and in the hands of his sons, and waved them as a wave offering before the Lord. Then Moses took them from their hands and burned them on the altar with the burnt offering. This was an ordination offering with a
Bible
pleasing
isn't a book.
aroma, a food offering to the Lord.
Bible. The Bible isn't a book that's meant to be read cover to cover. It's liturgical and reference text meant for priests. Okay, so this is meant for priests. If you try to read like a novel, you're using it in a way it wasn't designed for and reach this predictable result. All right, so this is, it doesn't really have anything to do with me. It's like reading the law, right? Like the Bill of Rights and the article.
And Moses took the breast and waved it for a wave offering before the Lord. It was Moses' portion of the ram of ordination, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then Moses took
This
some
would
of
be
the
like
anointing
reading the Constitution. Like, I don't really want to read the
oil and of the
Constitution.
blood that was on the altar, and sprinkled it on Aaron and his garments, and also on his sons and his sons' garments. So he consecrated Aaron and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. And Moses said to Aaron and his sons,
Boil the flesh at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and there eat it,
He will
and the bread that
likely
is in
never
the
read
basket of
every word
ordination
of them.
offerings, as I commanded, saying, Aaron and his sons shall eat it. and what remains of the flesh
I
and
found the
the
beginning of
bread you shall
Chronicles to
burn
be
up
way
with
more
fire.
of a slog than I
And
read
you
the
shall
entire
not
Bible
go
in summer.
outside the entrance of the tent of meeting for
Jesus.
7 days,
If you read
until
Leviticus
the
as
days
pointing
of your
out sacrifices,
ordination
you
are
read the
completed,
beautiful truth of
for it will
ceremonies.
take 7 days to ordain you. As has been done today, the Lord has commanded to be done to make atonement for you. At the entrance of the tent of meeting you shall remain day and night for 7 days, performing what the Lord has charged, so that you do not die. For so I have been commanded.
And Aaron and his sons did all the things that the Lord commanded by Moses. Leviticus 9. On the 8th day, Moses called Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel, and he said to Aaron,
Take for yourself a bull calf for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering, both without blemish, and offer them before the Lord, and say to the people of Israel, Take a male goat for a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, both a year old, without blemish, for a burnt offering, and an ox and a ram for peace offerings, to sacrifice before the Lord, and a grain offering mixed with oil. For today the Lord will appear to you.
And they brought what Moses commanded in front of the tent of meeting, and all the congregation drew near and stood before the Lord. And Moses said,
This is the thing that the Lord commanded you to do, that the glory of the Lord may appear to you.
Then Moses said to Aaron,
Draw near to the altar and offer your sin offering and your burnt offering, and make atonement for yourself and for the people, and bring the offering of the people and make atonement for them, as the Lord has commanded.
So Aaron drew near to the altar and killed the calf of the sin offering, which was for himself. And the sons of Aaron presented the blood to him, and he dipped his finger in the blood, and put it on the horns of the altar, and poured out the blood at the base of the altar. But the fat and the kidneys and the long lobe of the liver from the sin offering he burned on the altar, as the Lord commanded Moses. The flesh and the skin he burned up with fire outside the camp. Then he killed the burnt offering, and Aaron's sons handed him the blood, and he threw it against the sides of the altar. And they handed the burnt offering to him, piece by piece, and the head, and he burned them on the altar. And he washed the entrails and the legs, and burned them with the burnt offering on the altar. Then he presented the people's offering, and took the goat of the sin offering that was for the people, and killed it, and offered it as a sin offering like the first one. And he presented the burnt offering, and offered it according to the rule. And he presented the grain offering, took a handful of it, and burned it on the altar, besides the burnt offering of the morning. Then he killed the ox and the ram, the sacrifice of peace offerings for the people. And Aaron's sons handed him the blood, and he threw it against the sides of the altar. But the fat pieces of the ox and of the ram, the fat tail, and that which covers the entrails and the kidneys and the long lobe of the liver, they put the fat pieces on the breasts, and he burned the fat pieces on the altar. But the breasts and the right thigh Aaron waved for a wave offering before the Lord, as Moses commanded. Then Aaron lifted up his hands toward the people and blessed them. And he came down from offering the sin offering, and the burnt offering, and the peace offerings. And Moses and Aaron went into the tent of meeting, and when they came out they blessed the people, and the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. And fire came out from before the Lord, and consumed the burnt offering and the pieces of fat on the altar. And when all the people saw it, they shouted and fell on their faces. Leviticus 10. Now Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, each took his censer.
I want to see this. Offering demonstration. Let me see a demonstration of this. Day of Atonement. Leviticus 16.
And the Lord said unto Moses,
Hold up. We're on 10. Let's get to 16 first. Yom Kippur. Alright, so when we get to 16, let's watch this video.
And put fire in it, and laid incense on it, and offered unauthorized fire before the Lord, which he had not commanded them. And fire came out from before the Lord and consumed them, and they died before the Lord. Then Moses said to Aaron,
This is what the Lord has said. Among those who are near me, I will be sanctified, and before all the people, I will be glorified.
And Aaron held his peace. And Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said to them,
Come near. Carry your brothers away from the front of the sanctuary and out of the camp.
So they came near and carried them in their coats out of the camp as Moses had said. And Moses said to Aaron and to Eleazar and Ithamar, his sons,
Do not let the hair of your heads hang loose, and do not tear your clothes, lest you die and wrath come upon all the congregation. But let your brothers, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning that the Lord has kindled, and do not go outside the entrance of the tent of meeting, lest you die, for the anointing oil of the Lord is upon you.
And they did according to the word of Moses. And the Lord spoke to Aaron, saying,
Drink no wine or strong drink, you or your sons with you, when you go into the tent of meeting, lest you die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. You are to distinguish between the holy and the common, and between the unclean and the clean. And you are to teach the people of Israel all the statutes that the Lord has spoken to them by Moses.
Moses spoke to Aaron and to Eleazar and Ithamar, his surviving sons.
Take the grain offering that is left of the Lord's food offerings, and eat it, unleavened, beside the altar, for it is most holy. You shall eat it in a holy place, because it is your due, and your sons' due, from the Lord's food offerings. For so I am commanded. But the breast that is waved, and the thigh that is contributed, you shall eat in a clean place, you and your sons and your daughters with you. For they are given as your due, and your sons' due, from the sacrifices of the peace offerings of the people of Israel. The thigh that is contributed, and the breast that is waved, they shall bring with the food offerings of the fat pieces to wave for a wave offering before the Lord. And it shall be yours and your sons with you as a due forever, as the Lord has commanded.
Now Moses diligently inquired about the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burned up. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the surviving sons of Aaron, saying,
Why have you not eaten the sin offering in the place of the sanctuary? Since it is a thing most holy, and has been given to you, that you may bear the iniquity of the congregation, to make atonement for them before the Lord. Behold, its blood was not brought into the inner part of the sanctuary. You certainly ought to have eaten it in the sanctuary, as I commanded.
And Aaron said to Moses,
Behold, today they have offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord. And yet, such things as these have happened to me. If I had eaten the sin offering today, would the Lord have approved?
And when Moses heard that, he approved. Leviticus 11. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying to them,
Speak to the people of Israel, saying, These are the living things that you may eat among all the animals that are on the earth.
Whatever parts the hoof, and is cloven-footed, and chews the cud among the animals, you may eat. Nevertheless, among those that chew the cud or part the hoof, you shall not eat these. The camel, because it chews the cud but does not part the hoof, is unclean to you. And the rock badger, because it chews the cud but does not part the hoof, is unclean to you. And the hare, because it chews the cud but does not part the hoof, is unclean to you. And the pig, because it parts the hoof and is cloven-footed but does not chew the cud, is unclean to you. You shall not eat any of their flesh, and you shall not touch their carcasses. They are unclean to you. These you may eat. Of all that are in the waters, everything in the waters that has fins and scales, whether in the seas or in the rivers, you may eat. But anything in the seas or the rivers that has not fins and scales.
Well, what kind of diet is this? Hey, what's up? I'm back. What kind of diet were they supposed to have? $12 hours. Yep. Still converting. Secret, you're so pescatarian. Blood and vet is forbidden to consume food. Blood. Yep. Still in progress. I'm probably going to skip over a lot of these too.
Of the swarming creatures in the waters and of the living creatures that are in the waters is detestable to you. You shall regard them as detestable. You
Yeah, I
shall
just
not
slept.
eat
I
any
just
of
woke
their
up.
flesh, and you shall detest their carcasses. Everything in the waters that has not fins and scales is detestable to you. And these you shall detest among the birds. They shall not be eaten. They are detestable. The eagle, the bearded vulture, the black vulture, the kite, the falcon of any kind, every raven of any kind, the ostrich, the nighthawk, the seagull, the hawk of any kind, the little owl, the cormorant, the short-eared owl, the barn owl, the tawny owl, the carrion vulture, the stork, the heron of any kind, the hoopoe, and the bat. All winged insects that go on
Nope,
all
not
fours
yet.
are
Just
detestable to
Coke.
you. Yet among the winged insects that go on all fours, you may eat those
This
that
is
have
Diet
jointed
Coke.
legs above their feet, with which to hop on the ground. Of them you may eat the locust of any kind, the bald locust of any kind, the cricket of any kind, and the grasshopper of any kind. But all other winged insects that have 4 feet are detestable to you. And by these you shall become unclean. Whoever touches their carcass shall be unclean
Diet
until
Coke,
the evening.
yep.
And whoever carries any part
That's
of
all
their
you need.
carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. Every animal that parts
I
the
did
hoof
eat dinner,
is
though.
not cloven-footed or does
I
not
ate
chew
dinner
the
and went
cud
to sleep.
is unclean to you. Everyone who touches them shall be unclean. And all that walk on their paws among the animals that go on all fours are unclean to you. Whoever touches their carcass shall be unclean until the evening. And he who carries their carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. They are unclean to you. And these are unclean to you.
This is gonna be a
among the
boring
swarming
stream, by the
things
way.
That swarm on
Nope,
the ground.
I just woke
the
up.
mole rat, the mouse, the great lizard of any kind, the gecko, the monitor lizard, the sand lizard, and the chameleon. These are unclean to you among all that swarm. Whoever touches them when they are dead shall be unclean until the evening. And anything on which any of them falls when they are dead shall be unclean. Whether it is an article of wood, or a garment, or a skin, or a sack, any article that is used for any purpose, it must be put into water, and it shall be
Right
unclean
now
until
it's
the evening.
3:20
Then it shall be
a.m.
clean. And if any of them falls into any
People are
earthenware
sleeping right
vessel,
now.
all that is in it
Gotta be
shall be
quiet.
unclean, and you shall break it. Any food in it that could be eaten, on which water comes, shall be unclean. And all drink that could be drunk from every such vessel shall be unclean. And everything on which
Yep.
any part of their carcass falls shall be unclean. Whether oven or stove, it shall be broken in pieces.
How are you awake?
They are unclean and shall remain unclean for you. Nevertheless, a spring or a cistern holding water shall be clean, but whoever touches a carcass in them shall be unclean. And if any part of
time
their
did I go to
carcass
sleep?
falls upon any seed grain that is to
I
be sown,
finished
it is clean.
Exodus.
But if water
What
is
time was
put on the
that?
seed, and any part of their carcass falls on it, it is unclean to you. And if any animal which you may eat dies, whoever touches its carcass
12?
shall be unclean until the evening. And whoever eats of his
No.
carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. And whoever carries the carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean
I think 4
until
p.m.?
the evening. Every swarming thing that swarms on the ground is detestable. It shall not
There's
be eaten.
Dracula.
Whatever goes on its belly, and whatever goes on all fours, or whatever has many feet, any swarming thing that
What time
swarms
is
on
it
the
over
ground,
there?
you shall not eat, for they are detestable. You shall not make yourselves detestable with any swarming thing that swarms, and you shall not defile yourselves with them, and become unclean through them.
For I am the Lord your God. Consecrate yourselves, therefore, and be holy.
I don't know. I don't
for
think I went to
am
sleep
holy.
at 12. I think I went
You
to
shall
sleep
not
at
defile
4,
yourselves
5.
with any swarming thing that crawls on the ground. For I am the Lord who brought you up out of the land of Egypt
I'm not
to
sure.
be your God. You shall therefore be holy, for I am holy.
This is the law about beast and bird, and every living creature that moves through the waters, and every creature that swarms on the ground, to make a distinction between the
Oh, yeah, I
unclean
gotta check my
and the
history.
clean, and between the living creature.
Wait a minute. I went to sleep. I don't even know. Wait a minute. I think I went to sleep at like 8.
That may be eaten, and the living
Yep.
creature that
I'm
may
also
not
Dracula.
be eaten.
I don't need sleep. I'm caffeinated.
Leviticus 12. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
Speak to the people of Israel, saying,
If a woman conceives and bears a male child,
Still trying to convert
then
into
she
a
shall
Jew.
be unclean 7 days, as at the time of her
I'm
menstruation.
devoted.
She shall be unclean. And on the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. Then she shall continue for 33 days in the blood of her purifying. She shall not touch anything holy, nor come into the sanctuary, until the days of her purifying are completed. But if she bears a female child, then she shall be
Still
unclean
devoted.
2 weeks, as in her menstruation. And she shall continue
That's
in
what
the
it
blood
takes
of
to
her
turn into a
purifying
Jew.
for
You gotta be
66
devoted.
days. And when the days of her purifying are completed, whether for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring to the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting a lamb, a year old, for a burnt offering, and a pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering. And he shall offer it before the Lord and make atonement for her. Then she shall be clean from the flow of her blood. This is the law for her who bears a child, either male or
Do
female.
I remember anything? I
And
took
if she
notes.
cannot afford it,
I took notes. This is all I know. What happened yesterday? All right, so Moses, he brought all the slaves out of Egypt and then created his own country. And then he gave the priestess to his brother, Aaron, and he just set up all the laws. Yep. Which is similar to Hammurabi Code, and he has a whole succession plan and everything. He's trying to create a country and the laws right now. Yeah, apparently here all of this from God. So like God's telling him in his mountain,
a lamb. Then
and he
she
just
shall
comes
take
from this
2
mountain and
turtle
tells
doves
us
or 2
people, hey, this
pigeons,
is the law,
one for a
and
burnt
God said
offering
this shit.
and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement for her, and she shall be clean.
Leviticus 13. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying,
When a person has on the skin of his body a swelling or an eruption or a spot, and it turns into a case of leprous disease on the skin of his body, then he shall be brought to Aaron the priest or to one of his sons, the priests. And the
Pray
priest
for
shall
leprosy.
examine the diseased area on the skin of his body. And if the hair in the diseased area has turned white, and the disease appears to be deeper than the skin of his body, it is a case of leprous disease. When the priest has examined him, he shall pronounce him unclean. But if the spot
think
is
I'll
white
finish
in the skin of his body and
wherever
appears no
this is.
deeper than the skin, and the hair in it
Leviticus,
has not turned
and
white,
then I'm gonna
the priest
finish
shall
Numbers,
shut up the diseased person
depending on
for
how long
7
it is.
days.
Hold up, how long is Numbers? Okay, so about 2 hours. I'm gonna finish that too.
And the priest shall examine him on the 7th day. And if in his eyes the disease is checked, and the disease has not spread in the skin, then the priest shall shut him up for another 7 days. And the priest shall examine him again on the 7th day. And if the diseased area has faded, and the disease has not spread in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is only an eruption, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the eruption spreads in the skin, after he has shown
So you
himself to
go
the priest for his
before
cleansing,
6 a.m.?
he shall appear
Maybe?
again before the priest,
I'm-
and the
yeah,
priest shall
probably.
look. And if the eruption has spread in the skin, then the priest shall
Depending on
pronounce
if
him
I'm
unclean.
distracted or not.
It is a leprous disease. When a man is afflicted with a leprous disease, he shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall look. And if there is a white swelling in the skin that has turned the hair white, and there is raw flesh in the swelling, it is a chronic leprous disease in the skin of his body, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean. He shall not shut him up, for he is unclean. And if the leprous disease breaks out in the skin, so that the leprous disease covers all the skin of the diseased person from head to foot, so far as the priest can see, then the priest shall look. And if the leprous
Once the
disease
sun
has
comes up,
covered
then I'm
all
going to
his
sleep.
body, he shall pronounce him clean of the disease. It has all turned white, and he is clean. But when raw flesh appears on him, he shall be unclean. And the priest shall examine the raw flesh and pronounce him unclean. Raw flesh is unclean, for it is a leprous disease. But if the raw flesh recovers and turns white again, then he shall come to the priest, and the priest shall examine him. And if the disease has turned white, then the priest shall pronounce the diseased person clean. He is clean. If there is in the skin of one's body a boil, and it heals, and in the place of the boil there comes a white swelling or a reddish white spot, then it shall be shown to the priest, and the priest shall look. And if it appears deeper than the skin, and its hair has turned white, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a case of leprous disease that has broken out in the boil. But if the priest examines it, and there is no white hair in it, and it is not deeper than the skin, but has faded, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And if it spreads in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a disease. But if the spot remains in one place and does not spread, it is the scar of the boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or when the body has a burn on its skin, and the raw flesh of the burn becomes a spot, reddish white or white, the priest shall examine it. And if the hair
I
in the
think you would
spot
sleep
has
from
turned
6
white and
to
it
8
appears
p.m.
deeper than
and
the
14
skin,
hours to back.
then it
Maybe.
is a leprous disease. It
Maybe I
has
should
broken
do like a
out in the
24-hour
bone,
stream.
and the priest shall pronounce
And
him
then, like, sleep
unclean.
for the next day.
It is a case of leprous disease. But if the priest examines it, and there is no white hair in the spot, and it is no deeper than the skin, but has faded, the priest shall shut him up 7 days, and the priest shall examine him the 7th day.
Man, this is boring.
If it is spreading in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a case of leprous disease. But if the spot
What
remains
game are you
in one
planning?
place and does not spread in
not
the
sure.
skin, but has faded,
I don't think I'm
it is a
interested in
swelling
anything
from the
right
burn,
now.
and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is the scar of the burn. When a man or woman has a disease on the head or the beard, the priest shall examine the disease, and if it appears deeper than the skin, and the hair in it is yellow and thin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean.
You know what?
It is an
There is a game, Fata Morgana. Not that. There's a game. It seems interesting. Apparently it has a good story.
Hello and welcome to 3 minutes of Years Apart. And that's all I'll say about the plot. Aware of how broken the world is kinetic, meaning to do that. And not himself. Reason when that song loops, it just drives me nuts. When it like adults read a good visual novel with some incredible characters,
It's a
plot.
visual novel though, so not a lot of movement.
itch, a leprous disease of the head or the beard. And if the priest examines the itching disease, and it appears
Some
no
horror game?
deeper than the skin,
Alright.
and there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut up the person with the
What's a
itching
good horror
disease
game?
for 7 days. And on the 7th day, the priest shall
What
examine.
is Queso doing? Isn't he playing horror games right now? Queso. He was into a lot of horror games last time I checked. What is a good horror game? Night at the Sushi Shop? Granny?
So dark outside, hard. The Rock? No, carry shot now, Chad. Do you?
The Granny. Heard about the Granny. Resident Evil 2. Do I need to play the first one? I assume not. It's a 98. There's a remake. What is this made? 2019? 4D, PS5, PS4, Switch, Xbox One, and Windows? It's on Steam, so it should be for Windows. Does it have a good story? That's really bad. Alright. Once I fully convert to a Jew, I might play it.
You gotta stay strong. Don't give in to fear out there, right? Station.
Great story, awesome horror.
This may be a one-way mess.
You know, I heard about this. I heard about this from Super Eye Patch Wolf. No, that's Silent Hills. Never mind. Wrong game.
Examine the disease. If the itch has not spread, and there is in it no yellow hair, and the itch appears to be no deeper than the skin, then he shall shave himself. But the itch he shall not shave, and the priest shall shut up the person with the itching disease for another 7 days. And on the 7th day, the priest
Dude, there's
shall
so many
examine
things
the
to
itch,
do.
and if the
I gotta watch that McMahon? Vince McMahon. And then I gotta finish converting to Jew, and then I gotta be a Christian, and then I gotta play Resident Evil.
itch
There's
is
a lot
not
to do.
spread in the skin, and it appears to be no deeper
Silent
than the
Hills
skin,
2 remake.
then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the itch spreads in the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall examine him. And if the itch has spread in the skin, the priest need not seek for the yellow hair. He is unclean.
Damn, it's new.
But if in his eyes the itch is unchanged and black hair has grown in it, the itch is healed and he is clean.
It just
and the
released.
priest shall pronounce him clean. When a man or a woman has spots on the skin of the body, white spots, the priest shall look, and if the spots on the skin of the body are of a dull white, it is leukoderma that is broken out in the skin. He is clean.
It sold 1
If a
million
man's
copies
hair
in
falls
3
out
days.
from his
God
head,
damn.
he is bald. He
Unreal
is clean.
Engine 5. There,
And if a
there isn't
man's
that
hair
new.
falls out from
The
his
new
forehead,
engine.
he has baldness of the forehead. He is clean. But if there is on the bald head or the bald forehead a reddish white diseased area, it is a leprous disease
Metacritic?
breaking out on his bald head
86.
or his
That's
bald
decent.
forehead. Then the priest shall examine him, and if the diseased swelling is reddish-white on his bald head or on his bald forehead, like the appearance
Any
of leprous
GTA
disease
games?
in the skin
I
of the body,
have
he
GTA
is a
5, but I
leprous
never
man.
got
He is
really
unclean.
into it.
The priest must pronounce him unclean. His disease is on his head. The leprous person who has the disease shall wear torn clothes and let the hair of his head hang loose. And he shall cover his upper lip and cry out, "Unclean, unclean." He shall remain unclean as long as he
GTA
has
6
the
coming out?
disease. He is unclean. He shall live alone. His dwelling shall be outside the camp.
GTV 6,
When there is a
GTA
case of
6.
leprous disease in a garment, whether
I heard this thing was coming. I don't know if my computer can take it,
or
though.
woof of linen or wool or in a
'Cause I had to
skin
play Red
or
Dead
in
Redemption
anything
2
made of
on
skin.
30
If the
FPS.
disease is greenish or reddish in the garment or in the skin or in the warp or the woof or in any article made of skin, it is a case of leprous disease, and it shall be shown to the priest. And the priest shall examine the
1080
disease
Ti.
and shut up that which has the disease for 7
RAM.
days.
Storage.
Then he shall
God
examine
damn.
the disease on the 7th day. If the disease
150
has
gigs.
spread in the garment, in the warp or the woof, or
I
in the
might
skin,
have to buy a new computer
whatever
for
be
this
the
game.
use of the skin, the disease is a
about
persistent leprous disease. It is unclean. And he shall
Mr.
burn the garment, or the warp, or the woof, the wool, or the
Two.
linen, or any
Two
article made of
requirements.
skin that is diseased, for it is a persistent leprous disease. It shall be burned in the fire.
GTX.
And if the priest
9060.
examines, and if the
What do I
disease
have right
has
now?
not spread in the garment, in the warp, or the woof, or in any article made of skin, then the priest shall command that they wash the thing
I
in
have
which is the
a
disease, and he shall shut it up for
GTX
another 7
9060.
days.
That's perfect.
And the priest shall
I
examine
can
the
play this one.
diseased thing after it has been washed. And if the appearance of the diseased area has not changed, though the disease has not spread, it is unclean.
Make 1
You shall
billion
burn it in the
in
fire,
3 days surface
whether
launch.
the rot is on the back or on the front. But if the priest examines, and
Yeah,
if
let's
the
see if
diseased
GTA
area
6 can
has
beat it.
faded after it has been washed, he shall tear it out
Dude,
of the
how long
garment,
has it
or
been?
the skin, or
When
the
was this
warp, or the
released?
woof. Then, if it appears again in the garment, in the warp or the woof, or in
2015,
any
so
article
it's
made
been
of
about
skin,
12
it
years.
is spreading. You shall burn with fire whatever has the disease. But the garment or the warp or the woof or any article made of skin
Rockstar
from which the
games.
disease
What have they been
departs,
doing?
when you have washed it, shall then be washed a second time and be clean. This is the law for a case of leprous disease in a garment of wool or linen, either in the warp or the woof, or in any article made of skin, to determine whether it is clean or unclean. Or unclean.
Leviticus 14. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
This shall be the law of the leprous person for the day of his cleansing.
He shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall go out
Grand
of the
Theft
camp,
Auto
and the
Online
priest
came
shall
out
look.
October.
Then, if the case of leprous disease is healed in the leprous
What is
person,
this?
the priest
Illinois
shall command
VR.
them to take for him who is to be
Red Dead
cleansed
Redemption 2.
2
It's
live clean
2010.
birds and cedar wood and scarlet yarn
GTA
and hyssop.
Max
And the
Payne.
priest shall command them to kill one of the birds in an earthenware vessel
Red Dead
over fresh
Online.
water.
Theft
He shall
Auto
take the live
Trilogy.
bird with the cedar wood
And
and
the
the
6
scarlet
coming
yarn
in
and the hyssop,
2025.
and dip them and the live bird
Q3,
in the blood of
Q4.
the bird that was killed
Max
over the
Payne.
fresh water. And he shall sprinkle it 7 times on
New
him
Max
who
Payne
is to be
project.
cleansed of the leprous disease. Then he shall pronounce him clean and shall let the living bird go into the open field. And he who is to be cleansed shall
2001.
wash his clothes and shave off all his hair and bathe himself
What is
in
this?
water.
What is this
and
about?
he shall be clean.
Third-person
And after
shooter?
that he may come into the camp,
Remedy
but live
Entertainment.
outside his tent 7 days. And on the 7th day he shall shave off all his hair from his head, his beard, and his eyebrows. He shall shave off all his
What is
hair,
the synopsis?
and then he shall wash his clothes and bathe his body in water,
Earn a billion?
and he shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 male lambs
It
without
might.
blemish, and 1 ewe lamb a year old without blemish, and a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah
I don't know.
of fine
GTA
flour
6
mixed with oil,
is GTA,
and 1
so
log of oil.
how much
And the
did Red
priest
Dead
who
Redemption
cleanses
2
him
make?
shall set the man who is to be cleansed in these things before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And the priest shall take 1 of the male lambs
Okay,
and
they might be
offer
able to.
for a guilt offering, along with
If
the log
RDR
of oil,
2 made almost a
and
billion,
wave them for
like
a
a
wave
quarter,
offering
3
before
quarters
the
of a
Lord.
million,
And
then
he shall
maybe.
kill the lamb in the place where they kill the sin offering,
Most
and the burnt
frequency-
offering,
yeah, and the
in
biggest
place of
one
the
too.
sanctuary. For the guilt offering, like the sin offering, belongs to the priest. It is most holy. The priest shall take some of the blood of the guilt offering, and the priest shall put it on the lobe of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of
It
his
seems
right
like
foot.
every
Then
main
the
main
priest shall take
series
some of
from
the log of oil and
Rockstar
pour it
makes
into
about
the
a
palm
billion.
of his own left hand, and dip his right finger in the oil that is in his left hand, and sprinkle some oil with his finger 7 times before the Lord. And some of the oil that remains in his hand, the priest shall put on the lobe of the right ear of him
I saw
who is to be
150.
cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot, on top of the blood of the guilt offering.
I
And
saw
the rest of
150.
the oil that is in the priest's hand, he shall put on the head of him who is to be cleansed. Then the priest shall
But the
make
thing is,
atonement for
my
him before the Lord.
GPU is kind of
The
shitty.
priest shall offer the sin offering to make atonement for him
It's a
who is to
GTX
be cleansed from
960,
his
so-
uncleanness. And afterward
I don't know.
he shall kill the burnt offering. And the priest shall offer the burnt offering and the grain offering on the altar.
Recommendations.
Thus the priest shall make atonement for him, and he shall be clean.
Holy shit, this
But
is
if
the
he poor
recommendation.
and cannot afford so much,
3080.
then he shall take one
What
male
was this
lamb for a
released?
guilt offering to be waved, to make atonement for him, and a tenth of an ephah of fine flour mixed with
It's
oil
been
for
like
a
5
grain
years.
offering, and a log of oil. Also 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, whichever he can afford. The one shall
Yeah,
be
I
a
don't know,
sin
man.
offering, and the other a burnt offering. And on the 8th day he shall bring them for his cleansing
Release
to the
date.
priest, to the entrance of the tent of meeting, before the Lord. And the priest shall take the lamb of the guilt offering and the
Why don't
log
we
of
buy a
oil, and the
PS5?
priest shall wave them for a wave
I
offering
don't like
before the
controllers.
Lord. And he shall kill the lamb of the guilt offering, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the guilt offering, and put it on the lobe of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. And the priest shall pour some of the oil into the palm of his own left hand, and shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before the Lord. And the priest shall put some of the oil that is in his hand on the lobe of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot, in the place where the blood of the guilt offering was put. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall put on the head of him who is to be cleansed, to make atonement for him before the Lord.
Keyboard and mouse.
And he
But
shall
if I'm gonna
offer
get an
of the turtle
Xbox or a
doves
PS5,
pigeons,
I might as
whichever
well
he
buy a
can
new
afford,
PC.
one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering, along with a grain offering. And the priest shall make atonement before the Lord for him who is being
My
cleansed.
typing speed?
This is the law for him in whom is a case of leprous disease, who cannot afford the offerings for his
Let me take a
cleansing.
test.
The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying,
When you
Page
come
test.
into the
There's
land
a
of
1-minute
Canaan,
typing.
which I give you for a possession, and I put a case of leprous disease in a house in the land of your possession,
wait.
then he
Restart.
who owns the house shall come and tell the priest.
Oh
There
god.
seems to me to be some case of
Turn off the
disease in my
sound.
house.
Then the priest shall command that they empty the house before the priest goes to examine the disease, lest all that is in the house be declared unclean. And afterward the priest shall go in to see the house, and he shall examine the disease. And if the disease is in the walls of the house with greenish or reddish spots, and if it appears to be deeper than the surface, then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house, and shut up the house 7 days. And the priest shall come again on the 7th day, and look. If the disease has spread in the walls of the house, then the priest shall command that they take out the stones in which is the disease, and throw them into an unclean place outside the city. And he shall have the inside of the house scraped all around, and the plaster that they scrape off they shall pour out in an unclean place outside the city. Then they shall take other stones and put them in the place of those stones, and he shall take other plaster and plaster the house. If the disease breaks out again in the house, after he has taken out the stones and scraped the house and plastered it, then the priest shall go and look, and if the disease has spread in the house, it is a persistent leprous disease in the house, it is unclean. And he shall break down the house, its stones and timber, and all the plaster of the house, and
67?
he shall carry them out of
With
the city to
95%
an unclean
accuracy.
place.
Half of which I missed.
Whoever enters the house while it is shut up shall be unclean until the evening. And whoever sleeps in the house
What is a page
shall wash
test?
his clothes,
It's
and
2.0.
whoever
God
eats
damn
in
it.
the house shall
I'm not
wash
doing
his
4
clothes.
minutes.
But if the priest comes and looks, and if the disease has not
67.
spread in the house after the house was plastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, for the disease is healed. And for the cleansing of the house he shall take 2 small birds with cedar wood and scarlet yarn and hyssop, and shall kill one of the birds in an earthenware vessel over fresh water, and shall take the cedar wood and the hyssop and the scarlet yarn along with the live bird, and dip them in the blood of the bird that was killed, and in the fresh water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. Thus he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and with the fresh water, and with the live bird, and with the cedar wood, and hyssop, and scarlet yarn. And he shall let the live bird go out of the city
maybe.
into the open country. So he shall make atonement for the house, and it shall be clean.
This is the law for any case of leprous disease, for an itch, for leprous disease in a garment or in a house, and for a swelling or an eruption or a spot, to show when it is unclean and when it is clean. This is the law for leprous disease. Leviticus 15. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying,
Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when any man has a discharge from his body, his discharge is unclean, And this is the law of his uncleanness for a discharge.
Whether his body runs with his discharge, or his body is blocked up by his discharge, it is his uncleanness. Every bed on which the one with the discharge lies shall be unclean, and everything on which he sits shall be unclean. And anyone who touches his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whoever sits on anything on which the one with the discharge has sat shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whoever touches the body of the one with the discharge
I don't wanna
shall
do this
wash
anymore.
his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be
This is too
unclean
long.
until the evening. And if the one with the discharge
I'm quitting.
spits on someone who is clean, then he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening.
Prince
And
there's
any
a
saddle
certificate.
on which the one with the discharge rides shall be unclean.
Is there other
and
tests?
whoever touches anything that was
Live
under
chat.
him shall be unclean until the evening. And whoever carries such things shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. Anyone whom the one with the discharge touches without having rinsed his hands in water shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And an earthenware vessel that the one with the discharge touches shall be broken, and every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water. And when the one with a discharge is cleansed of his discharge, then he shall count for himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his body in fresh water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, and come before the Lord to the entrance of the tent of meeting, and give them to the priest. And the priest shall use them, one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make atonement for him before the Lord for his discharge.
About 61.
If a man has an emission of semen, he
5
shall
line
bathe
test
his
would be
whole
good.
body
What is a
in
5
water,
line
and
test?
be unclean until the evening. And every garment and every skin on which the semen comes shall be washed with
A
water,
personality
and be
test?
unclean until the evening. If a man lies with a woman and has an emission of semen, both of them shall bathe themselves in water, and be unclean
A
until the
5
evening.
line typing
When
test?
a woman has a discharge,
Drug
and the
test.
discharge in her body is blood, she shall be in her menstrual impurity for 7 days, and whoever touches her shall be unclean until the evening. And everything on which she lies during her menstrual impurity shall be unclean.
What is a
Everything
5
also
line
on
test?
which she sits shall be unclean. And whoever touches her bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whoever touches anything on which she
Guess
sits
movie quiz?
shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening, whether it is the bed or anything on which she sits. When he touches it,
Or
he shall be
guess the movie?
unclean until the evening. And if any man lies with her, and her menstrual impurity comes upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and every bed on which he lies shall be unclean. If a woman has a discharge of blood for many days,
And the
not at the
elderly man
time of
reads
her
a story
menstrual
from,
impurity, or if she has a discharge beyond the
to
time
a
of
woman
her
every
impurity,
day in a nursing
all the
home.
days of the discharge, she shall continue in
And
uncleanness.
a story about a young
As in
woman
the
falls in
days
love
of
in the
her impurity, she
1940s.
shall be unclean. Every bed
Hey.
on which she lies, all the days of her discharge, shall be to her as the bed of her
Will better
impurity.
feature wife.
And everything on which she sits shall be
Whatever
unclean,
this is?
as in the uncleanness of her menstrual
Story
impurity.
about a girl and a guy
whoever
who graduated
touches
from
these
University
things shall
of-
be unclean, and
of
shall wash
graduate.
his clothes, and bathe himself in
Notebook
water,
1.
and be unclean until the evening. But if she is cleansed of her discharge,
What is
she shall
notebook
count
1?
for herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day she shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, and
What is
bring
this?
them to the priest to the entrance of the tent of meeting. And the priest shall use one for a sin offering, and the other for a
BuzzFeed.
burnt offering. And the priest shall make atonement for her before the Lord for her unclean discharge.
Thus you shall keep the people of Israel separate from their uncleanness.
I'm not getting
lest
this.
they die in their
it,
uncleanness by
Terminator?
defiling my tabernacle that is in their midst.
Matrix?
This is the law for him who has a discharge, and for him who has an emission of semen,
Okay, I'm not
becoming
getting this.
unclean thereby. Also for her who is unwell with her menstrual impurity, that is for anyone, male
Yeah,
or
it's very selective
female,
question.
who
What is
has
the
a
movie name?
discharge,
Notebook.
and for the man who lies with a woman who is unclean. Unclean. Leviticus 16. The Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron,
Oh,
when they
the
drew
notebook.
near before the Lord and died. And the Lord said to Moses,
Tell Aaron your brother not to come at any time
Story about a
into
girl
the
and a
holy
guy
place
who
inside
graduated
the
from
veil
university,
before the mercy
become
seat that is
best
on the ark,
friends.
so that he may not die.
They look like friends.
For I
no?
will appear in the cloud over the mercy seat.
Shit.
But in this way Aaron shall come
16-year-old
into the holy
lives
place.
with a bull
Her
from the
first
herd
15
for a
years in
sin offering,
Africa.
and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, and shall have the linen
And
undergarment on his
moved
body.
to the USA.
And he shall tie the linen
She joins
sash
a group
around his
of
waist,
popular girls
and wear the
and
linen
learns
turban.
that high school life
These
is
are the
really
holy
tough.
garments. He shall bathe his body in water, and then
Odd
put
Girl
them on.
out?
And he shall take from the
Or Mean
congregation of
Girls?
the people of Israel 2 male goats for a sin offering,
One of these two,
and 1
right?
ram for a burnt offering. Aaron
She
shall
doesn't
offer
look
the bull
16
as a sin
though.
offering for
I'm gonna go
himself,
with
and shall
Odd
make
Girl
atonement
out.
for himself and for his house.
What?
Then he shall take the 2
Yes,
goats
Mean Girl.
and set
God damn
them
it.
before the Lord
Rich
at the entrance of the
businessman
tent of
was
meeting.
arrested.
And Aaron shall cast lots over the 2 goats.
He
1 lot
meets
for
the
the
expert
Lord, and the
lawyer,
other lot
lawyer
for
expert, a
Azazel.
woman, and they become 3 hours
And
to
Aaron shall
prepare with
present the
defense.
goat on which the lot fell for the Lord, and use it as a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot
Good
fell
history
for
knowledge, you're
Azazel
gonna play history
shall
quiz.
be presented alive before the Lord to make
What is a
atonement
history
over
quiz?
it, that it may be sent away into the wilderness to Azazel. Aaron shall present the
Britannica?
bull as a sin offering for himself,
PBS,
and
American
shall make
History?
atonement for himself and for his house. He shall kill the bull as a sin offering for himself,
Flashback.
and he
To the
shall take
weekly
a
history.
censer full of
Let's go
coals
with
of fire from the
Britannica.
altar before the Lord, and 2 handfuls of sweet incense, beaten small, and he shall bring it inside the veil, and put the incense on the fire before the Lord, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat, that is, over the testimony, so that he does not die.
World history and
And
American
he shall
history.
take some of the blood of the
History
bull and
guild
sprinkle it with
quizzes.
his finger on
Trivia
the front of
questions?
the mercy seat, on the east side.
History
And in
quizzes.
front of the mercy seat, he shall sprinkle some of the blood with his fingers 7 times. Then he shall kill the goat of the sin
Yeah, let's go
offering,
with this.
that is for the people, and bring its blood inside
Roman
the veil,
Empire
and
era?
do with its blood as he did with the blood
Right.
of the bull.
I don't have that much
sprinkling it
knowledge.
over the
I just
mercy
know the
seat and in
basics.
front of the mercy seat. Thus,
Roman
he
history.
shall make atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleannesses of the people of Israel,
Alright,
and
let's take
because
it.
of their transgressions, all their
Which of the following
sins.
cities
And so he
became
shall
the
do for the
eastern?
tent of meeting, which dwells with them in the midst of
Let's
their
go with
uncleannesses.
Ismet.
No one may be in the tent of meeting
How many
from the
books are
time
there?
he enters
Never
to
heard of
make
this thing.
atonement in the holy place
go with 10.
until he comes
Oh,
out and
4.
has made atonement for himself and for his house and for all the assembly of Israel.
Hey.
Then he shall go out to the altar
Earliest
that is before the
legislation?
Lord and make atonement for it, and
The
shall
12
take some of the
tables.
blood of the bull and some of the blood of the goat
Short
and put it on the
system power
horns
sharing
of the
between
altar
4
all
rulers.
around. And he shall sprinkle some of the blood on it with
He
his
sounds
fingers
Roman.
7 times, and cleanse it and
When
consecrate
did
it
Julius
from the
Caesar die? He
uncleannesses
got
of the people of Israel.
assassinated.
And when he has made an end of atoning for the holy place and the
44
tent of meeting
BCE?
and the altar, he shall present the live goat. And Aaron shall
Oh.
lay both his hands on the head
got
of the
4.
live goat and confess over it all the iniquities of the people
Push
of
Roman
Israel
Empire adopted a
and
self-titled
all their
restorer of the
transgressions,
world.
all their sins. And he shall put them on the head of
Aurelian?
the goat and send it away into the wilderness by the hand
What
of a man
coin?
who is in readiness. The goat shall bear
Denarius
all their
Solidus.
iniquities on itself to a remote area.
What is a period
and he
of
shall let
peace
the
and
goat
plenty?
go
That's
free in
Pax
the wilderness.
Romana.
Then Aaron shall come
What
into the
is
tent of meeting and shall
repeatedly
take off the
discovered the
linen
true
garments
cross?
that he put on when he went into the holy place
Nope.
and shall leave them there.
Who wrote
And he shall
Meditations?
bathe his body in water in a
Marcus?
holy place, and put on his garments, and come out
Hippodrome?
and offer his burnt offering, and the
Something
burnt offering
amphitheater?
of the people, and make
Circus
atonement for
Maximus?
himself and for the people.
What was the western
And the
half
fat
of
of the
Rome?
sin
That was
offering he shall
the
burn on the altar. And he who lets the goat
Byzantine
go to
Empire.
Azazel shall wash his clothes
What piece of
and bathe
Roman
his body
architecture
in
was
water,
built
and
under
afterward
Flavian
he
emperors?
may come into the camp.
Gotta be the
And the
Pantheon.
bull for the
Nope,
sin offering,
Colosseum.
and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought in
What is
to
a
make
preacher?
atonement
I
in
don't
the
know.
holy place,
What the fuck is
shall
a-
be carried
an
outside
ark?
the camp. Their
A
skin
map?
and their flesh and their dung
The
shall be burned up
gladiator
with fire.
Spartacus
And he who
led
burns them shall
rebellion?
wash his clothes and bathe his body in water, and afterward he may come into the
Civil
camp.
War.
And it
She
shall
was
be a
included
statute
in
to
a
you
group
forever,
known as Second
that
Triumvirate.
in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall afflict yourselves, and shall do
Which
no
writing
work,
system?
either the native or the stranger, who sojourns among you.
For
For
what?
on this day shall atonement be made for you.
Who ordered
to cleanse
crucifixion
you.
of Jesus?
You shall be clean before the Lord from all your sins. It is a Sabbath
Wait.
solemn rest to
He
you,
actually got
and you shall
crucified?
afflict yourselves. It is a statute forever.
Wait, whoa,
And the
whoa.
priest, who is anointed and
So this is
consecrated
real.
as priest in his father's place, shall make atonement, wearing the holy linen garments. He shall make atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make atonement for the tent of meeting. and for
Somebody
the
from
altar,
Rome.
And he shall make atonement for the priests, and for all the people of the assembly. And
Akinator?
this shall be a
Yeah, I
statute
tried
forever
Akinator.
for you, that atonement may be made for the people of Israel, once in the year, because of all their sins.
And Moses did as the Lord commanded him.
Somebody ordered Jesus. It was Pontius Pilate.
Leviticus 17. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
He
Speak
told
to Aaron
Jesus to
and
get
his sons
crucified.
and to all the people
Alright,
of Israel,
Akinator.
and say
Who
to
should I
them,
guess?
This is the thing that the Lord has commanded.
If
Let's
any
play.
one of the house of Israel kills an ox or a lamb
Select
or a
the
goat
theme.
in the camp,
Let's go with
or
characters.
kills it outside the camp, and does not bring it to the entrance
Let's
of
go
the
to
tent
Jesus
of meeting
Christ.
to offer it as a gift to the Lord in front of the tabernacle of
Yes.
the Lord, blood guilt shall be imputed to that man.
Nope.
He has shed blood, and that man
Nope.
shall be cut
It's Jesus
off
Christ.
from among his people.
Nope.
This is to the end that the people of Israel may bring their sacrifices that
How old
they
is it? Oh, no.
sacrifice in the open field,
You
that
seen
they may
Passion
bring
of the
them
Christ
to the
movie?
Lord, to the priest at the entrance of
Never.
the tent of meeting, and sacrifice them as sacrifices of peace offerings to
It's
the Lord.
2004 drama.
And the priest shall throw the blood on the altar of the Lord
In this version
at
of
the
Christ
entrance
was a
of the
fiction
tent of
based on the
meeting,
New Testament.
and burn the fat
Judas
for a
expects
pleasing
the
aroma
downfall
to
of
the Lord.
Jesus.
So they
By
shall
handing
no
him over
more
to the Roman
sacrifice their
Empire's handpicked
sacrifices
officials.
to goat demons, after whom they whore. This shall be a statute forever for them throughout their generations. And you shall say to them,
Final 12 hours
Anyone of the house
Jesus.
of Israel,
Watch it
or of
someday?
the strangers
Alright.
who sojourn among them, who offers a burnt offering
I gotta
or
convert to
sacrifice,
Christian.
and does not bring it to the entrance of the
There's
tent
your
of meeting to
character.
offer it
Don't
to
know.
the Lord, that man shall
Actor,
be cut
nope.
off from his people.
Does he wear
If
shoes?
any one of
Probably.
the house of
Yes.
Israel or of the strangers
it was
who
forced,
sojourn
nope.
among them eats any blood, I
Yes.
will set my face against that person who eats blood, and will cut him off from
In the-
among his people.
Oh.
For the life of the
I think you
flesh
got
is
it.
in the blood, and I have
No.
given it for you on the altar to make
Diana
atonement
Press,
for
I
your
got
souls.
it.
For it is the blood that makes atonement by the life. Therefore, I
Which
have said to the
personality?
people of Israel, no person among you shall eat blood, neither shall any
Which
stranger who
personality?
sojourns among you eat blood.
We
Anyone
just
also
finished
of the
this.
people of Israel, or of the strangers who sojourn among them, who takes in hunting any beast or bird that may be eaten, shall
Which-
pour
what
out its blood and cover
personality
it with earth.
test?
For the life of every creature is its blood. Its blood is its life. Therefore, I have said to the people of Israel, you shall not eat the blood of any creature, for the life of every
Who am I
creature
asking?
is its
Oh, I
blood.
was guessing Jesus.
Whoever eats it shall be cut off. And every person who eats what dies of itself, or what
Oh,
is
he got
torn
it.
by
Yeah,
beasts,
I was looking for
whether he
Jesus,
is a
and he got
native or a
Jesus.
sojourner, shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening.
Does he
Then
know
shall be clean.
Pontius
But
Pilate?
if he does not wash them or bathe his flesh, he shall bear his iniquity.
Yeah. This thing's pretty accurate.
Leviticus 18. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
How about Julius
Speak to
Caesar?
the people of Israel and say to them, I am the Lord your
Character?
God.
Objects?
You shall
Animals?
not do as they do in the land of Egypt where you lived.
Let's go with
And you shall
magpie.
not do as they do in the land of Canaan to which I am bringing you. You shall not
Magpie
walk in their
bird.
statutes. You shall follow my rules and keep my
Okay,
statutes and
townhouses.
walk
Nope.
in them. I am the Lord your God. You shall therefore
Yep.
keep my statutes and my rules. If a person does them, he shall live by them. I am
think.
the Lord.
Whitehead.
None of you shall approach any one of his close relatives to uncover nakedness. I am the Lord.
You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, which is the nakedness of your mother. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her
Yes.
nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is your father's
Don't know.
nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your sister, your father's daughter, or your mother's daughter,
Nope.
whether brought up in the family or in another home. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter or
Don't
of your
know.
daughter's daughter, for their nakedness is your own nakedness.
He might get-
You
I'll
shall
try it
not
after.
uncover the nakedness of your father's wife's
your animal
daughter,
live in North
brought
America?
up in your father's family, since she is your sister. You shall not uncover the nakedness of
where
your
does the
father's sister.
magpie live?
She is your father's relative. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's relative. You shall not uncover the nakedness
Eurasia.
of your father's brother. That is,
So,
you shall not
no?
approach his wife. She
I
is your
don't know.
aunt. You shall
Yep.
not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law. She is your son's wife. You shall not uncover her nakedness.
Nope.
You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. It is your brother's
What
nakedness.
kind of animal seduces
You
humans?
shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and of her daughter, and you shall not take her son's daughter
No.
or her daughter's daughter to
White
uncover her
chest.
nakedness. They are relatives. It is depravity. And you shall not take a
Let's
woman as a
see.
rival wife to her sister, uncovering her nakedness while her sister is still alive. You shall not approach a woman
Don't
to
know.
uncover her nakedness while she's in
nope.
her menstrual uncleanness. And
Hard
you
to
shall
find?
not lie
Yes.
sexually with your neighbor's wife,
You got
and
it.
so make yourself unclean with her.
How did it get that?
You shall not give any of your children to offer them to Molech, and so profane the name of your God. I
It actually
am
got
the
it.
Lord.
All right, let's try
You
Julius
shall
Caesar.
not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. And you shall not lie
Yeah,
with
I
any
was asking
animal,
all the
and
wrong
so make
questions, but I
yourself
got it at the
unclean
end.
with it. Neither shall any woman give herself to an animal to lie with it. It is perversion.
Do not make yourselves unclean by any
Is
of these
Julius
things.
Caesar in heaven?
For by all these the nations I am driving out before you have become unclean.
He
And
doesn't
the land
believe.
became
Is he a
unclean,
Christian?
So that I punished its iniquity, and the land vomited out its inhabitants.
But you shall keep my statutes and my rules, and do none of these abominations.
Involved in
neither the
Roman
native or the
religion.
stranger who
I think he would have went
sojourns
to hell.
among you. For the
Right?
people of the land who were before you did all of these
Using religion to
abominations,
become a
so that the
dictator.
land became unclean. Lest the land vomit you out when you make it unclean,
Probably
as it
not.
vomited out the nation that was before you.
Yes.
For everyone who does any of these abominations, the persons who do them shall be cut off from among their people. So keep my charge, never to practice any of these abominable customs that were practiced before you. And
Caesar
never to
appears in
make
the Bible in
yourselves
several
unclean
places,
by them.
including Matthew's.
I am the Lord
Jesus
your
says,
God.
"Render unto Caesar the things
Lord your
that are
God.
Caesar's, and unto God
Leviticus
things that are God's."
19.
Response: Caesar
And the
Augustus
Lord
is
spoke to
mentioned
Moses,
in the Gospel
saying,
of Luke.
Speak to all
Caesar
the
Augustus.
congregation of the people of Israel,
Does
and
that
say
count?
to them, You shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Every one of you shall revere his mother and his father, and you shall keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord
Probably
your God.
not. Probably.
Do not turn to idols or make for
Technically, yes.
yourselves any gods of
Has
cast
been
metal.
divorced.
I am the Lord your God.
What are these questions?
When you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings to the Lord, you shall offer it so that you may be accepted. It shall be eaten the same day you offer it, or on the day after. And anything left over until the third day shall be burned up with fire.
Divorce his
If it
second
is
wife.
eaten at all on the third day, it is tainted. It will not be accepted.
Yes.
And everyone who eats it shall bear his iniquity,
Son of
because he
God.
has profaned what is holy to
No.
the Lord. And that person shall be cut off from his people.
When you reap the
I don't
harvest
know,
of your
man.
land, you shall not
Is
reap
my
your
character
field right
bad?
up to its edge. Neither shall you
Okay,
gather
I'm
the
just gonna
gleanings
click I
after
don't
your
know.
harvest.
Have
And you
British
shall not
origins?
strip your
Nope.
vineyard bare.
Italian?
Neither shall you
Yes.
gather the fallen grapes of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the poor and for the sojourner. I am the Lord your God. You shall not steal.
He's not an emperor
You
yet.
shall not deal falsely. You
He's a
shall not
dictator,
lie to
but
one
not an
another.
emperor.
You shall not swear by my name falsely, and so profane the name of your God. I
don't
am
know.
the Lord. You shall not oppress your neighbor or rob him. The wages of a hired
What are these
servant shall
questions,
not
man? I
remain
don't
with
know.
you all night until the morning.
Yes.
You shall not curse the deaf or put a stumbling block before the blind.
Is it linked?
But you
No.
shall fear your God. I am the Lord.
Name of a kind of food.
You shall do no injustice in court.
Caesar
You shall
salad.
not be partial to the poor or defer to the great, but in righteousness shall
Nope.
you judge your neighbor. You shall not go
Yes.
around as a slanderer
By the
among your
senators.
people.
Nope.
And you shall not stand up against the life
He
of your
got
neighbor.
this.
I am the Lord.
He
You
got
shall
Julius
not hate
Caesar.
your brother in
All
your
right, let me
heart,
try.
but you shall reason frankly with your neighbor, lest you incur sin because of him. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against the sons of your own people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. You shall keep my statutes.
Let's see. Let's try
You shall
Moses.
not let your cattle breed
Or
with
Abraham?
a different kind. You shall
Abraham.
not sow your field with two kinds of seed, nor shall you wear a garment of
Adult
cloth
man?
made of two kinds
Yes.
of material. If a
Yes.
man lies sexually
Abraham.
with a woman who is a
Have
slave
powers?
assigned to another man and not yet ransomed or given her freedom, a distinction shall be made.
Religious powers?
They shall
Yes.
not be put to death because she was
Yes.
not free, but he shall bring his compensation to the Lord, to the entrance
What
of
is
the
a
tent of meeting,
half-blood?
a ram for a guilt
Don't
offering.
know.
And the priest shall make
No.
atonement for him with the ram of the guilt offering before the Lord
Sacrifice
for his sin
themselves?
that
no.
he has committed, and he shall be forgiven for the sin that he
Is
has
your
committed.
character a god or
When you
goddess?
come
No.
into the land and plant
Abraham.
any kind of tree for food,
No.
then you shall regard its fruit as forbidden.
Nope.
3 years it shall be forbidden to you.
Nope.
It must not be eaten.
Animal
and in
like
the 4th year,
ears.
all
Nope.
its fruit shall be holy, an
Does
offering
your
of praise
character
to the
fight?
Lord.
Nope.
But in the 5th year you may
Have
eat of
fake
its
nails?
fruit
Nope.
to increase its yield for you.
Brown hair.
I am the Lord your God.
Probably.
You shall not eat any
A big
flesh with
fist?
the blood in it.
No.
You shall not interpret omens or tell
Into jail?
fortunes.
No.
You shall not round off the hair on
Great
your temples
music?
or
No.
mar the edges of your beard. You shall not make any
No,
cuts
he's
on
not
your body
Moses.
for the dead, or tattoo
Does
yourselves.
your character have
I
a
am the
famous
Lord.
son? His son is
Do
Isaac.
not profane your daughter by
Yes.
making her a prostitute, lest the land fall into prostitution and the land
No.
become full of depravity.
Is your
You
character
shall
famous
keep
for
my
having
Sabbaths
created the
and
world? He
reverence
didn't
my
create the world.
sanctuary. I am the Lord. Do not turn to mediums or
Does your character be
necromancers.
Jesus? Nope.
Do not seek them out, and so
Has your
make
character been
yourselves unclean
king?
by
I
them.
don't think so.
I am the Lord your God.
Does your character
You shall
advertise
stand up
pizza?
before the
What?
gray head and honor the face
No.
of an old man, and you shall fear
Hey,
your
he
God.
actually got that one.
I
How?
am the Lord. When a stranger
How did he get
sojourns with
Abraham?
you in your land, you shall not do him wrong. You shall treat the stranger who sojourns with you as the native
How does
among
he
you,
get this?
and you shall love him as yourself.
He was asking all the
For you
wrong
were
questions, but he
strangers in
still
the land
got
of
it.
Egypt. I am the Lord your
All
God.
right, let's try.
You shall do no wrong in judgment
Joseph.
in measures of length or weight or quantity. You shall have just balances,
Character
just
die?
weights,
Yep.
a just ephah, and a just hin. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt.
Nope.
And you shall observe all my statutes
Have
and all
races?
my rules and do them.
Magics.
I am the Lord.
Yeah, I don't know how he gets it, but he doesn't ask any of the right questions,
Leviticus
but he gets the right
20.
answer.
The
Have
Lord spoke to
braces.
Moses, saying,
I don't think so.
Say to the people of Israel, any one of the people of Israel or of the strangers who
Joseph.
sojourn in Israel, who gives
Probably.
any of his children to Molech,
I should
shall
go back.
surely be put to death.
Probably.
The people of the land shall stone
Nope.
him with stones. I myself will set
Nope.
my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given one of his children to Molech, to make my sanctuary
Water.
unclean, and to profane my
He's
holy
in
name.
Egypt.
And if the people of the land
Nope.
do at all close their eyes to that man,
Kill
when he
people?
gives one of his children to Molech, and do
Alright.
not put him to death, then I will set my face
Has
against
been
that
king.
man and against his
King
clan,
Joseph?
and
No,
will
he
cut
was
them
in a
off
high
from among their
position, though.
people, him and
Yes.
all who follow him in whoring after Molech.
If a person turns to mediums
Probably.
and necromancers, whoring after them,
It's
I will
Joseph,
set my
no.
face against that person and will cut him off
Do
from
you
among his
own your
people.
character?
Consecrate
No.
yourselves, therefore, and be holy, for I
Jump
am
off
the
walls?
Lord your God. Keep my statutes and do them. I am the Lord who sanctifies you.
For anyone who
Random
curses his
wrong
father
questions,
or
but
his
get right
mother
answer in the
shall
end.
surely be
Yeah.
put to death. He
Holidays?
has cursed his father or his mother.
No.
His blood is upon him.
Short
if
hair.
a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor,
Don't know.
both the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. If a man lies with his father's wife, he has uncovered
Don't
his
know.
father's nakedness. Both of them
Like
shall surely
turtles?
be
No.
put to death. Their
Wear
blood
pink?
is
Nope.
upon them. If a man lies with his daughter-in-law,
No.
both of them shall surely be
Yes.
put to death. They have committed perversion. Their blood is upon them. If a man lies with a
Nope.
male as with a woman, both of them have committed
Apostle
an
Paul.
abomination. They shall
We
surely be
guessed
put
this
to
time.
death.
It
Their
was,
blood
it was
is
supposed to
upon
be Joseph.
If a man
But
takes
I
a
got
woman
Apostle
and
Paul.
her mother also, it is depravity.
Nope.
He and they
Continue?
shall
Let's
be
continue.
burned with fire, that there may be
Have we
no
missed one?
depravity
No.
among you. If a man
The
lies
shield.
with an
Nope.
animal, he shall surely be put to death, and
Nope.
you shall kill the animal. If a
Chelsea.
woman
Nope.
approaches any animal and lies with it, you shall
Associated
kill the
Lions?
woman
Nope.
and the animal.
He's a
They shall
prophet?
surely be put
He's-
to death.
he's a prophet,
Their
right?
blood is upon them.
Yes.
If a man takes
Lived in
his
France?
sister,
Nope.
a daughter of his father or a daughter of
Right,
his mother,
purple eye?
and sees her nakedness, and she sees his nakedness, it is
Does
a
your character ever
disgrace,
lived
and they shall be
inside-
cut off in the
ever
sight of
live
the
inside
children of their
Israel?
people.
He
He has
probably?
uncovered his sister's nakedness, and he shall bear his iniquity.
Probably.
If a man lies with a woman during her menstrual period
Have a
and
famous
uncovers
son.
her nakedness, he has made naked her fountain, and she
Joseph's
has
son.
uncovered
Who's
the
Joseph's
fountain
son?
of her blood.
Probably.
Both of them shall be cut off from among their people. You shall not
Nope.
uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister
From
or
the
of your
100.
father's sister, for that
I
is
don't
to
know what
make
the 100
naked
is.
one's relative. They shall bear their
Nope.
iniquity. If a man lies with his uncle's wife, he has uncovered his
Probably.
uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin.
No.
They shall die childless. If a man
Usually
takes his
living with
brother's
the
wife,
children?
it is impurity. He has
Nope.
uncovered his brother's nakedness.
From the
They
rooms.
shall
Nope.
be childless.
You shall
Link
therefore
to
keep
King
all my
David?
statutes and all my rules and
Probably.
do them,
I
that the
don't
land
know.
where I am bringing you to live may not
Have a big
vomit
fist?
you
No.
out. And you shall
Have a
not
brother?
walk
Yes.
in the customs of the nation that I am driving out before
From
you.
Quran?
For they did all these things, and
Probably.
therefore I detested
I
them.
don't know. Never read
But
the
I have
Quran.
said to you,
Link
you
with the
shall
sea.
inherit their
Nope.
land, and I will give it to you to possess, a land flowing with
Joseph
milk and honey.
is a Christian?
I
No,
am the
he-
Lord your God, who has
Christianity
separated
wasn't a
you
thing
from
yet.
the peoples. You shall therefore separate the clean beast
Nope.
from the unclean, and the unclean
Abraham?
bird from
Nope.
the clean.
Let's try one more
You shall
time.
not make yourselves detestable by beast or
Have
by
a famous
bird
brother.
or by
Yep.
anything with which the ground
Leave it.
crawls,
Have a little
which I
brother.
have set
Yes,
apart
Benjamin.
for you to hold unclean.
Older sibling? Yes.
You shall be holy to me, for
All
I, the
girl
Lord,
brand?
am
No.
holy and have separated you from the peoples,
The youngest
that
in
you
their
should
family.
be mine. A man or a woman who is a medium or a necromancer shall surely be put to death.
Yeah, last time.
They
Yeah.
shall be stoned with stones. Their blood shall be upon them.
Joseph's, he was the youngest,
Leviticus
right?
21. And the Lord said to Moses,
I'm going to say yes for
Speak
this
to
one.
the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to
Have a
them,
twin brother? Nope.
No one shall make himself unclean for the dead among his people,
Probably.
except for his closest relatives,
Nail
his
polish?
mother,
No.
his father, his son, his daughter,
Animated?
his brother,
No.
or his virgin sister, who
He's
is
a
near
staff.
to him, because she has had no husband. For her he may make
No.
himself unclean. He shall not make himself
Yes.
unclean as a husband among
He's
his
about-
people,
nope.
and so profane himself. They shall
No.
not make bald patches on their heads, nor shave
your
off the
character
edges
kill
of
their
their
siblings?
beards,
Nope.
nor make any cuts on their body. They shall be holy to their
Is
God,
your
and not
character's
profane
father
the name of
also
their
your
God.
father?
For they offer the Lord's
No.
food offerings, the bread of their God.
Does your-
Therefore
yes.
they shall be holy. They shall not marry a
Does your
prostitute
character work
or
for
a
his
woman
parents?
who has
Nope.
been defiled. Neither shall they marry a
yet?
woman
Nope.
divorced from her husband, for the priest is holy to his God.
Does your character have two
You shall
brothers? More than
sanctify
two.
him, for he offers the bread of your God.
Do I say yes or
He
no?
shall be holy to you. For
He has
I,
12
the
brothers.
Lord, who sanctify
He has
you,
more than
am
two.
holy.
And the daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by whoring, profanes her
I'm gonna say I
father,
don't know.
she shall be burned with
Brown
fire.
hair,
The
probably.
priest who is chief among his brothers, on
What
whose
is
head
that?
the anointing oil is poured, and who has been
That sounds
consecrated
foreign.
to wear the
It's
garments,
Joseph. Nope.
shall not let the hair of his head hang loose,
Yes.
nor tear his clothes. He shall not go into any dead bodies, nor make himself unclean,
Don't know.
even for his father or for his mother.
The
He
oldest
shall not
sibling?
go
Nope.
out of the sanctuary, lest he profane
Does
the
your character have
sanctuary
a
of
dead
his God.
brother?
For the consecration of the anointing
Yeah.
oil of his God is on him. I am the Lord.
I don't think he'll get it.
And he shall take a wife in her
Have a
virginity.
dead brother. Or
a
maybe it's
widow,
just that I don't
or
know
a
enough
divorced
about
woman,
Joseph.
or a woman who has been
Have
defiled,
a
or a
dead
prostitute.
brother.
These he
Now
shall
he
not
does,
marry.
probably.
But he shall take as his wife a virgin of his own people, that he may
Nope.
not profane his offspring among his people.
Has anyone tried to
For
kill
I
your
am the
character?
Lord who
Yes.
sanctifies him.
And the
Have a
Lord spoke
concert?
to
Nope.
Moses, saying,
Speak
From
to Aaron,
Christianity.
saying,
I'm gonna say
None of
yes.
your offspring throughout their
Nope.
generations who has a blemish may approach to offer the bread of his
Joseph.
God.
Alright, he lost.
For no one who has a blemish shall draw near, a man blind or lame, or one who has a mutilated face or a limb too long, or a man who has
No,
an
not
injured
Joe
foot
Biden.
or an injured hand,
Not Joseph
or a
Stalin.
hunchback or a dwarf, or a man with a defect in his sight, or
Yeah.
an itching disease, or
I'm
scabs
gonna try
or
it
crushed
again.
testicles. No man
Joseph-
of the offspring of Aaron the
Joseph
priest
of
who has
Nazareth?
a blemish shall come near to offer the Lord's food offerings. Since he has a blemish, he shall not come near to offer the
guess
bread
that-
of his God.
He may eat the bread of his God,
Alright, let's try it again.
both of the most holy and of the holy things. But he shall not go
We're
through
gonna
the
do
veil or
Joseph, but
approach
we're
the
gonna
altar because
research
he has
this
a
time.
blemish, that he may
Have a
not
phone?
profane
Nope.
my sanctuaries. For I am
Bible?
the Lord
Yes.
who sanctifies them.
Die on the
So
cross.
Moses
Nope.
spoke to Aaron and to his
Nope.
sons and to all the people of Israel.
Wear a red dress. No.
Leviticus 22.
Nope.
And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
Speak to Aaron and his sons, so that they abstain from the holy
Joseph.
things of the people of Israel, which they dedicate to me, so that they do not profane my holy name. I am the
Yes,
Lord.
he does.
Say to them,
Is your
If
company
any one
accompanied
of
by
all your
female? Nope.
offspring throughout your generations
Muslim?
approaches
Nope.
the holy things that the people of Israel dedicate
serve
to the
drinks?
Lord while he has an uncleanness, that person
Nope.
shall be cut off from my presence.
Anything to do
I
with
am the
water.
Lord. None of the
Joseph.
offspring of
What
Aaron
did he
who
do
has a
again?
leprous disease or a discharge may eat of the holy things.
He has something to
until
do with
he is
dreams,
clean.
right?
Whoever touches anything that is
No.
unclean through contact with the dead, or a
Has your
man who has
character
had an
been
emission of
king?
semen, and whoever touches a swarming
No.
thing
He
by
was in
which
a
he
high
may
position.
be made unclean, or a person from whom he may take uncleanness,
I mean, he
whatever
didn't
his
serve
uncleanness
drinks,
may
right?
be, the person who touches such
Drink
a
with
thing shall
apples?
be
Nope.
unclean until the evening, and shall not eat of the holy things
famous
unless
son.
he has bathed his body in water. When the sun
Is this
goes
famous
down,
enough?
he shall be clean, and afterward
Ephraim
he may eat
and
of the holy
Manasseh.
things, because they are his food.
They're
He
not
shall
famous.
not eat what
Really,
dies of
these are
itself
people you
or is
don't really
torn by beasts,
hear about in the
and so
Bible.
make himself
No.
unclean by it.
I am the
Wait,
Lord.
I'm gonna say
They shall
probably
therefore
not.
keep my charge, lest they
Is
bear
your
sin
character's
for it and die
wife
thereby
famous?
when they
What's his
profane it.
wife?
I am the Lord who sanctifies them.
A layperson shall not eat of a holy thing. No foreign
Joseph's
guest
wife.
of the priest or hired servant shall eat of
Manasseh?
the holy thing.
Nope.
But if a priest buys a slave as his
Never heard
property
of her.
for money, the
Has
slave
your
may
character
eat,
killed people?
and anyone born in his
Probably
house
not.
may eat of his food.
It's
If a
Joseph.
priest's
He wouldn't
daughter
kill
marries
people.
a layman, she shall not eat of the
Probably
contribution
not.
of the holy things.
Work
But if
in
a
a park?
priest's
Nope.
daughter is widowed or divorced and has no child,
Yes.
and returns to her father's house,
Your
as in
character
her youth,
oldest? Nope.
she may eat of her
Have a
father's
twin
food,
brother?
yet
Nope.
no layperson shall eat
Been
of
to
it.
jail? Yes.
And if anyone eats of a holy thing
Has your character been
unintentionally,
traded? Yes.
he shall
Slave
add
trade.
the fifth of its value to it,
Have the same
and give the
grandparents?
holy
Nope.
thing to the priest.
They shall not
Was your
profane
character
the holy
betrayed by
things
his
of the people
brothers?
of Israel, which they contribute
You
to
got
the
it.
Lord, and so
Son of
cause them to
Jacob.
bear iniquity and guilt by eating their holy things. For I am the Lord who sanctifies them.
And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
He actually got it. So it was
Speak
me.
to Aaron and his sons and all the people of Israel, and say to
It
them,
was me who didn't know the
When
questions.
anyone of the house of Israel or of
Yep.
the sojourners in Israel presents a burnt offering as his offering for any of their vows or
Let's
free will
try
offerings that they offer to the Lord, if it
Arthur
is to
Morgan.
be accepted for you, it shall be a male
Character
without
die,
blemish.
yep.
Of the bulls or the
Bible?
sheep or the
Nope.
goats, you shall not
Is your
offer
character bad?
anything that has a blemish, for it will not be accepted.
Is Arthur Morgan bad?
And when anyone offers
He
a
was bad.
sacrifice of peace offerings to the Lord to fulfill a vow, or as a free will offering from the herd or from the flock, to be accepted, it must be perfect.
You're a good man,
there shall
Arthur
be
Morgan.
no blemish in it.
Okay,
Animals,
yes.
blind or disabled or
Great
mutilated,
music?
or having a
No.
discharge or an itch or scabs,
Run
you shall
for
not
president
offer to
now.
the Lord. or give them to the Lord as a food offering on the altar. You may present a bull or a lamb that has a part too long or too short for
Yeah,
a free will offering.
probably, yes.
But for a vow offering, it cannot
A
be accepted.
scientist? Nope.
Any animal that has
Adult
its
man?
testicles
Yes.
bruised or crushed or torn or cut, you shall not offer to the Lord. You shall
All right,
not
now
do
he's
it
getting
in your
specific.
land. Neither shall you offer as the bread of your God any such animals gotten from a foreigner, since there is a blemish in them. Because of their mutilation, they will not be accepted.
100 years.
And the Lord spoke
He
to
died in
Moses, saying,
1899.
When an ox or sheep or goat is
So,
born, it
yes.
shall remain 7 days with its mother, and from the 8th
Use
day
guns?
on
Yes.
it shall be acceptable
Yeah, it's
as a
getting
food
pretty
offering
specific.
to the Lord.
But you shall not
Dark
kill an
Jedi?
ox
Nope.
or a sheep and her young in one day. And
Is
when
your
you
character a
sacrifice
boss
a
fight?
sacrifice
Nope.
of thanksgiving to the Lord, you shall sacrifice it so that you may be
Military
accepted.
clothing? No.
It shall be eaten on the same day. You
Baseball
shall
Hall
leave
of
none of
Fame?
it
No.
until morning.
I am the Lord. So you shall keep my commandments and do
Travel
them.
across
I am the
planes
Lord.
of existence? No.
And you shall not profane my holy
Cowboy
name,
hat?
that
Yes.
I may be sanctified among the people of Israel. I am the Lord who sanctifies
No.
you, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be
Version
your
for a
God.
video game? Yes.
I am the Lord.
Finding Dory? No. Have a disease? Yes.
Leviticus
Tuberculosis.
23.
Does your character
The
have a
Lord spoke
screen
to
for a
Moses,
face?
saying,
He got
Speak
it?
to the people of Israel and say to them,
I don't know.
These are the appointed
Yeah,
feasts
probably.
of the Lord
I think
that
you
you
got
shall
it.
proclaim as
A
holy
screen for a face?
convocations.
What do you mean a screen for a
They
face?
are
How do you have
my
a screen for a
appointed feasts.
face?
6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day is a Sabbath of solemn rest,
Huh?
a holy convocation. You shall do no work.
Like
It
a
is a
mask?
Sabbath to the Lord
No.
in all your dwelling places.
Do you control your
These are the
character?
appointed
Yes.
feasts of the Lord, the holy convocations, which you shall proclaim at the time appointed
Don't
for
know.
them. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at twilight, is the
He
Lord's
got it.
Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of
It
unleavened
could have
bread.
also
to the
been the
Lord.
other guy from.
For 7 days you shall eat
It also could have
unleavened
been.
bread. On the first day you shall
John
have a
Marston.
holy convocation. You shall
yes.
not do any ordinary work.
All right, let's
But
try
you
our.
shall present a food
Yeah, you got
offering
it.
to
Let's
the
try
Lord
John
for
Marston.
7 days. On the 7th day is a holy convocation. You shall not do
Yes.
any ordinary work.
And the Lord
Yes.
spoke to Moses, saying,
Speak to
Yes.
the people of Israel and say to them, When
No.
you come into the land that I give you and reap
Yes.
its harvest, you shall bring the sheaf
Yes.
of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest.
Yes.
And he shall wave the
your
sheaf
character-
before
yeah,
the
'cause
Lord,
they're
so
pretty
that
similar,
you may be
right?
accepted. On the day after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it.
All right,
And
you
on
got
the day
it.
when you wave the sheaf, you shall offer a male lamb, a year old, without blemish, as a burnt
Produce
offering
music?
to the
Nope.
Lord. And the grain
Have a
offering with it shall
scar.
be 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour
That's a scar on
mixed
his
with
face,
oil.
right? Next
A
to his
food offering
mustache.
to the Lord with a pleasing aroma. And the drink offering with it shall be of wine, 1/4 of a hin. And you shall eat
That's
neither
a
bread
scar,
nor
right?
grain, parched or fresh, until this same day.
Yeah, that's a
until
scar.
you have brought the offering of your God. It is a
You got
statute
it.
forever throughout your generations
Yes,
in
Supreme
all your
Court.
dwellings. You shall count 7
Oh,
full
you got
weeks
it.
from the day after the Sabbath, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering. You shall count 50 days to the day
What should I
after the
do?
7th Sabbath. Present a grain offering of new grain to the Lord. You shall bring from your dwelling places 2 loaves of bread to be waved, made of 2/10 of an ephah. They shall be of fine flour, and they shall be baked with leaven,
he's the goat.
as first fruits to the Lord. And you shall present with the bread 7 lambs, a year old without blemish, and 1 bull from the herd, and 2 rams. They shall be a burnt offering to the Lord, with their grain offering and their drink offerings, a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. And you shall offer 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 male
Donald
lambs,
Trump?
a year
He's
old,
gonna get
as a
Trump.
sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits
Brave
as a wave
browser.
offering before the Lord, with the 2 lambs. They shall be holy to the Lord for the priest.
Christopher Nolan. All
And
right,
you
let's
shall
try
make
it.
proclamation on the
Christopher
same day.
Nolan.
You shall
Nope.
hold a holy convocation. You
TV
shall not
series?
do any ordinary work. It is a statute forever in all your dwelling places throughout your generations.
And when
No.
you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap your field right up to its edge, nor shall
How
you
do I
gather
answer
the
this?
gleanings
Has your
after
character been? He
harvest.
made a movie.
You shall leave them for the
No.
poor and for the sojourner. I
Yes.
am the Lord your God.
And the
Famous
Lord spoke
YouTuber.
to Moses, saying,
Speak to the people of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, on the first day of the month, you shall observe a day
He's
of solemn
54.
rest, a memorial proclaimed with blast of trumpets, a holy convocation. You
American.
shall
Where,
not do
where is,
any
where's he
ordinary
from?
work, and you
British
shall present a
American?
food offering to the Lord.
And the Lord spoke
He's
to Moses,
British American,
saying,
so I guess
Now on the 10th day of this 7th month is
he
the
has
day
a British
of
accent
atonement.
though.
It shall be
No.
for you a time of holy convocation, and
No.
you shall afflict yourselves and present a food offering
No.
to the Lord, and you shall not do any work on that
No.
very day. For it is a day of atonement,
No.
to make atonement for you before the Lord your God. For whoever is
Does he
not
own
afflicted
his
on
company?
that very day shall be cut off from his people. And whoever does
Does he
any
own
work
his
on
own
that very
production
day,
company?
that person I will destroy from among his people.
I don't
You
know.
shall
I'm gonna
not
say I
do
don't
any
know.
work. It is a statute forever throughout your generations in all your
I don't
dwelling
know.
places. It
How am I
shall be
supposed to
to
know?
you a Sabbath of
I'm
solemn
gonna say I
rest,
don't know.
and you shall afflict yourselves on the 9th day of the month,
He's
beginning
boss
at
of an
evening.
important
From
company.
evening
I
to
don't
evening
know.
shall you keep your Sabbath.
He's
And the
not
Lord
the
spoke to
boss. He's a
Moses, saying,
director, right?
Speak to the people of Israel,
I'm gonna say
saying,
I don't know.
On the 15th day of the
Yes.
7th month, and for 7 days is the Feast of Booths
Ever
to
play
the
a
Lord.
role?
On the
Probably
first day
not.
shall be a holy convocation. You
Wait,
shall
go back.
not do
Probably
any
not.
ordinary work. For 7 days you shall present food offerings to
No.
the Lord. On the 8th day you shall
Yes.
hold a holy
All right, I think you
convocation
got it.
and present a food offering
Jamaica?
to the Lord.
Nope.
It is a solemn assembly. You shall not do any ordinary work. These are the appointed
All right.
feasts of the Lord, which
Has
you
your
shall
character
proclaim
played in
as
the
times
movie
of holy
directed
convocation,
by,
for presenting to the Lord
don't
food
know.
offerings, burnt offerings, and grain offerings,
Is it creepy? No.
sacrifices and drink offerings, each on
Produce
its
their
proper
own
day.
music? Nope.
Besides the Lord's Sabbath, and besides your gifts, and besides all your vow
No.
offerings, and besides all your free will offerings, which you give to the Lord.
No.
On the 15th day of the
Michael
7th
Bay?
month,
Nope.
when you have gathered in the produce of the
Continue.
land, you shall celebrate the feast of the Lord 7
No.
days.
He's a director.
On the first day shall be a
Stickman?
solemn
Nope.
rest, and on the 8th day shall
Actor?
be a
Nope.
solemn rest. And you shall take on the first day the fruit of splendid trees, branches of palm trees,
Did he write that
boughs of
here?
leafy
No,
trees,
I don't think
and
so.
willows of the brook, and you shall rejoice
Wear
before the
glasses?
Lord
Nope.
your God 7 days. You shall
Nope.
celebrate it as a feast to the Lord for 7
On a
days in
popular
the year.
TV show? Nope.
It is a statute forever throughout your generations. You shall celebrate it in the 7th month.
You shall dwell in booths for 7 days. All native Israelites shall dwell in booths, that your generations may know that I made the people of Israel dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
Thus Moses declared to the people of Israel the appointed feasts of the Lord.
He's not bad. No. He's 54.
Leviticus 24.
Link to superheroes? Yes.
The Lord
He
spoke
made
to
Batman.
Moses, saying,
Command the
No.
people of Israel to bring you pure oil from beaten olives for the lamp,
Fantasy roles?
that a
Yes.
light may be kept burning regularly.
Outside the veil of the testimony, in the tent of meeting, Aaron
No.
shall arrange it from evening to morning before the Lord regularly. It shall
Lose
be a
a daughter?
statute forever
Probably
throughout
not.
your generations. He shall arrange the lamps on the lampstand of pure
From
gold
Batman
before
Justice?
the Lord
No.
regularly. You shall take fine flour
In
and
the
bake 12 loaves
TV
from
series
it.
for a long time?
2
No.
tenths of an ephah
Have a
shall
long
be in
name?
each loaf.
No.
And you shall set them in 2 piles, 6 in a pile, on the table
No.
of pure gold before the Lord.
Captain
And
America.
you shall put pure frankincense on each pile, that it may
That's
go with
a
the bread
Marvel
as a
movie,
memorial
right?
portion, as a food offering to
Captain
the Lord.
America? Nope.
Every Sabbath day, Aaron shall
Part of a
arrange it
group?
before the
No.
Lord regularly. It is from the people
No.
of Israel, as a covenant forever.
Was your character popular
And
in
it
anything?
shall be for Aaron and his sons, and they shall eat it in a
He
holy
made
place,
movies.
since it is for him a most holy portion out of the Lord's food
No,
offerings.
he
a
wasn't popular
perpetual
back
due.
then.
Now an Israelite woman's son, whose
A
father was an
ventriloquist? No.
Egyptian, went out
Wear a
among the
mask?
people of
Nope.
Israel. And the Israelite
Yes.
woman's son and a man of Israel fought in the camp.
Halloween?
And the
No.
Israelite woman's son blasphemed the name and
Not in the
cursed.
night. Yeah. He
Then they
blew up in
brought
the
him to
2010s.
Moses. His mother's name was Shalomith, the daughter of Dibri,
No,
of the
Jeff
tribe
Sinner.
of Dan. And they put him in custody till the will of the Lord should be clear to them.
Containment
Then the
facility?
Lord spoke to Moses,
No.
saying,
Yes.
Bring out of the camp the one who cursed,
Halloween?
and let
Nope.
all who heard him lay their hands on his head, and let all the congregation stone him. And
You got
speak
it
to the
wrong
people
twice.
of Israel,
Yeah.
saying,
Maybe he's not going to get
Whoever
it.
curses
Live
his
in
God
Australia?
shall bear his
No.
sin. Whoever blasphemes the
Didn't
name of the
say.
Lord shall surely be put to death. All
What
the
school did he go
congregation
to?
shall stone him. The sojourner as well as the native, when he blasphemes the name,
He went to
shall
London
be put
College.
to death. Whoever takes a human life shall surely
University
be put to death.
College
Whoever
London.
takes an animal's life shall
No.
make it good. Life for life.
Crash
If
Bandicoot?
anyone
Nope.
injures his neighbor, as he has
Associated with
done,
Disney?
it shall be
Nope.
done to him. Fracture for fracture. Eye for
Does your
eye.
character often
Tooth
play
for
in
tooth.
movies? Nope.
Whatever injury he has given
Just
a
linked
person
with the
shall be
TV
given to
series?
him.
Nope.
Whoever kills an animal shall
Thanks to
make it
cinema?
good.
Yes.
And whoever kills a person shall be put to
Horror
death.
genre? Nope.
You shall have the same rule for the
Does he
sojourner
have
and for
long
the
hair?
native,
Nope.
for I am the Lord your God.
So Moses spoke to the people of Israel, and they brought out of the camp the one who had cursed, and stoned him with stones.
Does he have
Thus
white
the
hair?
people
No,
of
he's
Israel
blonde.
did as the Lord commanded Moses.
Scriptwriter, yes.
Leviticus
facial hair.
25. The Lord spoke to
This is
Moses
the
on
picture I'm
Mount
thinking of.
Sinai, saying,
No.
Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, When you come into the
Work
land that I
at
give
Marvel
you,
Studios?
the
No.
land shall keep a Sabbath to the Lord.
For
No.
6 years you shall sow your field, and for 6 years you shall prune your vineyard and gather in its fruits. But in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land, a Sabbath to the Lord.
Write a lot
You
of
shall
words.
not sow
Yes.
your field or prune your vineyard.
Made
You
out of
shall
metal?
not reap
No.
what grows of itself in your
Live in-
harvest, or
Does your
gather the
character live in
grapes
town?
of
Where
your
does he live?
undressed vine. It shall be a year of solemn rest for the land. The Sabbath of the land shall provide food for you, for yourself, and for your male and female slaves, and for your hired servant, and the
I would say I don't
sojourner
know.
who lives with you, and for your
Don't know.
cattle, and for the wild animals that are in your land. All
Probably.
its yield shall be for food.
Published books.
You shall count 7 weeks of years, 7 times 7 years,
No,
so that the
British
time of
American.
the 7 weeks of years shall give you 49
Okay, in
years.
action movies? Nope.
Then you shall sound the loud trumpet on the 10th day of the 7th month. On
I'm
the
gonna
day
say I
of
don't know.
atonement, you shall sound the trumpet
Missing an
throughout
arm? Nope.
all your land. And you
Nope.
shall consecrate
Continue.
the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout the land to all its inhabitants. It
Have
shall
any
be a
siblings?
jubilee
Does
for
he
you,
have siblings?
when each of you shall return to his property, and each of you shall return to his clan. That 50th year shall be a jubilee
Yeah, I don't
for
think he's
you.
gonna do it.
In
He
it
does
you
have
shall neither
siblings, though.
sow nor reap what grows of
Jonathan
itself, nor
Nolan?
gather the grapes from the undressed vines. For it is a jubilee. It shall be holy
All right,
to you.
he didn't get it.
You may eat the produce of the field. In this year of jubilee, each of you shall return to his property. And if you make a sale
Director.
to your neighbor or buy
So
from
he's
him,
on the list.
you shall not
You
wrong
have
one
defeated
another.
me. All right,
You shall
let's
pay
try it
your
again.
neighbor according to the number of years after
Christopher
the Jubilee,
Nolan.
and he shall sell to you according to the number of years for crops. If the years are many, you shall increase the price, and if the years are few, you shall reduce the price.
Hello, man,
For it
yes.
is the number of the crops that
Black-
he is
nope.
selling to you.
You
TV
shall
series,
not
nope.
wrong one another,
Film
but you
shoot
shall
player,
fear your
nope.
God,
Been
for
in
I
the
am the
movie.
Lord your God.
I think he's actually
Therefore you
been in
shall
the
do my
movie,
statutes
right?
and keep my rules and perform
Like he
them.
has to be.
And then you will dwell in the land securely. The land will yield its fruit, and you will eat your
Was
fill
he an
and dwell in
actor
it securely.
at one point?
And if you say,
I'm just gonna
What
say
shall
no.
we eat in the
Probably
seventh
not.
year, if we may not sow or gather in our crop?
I will command
Does
my
he play in
blessing on
movies,
you
though?
in the 6th year, so that it will
Great
produce
music?
a crop
Nope.
sufficient for 3 years.
Like for sports?
When
Nope.
you sow in the 8th year,
Yes.
you will be eating some of the old crop.
Nope.
You shall eat the old
Director
until the
owns
9th
his own
year when
company?
its
Nope.
crop arrives. The land shall
Nope,
not be
people don't.
sold in perpetuity, for the land is mine.
Yes.
For you are strangers
Over
and
60.
sojourners with me.
And in all the
He
country you
is
possess, you shall
54,
allow a
nope.
redemption of the land. If your brother becomes poor and sells part of his property, then his nearest redeemer shall
What?
come and redeem
Skibbity
what his
toilet.
brother has sold. If a man has no
Oh,
one to
nope.
redeem it, and then himself becomes prosperous and finds
No.
sufficient means to redeem it,
Cinema,
let him
yes.
calculate the years since he sold it,
Batman,
and
yes.
pay back the balance to the man to whom he sold it, and then return to his property. But
He
if
did
he has
right.
not sufficient means to recover it, then what he sold shall
I
remain in
think
the
he
hands
is,
of the buyer
right?
until the year of Jubilee. In the Jubilee it shall be released,
What is
and
it?
he shall return to his property. If a man sells a dwelling house in a walled city, he may redeem it within a year of its sale. For a full year he shall have the right of
Security
redemption.
toilet?
If it
Is
is
it
not
big tent
redeemed
real?
within a full year, then the house in the walled city shall belong in perpetuity to the buyer throughout his generations. It shall not be released in the Jubilee. But the houses of the villages that have no wall around them shall be classified with the
Skippy
fields of the
toilet is a
land.
big channel.
They may be redeemed,
Let me
and
get-
they
let me
shall
see.
be released in the Jubilee. As for the cities of the Levites may redeem at any time the houses in the cities they possess. And if one of the Levites exercises his right of
Holy
redemption,
shit, what the fuck?
then the house that was sold in a
53
city
million.
they possess shall be released in
What
the
is this
Jubilee.
thing?
For the houses in the cities of the Levites are their possession among the people of Israel. But the fields of pasture land belonging to their cities may not be sold, for that is their possession.
This came out a year ago.
If your brother becomes poor and cannot maintain himself with you, you shall support him as though he were a stranger.
Yeah, I don't
and
know
a
what the fuck
sojourner,
this is.
And he shall live with you. Take no interest from him or profit.
Yeah,
but
set
fear
this
your
humanity
God,
back and burn
and your
your
brother may
ears.
live beside you.
Good
You
luck,
shall
future
not lend him
historians.
your money at interest,
Alright.
nor give him your food for profit.
I
A
am
lot
the
of
Lord your
cool stuff.
God who brought you out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and to be your God.
If your brother becomes poor beside you and sells himself to you, you shall not make him serve as a slave. He shall be with you as a hired servant
Inception.
and as a sojourner. He shall serve with you until the year of the Jubilee.
Cast.
Then he shall go out from
Yep.
you, he
So
and his
that'd be
children
yes.
with him, and go back to his own clan and return to the possession of his fathers.
Yes.
For they are my servants, who
You got
I
it.
brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves. You shall not rule over him
All right.
ruthlessly, but shall fear your God.
As for your male and female slaves whom you may have,
I thought the Skippy
you may
toilet
buy
thing was
male
from
and
the
female
Indian
slaves
guy.
from among the nations that
Yeah,
are
he finally
around
got
you.
it.
You may also buy from among the strangers
So
who
I guess it
sojourn
depends on
with
the
you,
questions.
and their clans that are with you, who have been born in your land, and they may be your property.
Skippity.
You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as
So.
a possession forever. You may make slaves of them, but over your brothers, the people of Israel, you shall
It's
not
from
make
this, right?
one over another ruthlessly. If a stranger or sojourner with you becomes rich, and your
Festivity
brother
song.
beside you becomes poor, and sells himself to the stranger or sojourner with you, or to a member of the stranger's clan,
Right.
then
I gotta
after
pay
he is
attention
sold,
now.
he may be redeemed. One of his brothers may redeem him, or his uncle, or his
I just missed this entire audiobook.
cousin may
Right, let
redeem
me
him, or a close relative from his
summarize
clan
it.
may redeem him. Or if he grows rich, he may redeem himself. He shall calculate with his buyer from the year when he sold himself to him until the year of Jubilee, and the price of his sale shall vary with the number
What
of
did I
years.
miss?
The time he was with his owner shall be rated as the time of a hired servant.
Laws about offerings.
If there are still many years left, he shall pay proportionally
Rules for priests,
for his
offering
redemption,
burnt.
some of his sale price.
Consec-
If there remain but a few years
consecration of
until
Aaron
the year
and
of
his sons
Jubilee,
as
he
priests.
shall calculate
Begin their
and pay
duty
for
offering
his redemption in
sacrifices
proportion
for
to his
themselves
years
and
of
the people.
service.
Death
He
of
shall treat him
Naboth.
as a servant hired year by year.
As
He
I
shall not rule
I am
ruthlessly
just gonna read the
over him in
summaries.
your sight. And
It's
if
not
he
that
is
important
not
anyways, it's
redeemed
like
by these
all the
means,
laws and
then
stuff.
he and his children with him shall be
Procedures about
released in the
chasing,
year of
cleansing
Jubilee.
those hills, skin disease, contaminated
For it is
houses,
to
laws
me
about
that
bodily
the people of
discharges
Israel
or
are
purity,
servants. They
Day
are
of
my
Atonement,
servants
instructions
whom I
for
brought
Yom
out of
Kippur
the land
roses
of
thing.
Egypt. I am the Lord your
Annual
God.
Atonement Day. I wanted to see what this
Lord your
was.
God.
Leviticus 26.
You shall not make idols for yourselves, or erect an image or
The Day of
And the
Atonement.
Lord said unto Moses, Speak unto Aaron thy brother, that he come not at all times into the holy place within the veil before the mercy seat, which is upon the ark, that he die not, for I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. Thus shall Aaron come into the holy place, with a young bullock for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, and he shall have the linen breeches upon his flesh, and shall be girded with a linen girdle, and with the linen mitre shall he be attired. These are holy garments. Therefore shall he wash his flesh in water, and so put them on. And he shall take of the congregation of the children of Israel 2 kids of the goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. And he shall take the 2 goats, and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for the scapegoat, and the other lot for the Lord. And Aaron shall bring the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bullock of the sin offering which is for himself. And he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar before the Lord, and his hands full of sweet incense, beaten small, and bring it within the veil. And he shall
When you're
put the
streaming again?
incense upon the
Well, I want
fire
to finish
before
this
the
as soon as
Lord,
possible.
that the cloud of the
So
incense
probably when
may
I get
cover the
back up-
mercy seat that is upon the testimony, that he die not. And he shall take the blood
just
of the
gonna be
bullock
binging the
and
Bible.
sprinkle it with his finger upon the mercy seat eastward, and before the mercy seat shall he sprinkle of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then shall he kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it upon the mercy seat, and before the mercy seat. And he shall go out unto the altar that is before the Lord, and make an
Evening
atonement
time?
for
Probably.
it, and shall take of the blood of the bullock, and
If
of the
I'm not
blood of the
asleep, I'm
goat,
probably gonna be
and put it
streaming.
upon the horns of the altar round about.
Like I'm just binging
And
this
when he
thing
hath
like
made an
a
end of
binge
reconciling
show.
the holy place, and the tabernacle of the congregation, and the altar, he shall bring the live goat.
I'm gonna try to finish this
and
as soon as
Aaron shall
possible.
lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions and all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. And the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquities unto a land not inhabited, and he shall let go the goat in the wilderness. And he shall wash his flesh with water, and offer his burnt offering, and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself and for the people. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year.
So we do that once a year.
the pillar, and you shall not
Right,
set up
see
a
ya.
figured stone in your land to bow down to it. For I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my
Okay, catch up to it. Prohibition of consuming blood and rules for offering sacrifices only at the tabernacle. Prohibitions in sexual immorality, including incest, adultery, idolatrous practice, incest. But like the entire Israelites is technically incest. They all come from one father. Call to holiness through ethical behavior such as honesty, justice, and loving one's neighbor. Penalties for serious sin, including adultery, idolatry, and child sacrifice. Bruh, what? But like Isaac literally did that. Abraham literally did that. That's a serious sin, apparently. I mean, God told him to sacrifice his son. So it's a sin now. He changed his mind. Standards for priestly conduct were prohibitions against priests marrying certain women or becoming ritually unclean. Rules for offering acceptable sacrifices, priest consumptions, holy days, and jubilee. Instructions for celebrating holidays and festivals, including Sabbath, Passover, and Day of Atonement, tabernacle, lampstand, bread of presence, penalties for blasphemy. Laws about Sabbath year of Jubilee, emphasizing rest and freedom. Promises of blessings for obedience and curses for disobedience to God's commandments. Rules about vows and valuation of offerings made to God.
My Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary.
All right, two
I
more
am the Lord.
chapters.
If you walk in my statutes and observe my commandments and do them, then I will give you your rains in their season, and the land shall yield its increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. Your threshing shall last to the time of the grape harvest, and the grape harvest shall last to the time for sowing. And you shall eat your bread to the full and dwell in your land securely. I will give peace in the land, and you shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. And I will remove harmful beasts from the land, and the sword shall not go through your land. You shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall chase 10,000, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. I will turn to you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and will confirm my covenant with you. You shall eat old store long kept, and you shall clear out the old to make way for the new. I will make my dwelling among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and will be your God, and you shall be my people. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that you should not be their slaves. And I have broken the bars of your yoke, and made you walk erect. But if you will not listen to me, and will not do all these commandments,
he keeps mentioning that
if you
he's freed
spurn
them.
my statutes, and if your soul abhors my rule,
Wait. Isn't the entire Israel race technically incest? And didn't God tell Abraham to sacrifice his son? It's like, hey God, what the fuck, man? Yep, these points are from narrative, Hebrew, Bible, Old Testament, are often subjects of theological and historical discussion. Maybe he changed his mind. Is the Israelite race technically incest? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, later Israel. Father of 12 sons, 30 wives, Leah, Context in ancient times. Close marriages were not uncommon in early history, given they believed to have a smaller population. According to Genesis, even Adam and Eve's children would have had to marry each other. The Torah later set laws prohibiting incest, which applied to later generations. Did God tell Abraham to sacrifice his son? Yes. Central story, binding of Isaac. The binding of Isaac. Is that where it's from? The game? God, commandments, Abraham, purpose of the test. Obedience to God. But it's like any sacrifice. And child sacrifice. Reddit is pro-incest. God of the Bible is pro-incest. Why did God ask him to? Yeah, and then later he's like, yeah, that's a sin. You done fucked up.
so that you will not do all my commandments, but break my covenant, then I will do this to you.
I will visit you with panic, with wasting disease and fever that consume the eyes and make the heart ache. And you shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. I will set my face against you, and you shall be struck down before your enemies. Those who hate you shall rule over you, and you shall flee when none pursues you. And if in spite of this you will not listen to me, then I will discipline you again sevenfold for your sins. And I will break the pride of your power, And I will make your heavens like iron, and your earth like bronze. And your strength shall be spent in vain, for your land shall not yield its increase, and the trees of the land shall not yield their fruit. Then if you walk contrary to me and will not listen to me, I will continue striking you sevenfold for your sins, and I will let loose the wild beasts against you, which shall bereave you of your children, and destroy your livestock, and make you few in number, so that your roads shall be deserted. And if by this discipline you are not turned to me, but walk contrary to me, then I also will walk contrary to you, and I myself will strike you sevenfold for your sins. And I will bring a sword upon you, that shall execute vengeance for the covenant. And if you gather within your cities, I will send pestilence among you, and you shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. When I break your supply of bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in a single oven, and shall dole out your bread again by weight, and you shall eat and not be satisfied. But if in spite of this you will not listen to me, but walk contrary to me, then I will walk contrary to you in fury, and I myself will discipline you sevenfold for your sins. You shall eat the flesh of your sons, and you shall eat the flesh of your daughters, and I will destroy your high places, and cut down your incense altars, and cast your dead bodies upon the dead bodies of your idols. And my
God is
soul will
savage,
abhor
man.
you, and I will lay your cities waste, and will make your sanctuaries desolate, and I will not smell your pleasing aromas. And I myself will devastate the land, so that your enemies who settle in it shall be appalled at it. And I will scatter you among the nations, and I will unsheath the sword after you. And your land shall be a desolation, and your cities shall be a waste. Then the land shall enjoy its Sabbaths, as long as it lies desolate, while you are in your enemy's land. Then the land shall rest and enjoy its Sabbaths, as long as it lies desolate, it shall have rest, the rest that it did not have on your Sabbaths when you were dwelling in it. And as for those of you who are left, I will send faintness into their hearts in the lands of their enemies. The sound of a driven leaf shall put them to flight, and they shall flee as one flees from the sword, and they shall fall when none pursues. They shall stumble over one another, as if to escape a sword, though none pursues. And you shall have no power to stand before your enemies, and you shall perish among the nations, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. And those of you who are left shall rot away in your enemies' lands because of their iniquity, and also because of the iniquities of their fathers. They shall rot away like them. But if they confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their fathers in their treachery that they committed against me, and also in walking contrary to me, so that I walked contrary to them, and brought them into the land of their enemies, if then their uncircumcised heart is humble, and they make amends for their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and I will remember my covenant with Isaac, and my covenant with Abraham, and I will remember the land. But the land shall be abandoned by them, and enjoy its Sabbaths, while it lies desolate without them. And they shall make amends for their iniquity, because they spurned my rules, and their soul abhorred my statutes.
Yet for all that, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not spurn them, neither will I abhor them so as to destroy them utterly, and break my covenant with them, for I am the Lord their God. But I will for their sake remember the covenant with their forefathers, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the nations, that I might be their God. I am the Lord.
These are the statutes and rules and laws that the Lord made between himself and the people of Israel through Moses on Mount Sinai.
So he's saying, let's start over.
Leviticus
This is the new
27.
laws.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
Speak to the people of Israel and say to them,
If anyone makes a special vow to the Lord involving the valuation of persons, then the valuation of a male from 20 years old up to 60 years old shall be 50 shekels of silver, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. If the person is a female, the valuation shall be 30 shekels. If the person is from 5 years old up to 20 years old, the valuation shall be for a male 20 shekels, and for a female 10 shekels. If the person is from a month old up to 5 years old, the valuation shall be for a male 5 shekels of silver, and for a female the valuation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if the person is 60 years old or over, then the valuation for a male shall be 15 shekels, and for a female 10 shekels. And if someone is too poor to pay the valuation, then he shall be made to stand before the priest, and the priest shall value him. The priest shall value him according to what the vower can afford. If the vow is an animal that may be offered as an offering to the Lord, all
He's
of
putting
it that he
values
gives
on
to the
people.
Lord is holy. He shall not exchange it or make a substitute for it, good for bad or bad for good. And if he does in fact substitute one animal for another, then both it and the substitute shall be holy. And if it is any unclean animal that may not be offered as an offering to the Lord, Then he shall stand the animal before the priest, and the priest shall value it as either good or bad. As the priest values it, so it shall be. But if he wishes to redeem it, he shall add a fifth to the valuation. When a man dedicates his house as a holy gift to the Lord, the priest shall value it as
So it's
either
a
good
tax
or bad.
system.
As the priest values it, so it shall stand. And if the donor wishes to redeem his house, he shall add a fifth to the valuation price, and it shall be his. If a man dedicates to the Lord part of the land that is his possession, then the valuation shall be in proportion to its seed. A homer of barley seed shall be valued at 50 shekels of silver. If he dedicates his field from the year of Jubilee, the valuation shall stand. But if he dedicates his field after the Jubilee, then the priest shall calculate the price according to the years that remain until the year of Jubilee, and a deduction shall be made from the valuation. And if he who dedicates the field wishes to redeem it, then he shall add a fifth to its valuation price, and it shall remain his. But if he does not wish to redeem the field, or if he has sold the field to another man, it shall not be redeemed any more. But the field, when it is released in the Jubilee, shall be a holy gift to the Lord, like a field that has been devoted. The priest shall be in possession of it. If he dedicates to the Lord a field that he has bought, which is not a part of his possession, then the priest shall calculate the amount of the valuation for it up to the year of Jubilee, and the man shall give the valuation on that day as a holy gift to the Lord. In the year of Jubilee, the field shall return to him from whom it was bought, to whom the land belongs as a possession. Every valuation shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary. 20 gerahs shall make a shekel. But a firstborn of animals, which as a firstborn belongs to the Lord, no man may dedicate, whether ox or sheep, it is the Lord's. And if it is an unclean animal, then he shall buy it back at the valuation, and add a fifth to it. Or if it is not redeemed, it shall be sold at the valuation. But no devoted thing that a man devotes to the Lord of anything that he has, whether man or beast, or of his inherited field, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No one devoted who is to be devoted for destruction from mankind shall be ransomed. He shall surely be put to death. Every tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the trees, is the Lord's. It is holy to the Lord. If a man wishes to redeem some of his tithe, he shall add a fifth to it. And every tithe of herds and flocks, every 10th animal of all that pass under the herdsman's staff, shall be holy to the Lord. One shall not differentiate between good or bad, neither shall he make a substitute for it. And if he does substitute for it, then both it and the substitute shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed.
These are the commandments that the Lord commanded
right,
Moses
we're
for the
done.
people of Israel on Mount Sinai.
We are done. I want to see this place.
Every time we gather as the church and partake in communion at the Lord's table, what do we celebrate?
Right, so Mount Sinai in Israel. So he walked all the way up here. Climbing Mount Sinai, Egypt. So basically what I get from this is the Israels went to Egypt. As a side note. The Israels were enslaved in Egypt, but learned how a country works. Learned how a country works. Then Moses took what he learned and tried to create his own country. I think that's what happened. He went to he was at Egypt. He was enslaved with all his people, and then when he left, he took all the knowledge with him, like how a country operates, all the laws and stuff, and the tax system. And then he took what he learned and he put it into law. He put it into the tablet. What is this? Egypt tour? That's Mount Sinai, right?
Yeah, we're here.
So he went up here and then did whatever prayer, got the commandments from God. This is where the Israelis lived. I'm currently studying Exodus, and your videos help bring these alive. Effort to climb Holy Mount Sinai. Now I'll ever make it there. Alright. We're on to what? What are we on to? Numbers. What is numbers about? Ah. What is the binding of Isaac? What is numbers about? The book of Numbers is the fourth book of the Torah. Continues the narrative of Israel's journey from Mount Sinai to the promised land of... God damn it, man. Hey, ChatGPT. You're fucking retarded. I guess it's named from the census. Alright, we're on to the next part. Gotta change the title. The census, taken in the book, but his Hebrew name, Bamidbar, in the wilderness better reflects his focus on Israel's 40 years of wandering in the desert due to their disobedience. Here's an overview of the numbers and the main themes. Their disobedience, census and organizations. So, I think Moses is just blaming them for a failed governing system. They're saying that the law would have worked if you guys were angels, but the reason why this government failed is because you guys were fucked up. And he's saying it's your fault that the system doesn't work. He's gaslighting them. Begins with this census of Israelite organism by tribes and military and administrative purposes. The census emphasized the preparation of the people for entering the promised land. Rebellion and judgment numbers highlights the Israelites' repeated disobedience and complaints against God and Moses. Yeah, because it's fucked up. It's a fucked up governing system. It doesn't work. Like, I'm looking at the laws and saying, like, this is not going to work out. Like, it might work in the beginning, but it's going to change over time, and you're going to have to change the laws. The census emphasized the preparations to the people for entering the promised land. Numbers highlight Israelites' repeated disobedience and complaining the lack of faith. The older generation is condemned to die in the wilderness, leaving the next generation to inherit the land. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. The book describes the Israelite travels, including hardships, battles, divine provisions, manna, water from rock, guidance by a pillar of cloud and fire. God's faithfulness. Despite people's failures, God remains faithful to his promises and ensures the survival of Israelites, leading them toward Canaan. Preparations for the promised land. The book concludes with the instructions for how the Israelites are to live in Canaan, including the division of the land among tribes. Chapters. The first census counts the Israelites men able to fight, so they're making a military now. Priestly duties and purity laws, rules for maintaining holiness, including the Nazarite vow. The journey begins. Instructions for moving the tabernacle and following the cloud god's presence. Rebellion. Moses strikes a rock instead of speaking it to God, commanded, leading his punishment of not entering the promised land. King Balak hires Balaam to curse Israel, but Balaam blesses them instead. This section includes the famous story of Balaam talking to donkey. Second census, the new census counts the next generation of Israelites. Laws and instructions, rules for inheritance and leadership. The Israelites defeat the Midianites as part of their preparations to enter Canaan. Instruction for dividing Canaan among tribes and establishing cities refuge. Key takeaways: faith and radiance, God's guidance, transition to new generation, passing of the leadership. Who's the main character in this book? Who's the main character? Is it still Moses? It's still Moses, leader of the Israelites. He plays a central role in the mediator between God and the people. They're delivering God's laws, leading the Israelites through. Lawgiver provides additional laws and instructs from God regarding sacrifices, purification, and life in the promised land. So he's basically the king. Like in Russia, you have a czar. In China, you have an emperor. In America, you have a president. And then for Israel, you have a mediator. He's the head of state, basically. Moses himself disobeys God by striking a rock to produce water instead of sticking to instruct it. As a result, he is forbidden from entering the promised land. I feel like that's an excuse. Like he wants an excuse to leave. Other notable figures in Numbers. Other characters: Aaron, Miriam, Joshua, Caleb, Korah, Balaam. Okay, let's get started. Numbers. Holy Bible with text.
Judah and the tribes that camped alongside it marched out first, carrying their banner. Nahshon, son of Amminadab, was the leader of the Judah tribe. Nathaniel, son of Zuar, was the leader.
Okay. What version is this? Audio English Contemporary? Drama version. Easy to understand. Easy to understand. Yes. Designed to be easily. Okay, let's use this then.
Numbers 1. The people of Israel had left Egypt and were living in the Sinai desert. Then on the first day of the second month of the second year, Moses was in the sacred tent when the Lord said,
I want you and Aaron to find out how many people are in each of Israel's clans and families, and make a list of all the men 20 years and older who are able to fight in battle.
So we're getting into the internal struggles. We're getting into the internal political internal politics. Very unstable.
The following 12 family leaders, one from each tribe, will help you.
Elizur, son of Shedeur from Reuben, Shelomiel, son of Zurishaddai from Simeon, Nahshon, son of Amminadab from Judah, Nethanel, son of Zuar from Issachar, Eliab, son of Helon from Zebulun, Elishama, son of Ammihud from Ephraim, Gamaliel, son of Pedazur from Manasseh, Abidan, son of Gideoni from Benjamin, Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai from Dan, Pagiel, son of Ochran from Asher, Eliasaph, son of Duel from Gad, and Ahira, son of Enan from Naphtali.
Moses and Aaron, together with these 12 tribal leaders, called together the people that same day. They were counted according to their clans and families. Then Moses and the others listed the names of the men 20 years and older, just as the Lord had commanded. The number of men from each tribe who were at least 20 years old and strong enough to fight in Israel's army was as follows: 46,500 from Reuben, the oldest son of Jacob; 59,300 from Simeon; 45,650 from Gad; 74,600 from Judah; 54,400 from Issachar; 57,400 from Zebulun; 40,500 from Ephraim; 32,200 from Manasseh; 35,400 from Benjamin; 62,700 from Dan, 41,500 from Asher, 53,400 from Naphtali. The total number of men registered by Moses, Aaron, and the 12 leaders was 603,550. But those from the Levi tribe were not included, because the Lord had said to Moses,
"When you count the Israelites, do not include those from the Levi tribe. Instead, give them the job of caring for the sacred tent, its furnishings, and the objects used for worship.
Moses
They will camp around the tent, and whenever you move,
blames
they will take
the
it down,
people.
carry it to the new camp, and set it up again. Anyone
Or
else who tries to go near it must be put to death.
being
The rest
loyal
of the Israelites
enough.
will camp in their own groups and under their own banners. But the Levites will camp around the sacred tent to make sure that no one goes near it and makes me furious with the Israelites."
The people of Israel did everything the Lord had commanded. Numbers 2. The Lord told Moses and Aaron how the Israelites should arrange their camp.
Each tribe must set up camp under its own banner and under the flags of its ancestral families. These camps will be arranged around the sacred tent, but not close to it.
Judah and the tribes that march with it must set up camp on the east side of the sacred tent under their own banner. The 74,600 troops of the tribe of Judah will be arranged by divisions and led by Nahshon, son of Amminadab. On one side of Judah will be the tribe of Issachar, with Nethanel, son of Zua, as the leader of its 54,000 troops. On the other side will be the tribe of Zebulun, with Eliab, son of Helon, as the leader of its 57,400 troops. These 186,400 troops will march into battle first. Reuben and the tribes that march with it must set up camp on the south side of the sacred tent, under their own banner. The 46,500 troops of the tribe of Reuben will be arranged by divisions and led by Elizur, son of Shedeur. On one side of Reuben will be the tribe of Simeon, with Shelomiel, son of
Is this God saying
Zurishaddai,
this?
as the leader of its
Who's saying this?
59,300 troops. On the other side will be the tribe of Gad, with Eliasaph, son of Duel, as the leader of its 45,650 troops. These 151,450 troops will
God
march
said
into
to
battle
Moses.
second.
He was
Marching
very
behind
specific.
Reuben will be the Levites, arranged in groups just as they are camped. They will carry the sacred tent and their own banners. Ephraim and the tribes that march with it must set up camp on the west side of the sacred tent under their own banner. The 40,500 troops of the tribe of Ephraim will be arranged by divisions and led by Elishama, son of Ammihud. On one side of Ephraim will be the tribe of Manasseh, with Gamaliel, son of Pedazur, as the leader of its 32,200 troops. On the other side will be the tribe of Benjamin, with Abidan, son of Gideoni, as the leader of its 35,400 troops. These 108,100 troops will march into battle third. Dan and the tribes that march with it must set up camp on the north side of the sacred tent, under their own banner. The 62,700 troops of the tribe of Dan will be arranged by divisions and led by Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai. On one side of Dan will be the tribe of Asher.
Apparently
with
this is God
Pagiel,
saying
son
this.
of Ochram, as the leader of its
Because it
41,500
says
troops.
Moses says,
On
or
the other
Moses
side
said to
will be
God.
the tribe of Naphtali, with Ahirat, son of Enan, as the leader of its 53,400 troops.
God spoke to Moses in
These
there and saying, da, 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 da.
157,600
Oh,
troops
God can
will
speak
march into battle
to Aaron now.
last.
So all the Israelites in the camp were counted according to their ancestral families. The troops were arranged by divisions and totaled 603,550. The
That's
only
a big
Israelites not
military.
included were the Levites, just as the Lord had commanded.
Hold up. How Israel military today? How many people? IDF personnel 1 million. God damn. Reaching military 60K, 60K. So military ages 17. You're conscripted for 24 to 34 months. Available for military service. 1.5 million. That's 2016. Active personnel, budget, billions. All right, that's today. Back then, like thousands of years ago, they had about 600K. But the total enrolled in divisions for all troops, 600K. Levites, however, were not recorded among Israelites, as God had commanded Moses. Alright, so let me see what's going on. Why not Levites? Levites is this Levi. Let me see. They were divided into tribes. There were 12 tribes. Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher. Where is Ephraim and Manasseh? What'd you say? Well, what is this? Troop by troop, chieftain of Judites. That's Judah. Chieftain of Issacharites. Issachar. And then Zebulun has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right. Zebulun. That's Zebulun, and then it should be Benjamin. Division of Judah? We count 7, 12, 12, 17, 18. Yeah, that's about right. That's total. And then division of Reuben. It's tribe of Simeon. Yep, that's Simeon. And God, Reuben, tenant meeting. Ephraim, division of Ephraim. Tribe of Manasseh, Benjamin, Ephraim, Asher. Yep, there's Asher. Naphtali. Israelites. Total enrolled division. The Levites. Who are the Levites? We're a group of religious officials. Tribe of Levi. Where's Levi? 12 tribes. Who were the 12 tribes of Israel? Named after Jacob, who was the grandson of Abraham. The 12 are... We're looking for Levi, though. Tribes of Levi, yeah. Jacob, 12 brothers. Joseph, Reuben, Naphtali, Issachar, Dan, Gad, Benjamin, and then there's Levi and Simeon. And we know that Levi is Moses' father, right? One of Joseph's brother. What happened to Levi? There's Reuben, Simon, Judah. Reuben, Simon, Judah. Who are we missing here? Levi and Simeon. We have Simeon. All right, let's just go down the list. Reuben, we have Reuben. Simeon, we have Simeon. Judah, we know Judah. Issachar, we know him. Zebulun, we know Zebulun. Yep. Benjamin. Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher. Gad, Asher. Who is he? Is it Ephraim? Ephraim is Levi, right? That's the only one that doesn't have a match. We're adopted. This is Levi's unique role. The Levites didn't inherit land because of their priestly duties. Instead, they lived in Levitical cities. So, who were the 12 brothers? Wasn't Levi one of the 12 brothers of Joseph? And why isn't and who replaced them? Wait, and doesn't that make 13 tribes? Doesn't that make 13 tribes? When there were 12 brothers? You're absolutely correct. There's a bit of complexity of how the 12 tribes of Israel counted. And it can seem like there's 13 tribes because of how Joseph's tribe is handled. Here's a breakdown. Alright, tell me. Why there are 13 names but only 12 tribes? 12 sons of Jacob. Jacob had 12 biological sons, and they were Reuben, Simon, Levi, These sons are the patriarchs of the tribe. Joseph's tribe split into two. Joseph received a double portion of inheritance because of two sons. Ephraim and Manasseh were adopted by Jacob as his own sons. Really? So there's supposed to be 13 then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this is Joseph. So where did Levi go? Where the fuck did Levi go? The tribe of Levi did not receive. Okay, so he positions his own tribe above everyone else's. Moses puts his own tribe, Levi, his fathers, above everyone else. How the 12 tribes are counted. So there's a political infighting going on. How the 12 tribes are counted depending on context, with their own including Ephraim instead of Joseph. Omitting Levi when land division is in focus, they didn't inherit a territory. Okay, so they didn't inherit a territory, but they're pretty high on the list. But Levites don't receive land, inherit land. Tribe, 12 tribes listed.
The leader of the
too loud.
Did Moses. Israel did everything the Lord had told Moses. They arranged their camp according to clans and families, with each tribe under its own banner.
All right, so what year is this? So, what year? It's about 1250.
And that was the order by which they marched into battle. Numbers 3. When the Lord talked with Moses on Mount Sinai, Aaron's 4 sons, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, were the ones to be ordained as priests. But the Lord killed Nadab and Abihu in the Sinai desert, when they used fire that was unacceptable in their offering to the Lord. And because Nadab and Abihu had no sons, only Eleazar and Ithamar served as priests with their father Aaron. The Lord said to Moses,
Assign the Levi tribe to Aaron the priest. They will be his assistants, and will work at the sacred tent for him and for all the Israelites. The Levites will serve the community by being responsible for the furnishings of the tent. They are assigned to help Aaron and his sons who have been appointed to be priests. Anyone else who tries to perform the duties of a priest must be put to death. Moses, I have chosen these Levites from all Israel, and they will belong to me in a special way. When I killed the firstborn sons of the Egyptians, I decided that the firstborn sons in every Israelite family and the firstborn males of their flocks and herds would be mine. But now I accept these Levites in place of the firstborn sons of the Israelites.
In the Sinai desert, the Lord said to Moses,
Now I want you to count the men and boys in the Levi tribe by families and by clans. Include everyone at least a month old.
So Moses obeyed and counted them. Levi's 3 sons, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari, had become the heads of their own clans. Gershon's sons were Libni and Shimei. Kohath's sons were Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. And Merari's sons were Malai and Mushai. These were the sons and grandsons of Levi, and they had become the leaders of the Levite clans. The 2 Gershon clans were the Libnites and the Shimeites, and they had 7,500 men and boys at least 1 month old. The Gershonites were to camp on the west side of the sacred tent, under the leadership of Eliasaph, son of Lael. Their duties at the tent included taking care of the tent itself, along with its outer covering, the curtain for the entrance, the curtains hanging inside the courtyard around the tent, as well as the curtain and ropes for the entrance to the courtyard and its altar. The Gershonites were responsible for setting these things up and taking them down. The 4 Kohath clans were the Amramites, the Izharites, Hebronites, and the Uzzielites, and they had 8,600 men and boys at least 1 month old. The Kohathites were to camp on the south side of the sacred tent, under the leadership of Elizaphan, son of Uzziel. Their duties at the tent included taking care of the sacred chest, the table for the sacred bread, the lampstand, the altars, the objects used for worship, and the curtain in front of the most holy place. The Kohathites were responsible for setting these things up and taking them down. Eleazar, son of Aaron, was the head of the Levite leaders, and he made sure that the work at the sacred tent was done. The 2 Merari clans were the Malites and the Mushites, and they had 6,200 men and boys at least 1 month old. The Merarites were to camp on the north side of the sacred tent, under the leadership of Zuriel, son of Abihail. Their duties included taking care of the tent frames and the pieces that held the tent up, the bars, the posts, the stands, and its other equipment. They were also in charge of the posts that supported the courtyard, as well as their stands, tent pegs, and ropes. The Merari clans were responsible for setting these things up and taking them down. Moses, Aaron, and his sons were to camp in front of the sacred tent, on the east side, and to make sure that the Israelites worshipped in the proper way. Anyone else who tried to
let me just see a summary of it first.
God had brought them to Mount Sinai, and he entered into a covenant with them there. And despite Israel's rebellion, God had graciously provided a way for Israel to live near his holy presence in the tabernacle. So the book of Numbers begins as Israel wraps up their 1-year stay at Mount Sinai, and they head out into the wilderness on their way to the land that God promised Abraham. Now the book's storyline is designed according to the stages of their journey. So the first section begins at Mount Sinai, but then they set out and travel to the wilderness of Paran. And then from there, they travel to the plains of Moab, which is right across from the Promised Land. Now the first part opens with a census where the people are numbered. That's where the book gets its name. And then there are laws about how the tribes of Israel were to be arranged in their camp. So the tabernacle was to be at the center, and then around that, the priests and the Levites, and then around them, the 12 tribes neatly arranged with Judah at their head. Now, this was all an elaborate symbol about how God's holy presence was at the center of their existence as a people. This is all followed by a whole series of laws that develop the purity laws from the book of Leviticus. If God's presence was going to be in their midst, every effort should be made to make the camp pure, a place that welcomes God's holiness. In chapter 10, the cloud of God's presence lifts from the tabernacle and guides Israel away from Sinai out into the wilderness. And immediately things go terribly wrong. So in chapter 11, the people start complaining about their hunger and thirst and how they want to go back to Egypt. And then in chapter 12, Moses' own brother and sister begin opposing and bad-mouthing him in front of all of the people. This trip is not off to a good start. The next section begins as the Israelites arrive in the desert of Paran, about halfway to the Promised Land. And God tells Moses to send out the 12 spies, one for each tribe, so they can scout out the Promised Land. So when the spies all return, 10 of them say that there is no chance Israel can survive there because the Canaanites will destroy them. But there are 2 spies, Caleb and Joshua, who say that God can save them. But the 10 whip up the people into a fearful rage, and they start planning a mutiny. They're going to appoint a new leader and head back to Egypt. So God is understandably angry, and Moses intercedes on the people's behalf. He calls God to be faithful to his promises to Abraham. And so God does, but not at the expense of his justice. He gives these Israelites what they want, to not enter the land. And God sentences this generation to wander in the wilderness for 40 years until they die. Only their children will get to enter the Promised Land. Now, you'd think this severe consequence would wake them up, but it gets even worse. So in the next story, there's a whole group of Levites that begin a rebellion, and they challenge Moses and Aaron's leadership, saying that they have gone way too far. So God deals severely with these Levites, and he renews his commitment to Moses and Aaron as Israel's leaders. Now, as they leave the region of Paran and hit the road, it goes downhill yet again. The Israelites start complaining again about their thirst, and they ask why Moses even brought them out of Egypt in the first place. So God tells Moses to speak to a rock to bring out water for all of the people. But Moses doesn't really do this. He oversteps his bounds. He hits the rock twice and then says, "You rebels, do we have to bring water out of this rock?" So Moses dishonors God by putting himself in God's place as the one who brings out the water. And so Moses brings down on himself the same fate as the wilderness generation. He too will die in the desert and never get to enter the Promised Land. After this, the Israelites rebel yet again, and God brings a very strange judgment on them, venomous snakes to come and bite the people. And so Moses again intercedes on behalf of the people. And God tells Moses to do this, to make a bronze snake and to lift it up on a pole, so that whoever looks at this snake would be healed of the poisonous snake bite. It's a very strange symbol, but it speaks to the challenge that God has by being faithful to his covenant. He's right to bring justice on the Israelites' evil and sin. But even God's justice gets transformed into a source of life for those who will look to God for healing. From here, the people head into the plains of Moab. And the first main part of the section focuses on the strange figure of Balaam. So the king of Moab is freaked out at this huge group of people traveling through his territory. So he hires a pagan sorcerer, Balaam, to pronounce curses on Israel. And 3 different times, Balaam finds that he cannot curse them. He can utter only blessing upon Israel. Remember God's promise to Abraham from Genesis 12. So not only can Balaam not curse Israel, but God actually gives him a vision about a future Israelite king who will one day bring God's justice to all of the nations. This vision recalls Jacob's promise to Judah in Genesis chapter 49. Now, it's worth stopping to reflect on the flow of the book so far. The rebellion stories in the wilderness, they just heap up on one another, getting worse and worse. And while God does bring partial acts of judgment on Israel, he's also kept showing mercy, providing food and water along the way. And so the Balaam story, it shows God's grace in bright colors. Because here's Israel. They're down in the camp, grumbling and rebelling. But up in the hills, unbeknownst to them, God is protecting and even blessing them. And it's this contrast between Israel's rebellion and God's faithfulness in the wilderness. That's what made these stories so important for later generations of Israel. So the wilderness stories are retold time and again by later biblical prophets and poets, and even by the apostles in the New Testament. And these stories always serve as a warning that while God will remain faithful to his covenant promises, he will also allow his people to walk away in rebellion and face the consequences. After this, the rest of the book focuses on the children of the wilderness generation, and they begin preparing to inherit the Promised Land. They take another census of the new generation, then they go on and win a number of battles with the people groups around them.
Now, this is more believable. Like, there's political infighting going on
So
here.
the book ends with the new generation.
Like, this is the shit that happens in every
Moses
country.
is about to deliver his final words of wisdom and warning. But for now, that's what the book of Numbers is all about.
Do the work of Moses and Aaron was to be put to death. So Moses and Aaron obeyed the Lord and counted the Levites by their clans. The total number of Levites, at least 1 month old, was 22,000. The Lord said to Moses,
"Make a list and count the firstborn sons at least 1 month old in each of the Israelite families. They belong to me, but I will accept the Levites as substitutes for them. And I will accept the Levites' livestock as substitutes for the Israelites' firstborn livestock.
Moses obeyed the Lord and counted the firstborn sons. There were 22,273 of them. Then the Lord said,
The Levites will belong to me and will take the place of the firstborn sons. Their livestock will take the place of the Israelites' firstborn livestock. But since there are more firstborn sons than Levites, the extra 273 men and boys must be bought back from me. For each one, you are to collect 5 pieces of silver, weighed according to the official standard.
I'm pretty sure there's the other point of view, the 11 other tribes. I'm pretty sure they also have a point of view. And it's different from whatever Moses is saying. Like Moses is saying, oh, God gave this to me, so I'm going to do the good thing. And then put myself above others. And I'm the priest, and my brother's the priest. But the other tribes are going, hey man, what the fuck? You're one of us, right? Like, we hear God too. Like, you can't just put yourself above others.
This money must then be given to Aaron and his sons.
So there's
Moses
political
collected the
infighting
silver
among
from
the
extra
12 tribes.
273 firstborn men and boys, and it amounted to 1,365 pieces of silver, weighed according to the official standards. Then he gave it to Aaron and his sons, just as the Lord had commanded. Numbers 4. The Lord told Moses and Aaron,
Find out how many men between the ages of 30 and 50 are in the 4 Levite clans of Kohath. Count only those who are able to work at the sacred tent.
The Kohathites will be responsible for carrying the sacred objects used in worship at the sacred tent. When the Israelites are ready to move their camp, Aaron and his sons will enter the tent and take down the curtain that separates the sacred chest from the rest of the tent. They will cover the chest with this curtain, and then with a piece of fine leather, and cover it all with a solid blue cloth. After this, they will...
Wait. Benjamin Netanyahu. Where is he from? What tribe are you from? What tribe is Benjamin Netanyahu from? Does not have a tribe. Really? The 12 tribes of Israel were tied to ancient ancestry, and most modern Jews no longer have records. Okay, so we just don't know.
The carrying
It's
poles
over.
in place. Next, Aaron and his sons will use another blue cloth to cover the table for the sacred bread. On the cloth they will place the dishes, the bowls for incense, the cups, the jugs for wine, as well as the bread itself. They are to cover all this with a bright red cloth, and then with a piece of fine leather before putting the carrying poles in place. With another blue cloth, they will cover the lampstand, along with the lamps, the lamp snuffers, the fire pans, and the jars of oil for the lamps. All of this will then be covered with a piece of fine leather and placed on a carrying frame. The gold incense altar is to be covered with a blue cloth, and then with a piece of fine leather before its carrying poles are put in place. Next, Aaron and his sons will take blue cloth and wrap all the objects used in worship at the sacred tent. These will need to be covered with a piece of fine leather, then placed on a carrying frame. They are to remove the ashes from the bronze altar and cover it with a purple cloth. On that cloth will be placed the utensils used at the altar, including the fire pans, the meat forks, the shovels, and the sprinkling bowls. All of this will then be covered with a piece of fine leather before the carrying poles are put in place. When the camp is ready to be moved, the Kohathites will be responsible for carrying the sacred objects and the furnishings of the sacred tent. But Aaron and his sons must have already covered those things, so the Kohathites won't touch them and die. Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, will be in charge of the oil for the lamps, the sweet-smelling incense, the grain for the sacrifices, and the olive oil used for dedications and ordinations. Eleazar is responsible for seeing that the sacred tent, its furnishings, and the sacred objects are taken care of. The Kohathites must not go near or even look at the sacred objects until Aaron and his sons have covered those objects. If they do, their entire clan will be wiped out. So make sure that Aaron and his sons go into the tent with them and tell them what to carry.
The Lord said to Moses,
Find out how many men between the ages of 30 and 50 are in the 2 Levite clans of Gershon. Count only those who are able to work at the sacred tent.
The Gershonites will be responsible for carrying the curtains of the sacred tent, its 2 outer coverings, the curtain for the entrance to the tent, the curtains hanging around the courtyard of the tent, and the curtain and ropes for the entrance to the courtyard. The Gershonites are to do whatever needs to be done to take care of these things, and they will carry them wherever Aaron and his sons tell them to. These are the duties of the Gershonites at the sacred tent, and Ithamar, son of Aaron, will make sure they do their work.
The Lord said,
Moses, find out how many men between 30 and 50 are in the 2 Levite clans of Merari, but count only those who are able to work at the sacred tent.
The Merarites will be responsible for carrying the frames of the tent and its other pieces, including the bars, the posts, the stands, as well as the posts that support the courtyard, together with their stands, tent pegs, and ropes. The Merarites are to be told exactly what objects they are to carry, and Ithamar, son of Aaron, will make sure they do their work.
Moses, Aaron, and the other Israelite leaders obeyed the Lord and counted the Levi tribe by families and clans to find out how many men there were between the ages of 30 and 50 who could work at the sacred tent. There were 2,750 Kohathites, 2,630 Gershonites, and 3,200 Merarites, making a total of 8,580. Then they were all assigned their duties. Numbers 5. The Lord told Moses to say to the people of Israel,
Put out of the camp everyone who has leprosy, or a bodily discharge, or who has touched a dead body. Now that I live among my people, their camp must be kept clean.
The Israelites obeyed the Lord's instructions. The Lord told Moses to say to the community of Israel,
If any of you commit a crime against someone, you have sinned against me. You must confess your guilt and pay the victim in full for whatever damage has been done, plus a fine of 20%.
He can't just say it directly
if
to
the
the
victim
people,
has
he's got to
no
use
relative
Moses.
who can accept this money, it belongs to me and will be paid to the priest. In addition to that payment, you must take a ram for the priest to sacrifice, so your sin will be forgiven. When you make a donation to the sacred tent, that money belongs only to the priest.
I don't think this is a system that works.
The Lord told Moses
This
to
is
say to the people of
unsustainable.
Israel,
Suppose a man
Right,
becomes
you can't
jealous
just
and
tell
suspects that
people
his
to
wife has been
tax.
unfaithful, but he has no proof. He must take his wife to the priest, together with 2 pounds of ground barley, as an offering to find out if she is guilty. No olive oil or incense is to be put on that offering. The priest is to have the woman stand at my altar, where he will pour sacred water into a clay jar and stir in some dust from the floor of the sacred tent. Next, he will remove her veil, then hand her the barley offering and say, If you have been faithful to your husband, this water won't harm you. But if you have been unfaithful, it will bring down the Lord's curse. You will never be able to give birth to a child, and everyone will curse your name. Then the woman will answer,
If I am guilty, let it happen just as you say.
The priest will write these curses on special paper and wash them off into the bitter water, so that when the woman drinks this water, the curses will enter her body. He will take the barley offering from her and lift it up in dedication to me, the Lord. Then he will place it on my altar and burn part of it as a sacrifice. After that, the woman must drink the bitter water. If the woman has been unfaithful, the water will immediately make her unable to have children, and she will be a curse among her people. But if she is innocent, her body will not be harmed, and she will still be able to have children. This is the ceremony that must take place at my altar when a husband suspects that his wife has been unfaithful. The priest must have the woman stand in my presence and carefully follow these instructions. If the husband is wrong, he will not be punished. But if his wife is guilty, she will be punished.
Numbers 6. The Lord told Moses to say to the people of Israel,
If any of you want to dedicate yourself to me by vowing to become a Nazirite, you must no longer drink any wine or beer or use any kind of vinegar. Don't drink grape juice or eat grapes or raisins, not even the seeds or skins. Even the hair of a Nazirite is sacred to me, and as long as you are a Nazirite, you must never cut your hair. During the time that you are a Nazirite, you must never go close to a dead body, not even that of your father, mother, brother, or sister.
Whoa, Nazarite, that's a new thing. Nazarite. What is a Nazarite? In the Hebrew Bible, Nazarite or Nazarite is an Israelite man or woman who voluntarily took a vow. Numbers. What is a Nazarite? Jesus Christ is a Nazarite, right? It's a person in the Bible who takes a special vow of dedication to God in terms of Hebrew wording consecrated or set apart. Key features: no alcohol or grapevine products, no cutting of hair, avoidance of contact with the dead. Duration could be temporary or lifelong. At the end of the when's the first mention of this?
That would make you unclean. Your hair is the sign that you are dedicated to me, so remain holy. If someone suddenly dies near you, your hair is no longer sacred, and you must shave it 7 days later during the ceremony to make you clean. Then on the next day, bring 2 doves or 2 pigeons to the priest at the sacred tent. He will offer one of the birds as a sacrifice for sin, and the other as a sacrifice to please me. You will then be forgiven for being too near a dead body, and your hair will again become sacred. But the dead body made you unacceptable, so you must make another vow to become a Nazarite and be dedicated once more. Finally, a year-old ram must be offered as the sacrifice.
When's the first mention of it? The first mention of Nazarite. Is that it? The first mention of a Nazarite? Examples in Judges, Samuel, Luke, Acts. What's the first mention? In Numbers, instructions: for lo, thou shalt conceive and bear a son, and no razor shall come on his head, for the child shall be Nazarite unto God. The idea of Nazarite is already present in the context of Samson's birth and life. They shall abstain, speak to the Israelites and say unto them, if any man or woman explicitly utter a Nazarite's vow to set themselves apart for God. Okay, so like a caveman, right? Like these are people that just devout to God. So it would be the equivalent of like a hermit, right? Or a Buddhist. Like these are people that just go into the mountains and pray all day. They shall abstain from the wine, other intoxicant. They shall not drink wine or vinegar or of any other intoxicant. They shall not drink. So don't get drunk. Throughout their term as Nazarite, so it's like a Buddhist monk, they may not eat anything that is obtained from grapevine, even seeds or skin. Throughout the term of their vow as a Nazarite, no razor shall touch their head. It shall remain consecrated until the completion of their term as a Nazarite, the hair of their head being left to grow untrimmed. Throughout the term they set apart for God, they shall not go in where there is a dead person. Even if the father or mother, brother or sister should die, they must not become defiled for any of them, since hair set apart for their God is upon their head. Throughout their term as a Nazarite, they are consecrated to God. If someone dies suddenly nearby, defiling the consecrated hair, the Nazarite shall have the head at the time of becoming pure, shaving it on the 7th day. On the 8th day, the person shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons to the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting. The priest shall offer one as a sin offering and as a burnt offering. He shall rededicate to God, turns of Nazarite, bringing a lamb in the first year. So all that shit just to be a Nazarite.
Sacrifice to make things right. When you have completed your promised time of being a Nazarite, go to the sacred tent and offer 3 animals that have nothing wrong with them. A year-old ram as a sacrifice to please me, a year-old female lamb as a sacrifice for sin, and a full-grown ram as a sacrifice to ask my blessing. Wine offerings and grain sacrifices must also be brought with these animals. Finally, you are to bring a basket of bread made with your finest flour and olive oil, but without yeast. Also bring some thin wafers brushed with oil. The priest will take these gifts to my altar and offer them, so that I will be pleased and will forgive you. Then he will sacrifice the ram and offer the wine, grain, and bread. After that, you will stand at the entrance to the sacred tent, shave
that
your
where
head,
Nazareth comes
and
from?
put the hair in the fire where the priest has offered the sacrifice to ask my blessing. Once the meat from the ram's shoulder has been boiled, the priest will take it, along with 1 loaf of bread and 1 wafer brushed with oil, and give them to you. You will hand them back to the priest, who will lift them up in dedication to me. Then he can eat the meat from the ram's shoulder, its choice ribs, and its hind leg, because this is his share of the sacrifice. After this, you will no longer be a Nazirite, and will be free to drink wine. These are the requirements for Nazirites. However, if you can afford to offer more, you must do so.
The Lord told Moses,
When Aaron and his sons bless the people of Israel, they must say, I pray that the Lord will bless and protect you, and that he will show you mercy and kindness. May the Lord be good to you and give you peace.
Then the Lord said,
If Aaron and his sons ask me to bless the Israelites, I will give them my blessing.
Numbers 7. When Moses had finished setting up the sacred tent, he dedicated it to the Lord, together with its furnishings, the altar, and its equipment. Then the 12 tribal leaders of Israel, the same men who had been in charge of counting the people, came to the tent with gifts for the Lord. They brought 6 strong carts and 12 oxen, 1 ox from each leader, and a cart from every 2. The Lord said to Moses,
Accept these gifts, so the Levites can use them here at the sacred tent, for carrying the sacred things.
Then Moses took the carts and oxen and gave them to the Levites, who were under the leadership of Ithamar, son of Aaron. Moses gave 2 carts and 4 oxen to the Gershonites for their work, and 4 carts and 8 oxen to the Merarites for their work. But Moses did not give any to the Kohathites, because they were in charge of the sacred objects that had to be carried on their shoulders. On the day the altar was dedicated, the 12 leaders brought offerings for its dedication. The Lord said to Moses,
Each day 1 leader is to give his offering for the dedication.
So each leader brought the following gifts: a silver bowl that weighed over 3 pounds, and a silver sprinkling bowl weighing almost 2 pounds, both of them filled with flour and olive oil as grain sacrifices, and weighed according to the official standards. A small gold dish filled with incense. A young bull, a full-grown ram, and a year-old ram as sacrifices to please the Lord. A goat as a sacrifice for sin. And 2 bulls, 5 full-grown rams, 5 goats, and 5 rams a year old as sacrifices to ask the Lord's blessing. The tribal leaders brought their gifts and offerings in the following order. On the first day, Nahshon from Judah. On the second day, Nathanael from Issachar. On the third day, Eliab from Zebulun. On the fourth day, Elizur from Reuben. On the 5th day, Shelumiel from Simeon. On the 6th day, Eliasaph from Gad. On the 7th day, Elishama from Ephraim. On the 8th day, Gamaliel from Manasseh. On the 9th day, Abidan from Benjamin. On the 10th day, Ahiezer from Dan. On the 11th day, Pagiel from Asher. On the 12th day, Ahira from Naphtali. And so when the altar was dedicated to the Lord, these 12 leaders brought the following gifts:
12 silver bowls and 12 silver sprinkling bowls, weighing a total of about 60 pounds, according to the official standards. 12 gold dishes filled with incense and weighing about 3 pounds. 12 bulls, 12 full-grown rams, and 12 rams a year old as sacrifices to please the Lord, along with the proper grain sacrifices. 12 goats as sacrifices for sin, and 24 bulls, 60 full-grown rams, 60 goats, and 60 rams a year old as sacrifices to ask the Lord's blessing.
Whenever Moses needed to talk with the Lord, he went into the sacred tent, where he heard the Lord's voice coming from between the 2 winged creatures above the lid of the sacred chest. Numbers 8. The Lord said to Moses,
Tell Aaron to put the 7 lamps on the lampstand so they shine towards the front.
Aaron obeyed and placed the lamps as he was told. The lampstand was made of hammered gold from its base to the decorative flowers on top, exactly like the pattern the Lord had described to Moses. The Lord said to Moses,
"The Levites must be acceptable to me before they begin working at the sacred tent."
So separate them from the rest of the Israelites, and sprinkle them with the water that washes away their sins. Then have them shave their entire bodies and wash their clothes. They are to bring a bull and its proper grain sacrifice of flour mixed with olive oil. And they must bring a second bull as a sacrifice for sin.
Then you, Moses, will call together all the people of Israel and have the Levites go to my sacred tent, where the people will place their hands on them. Aaron will present the Levites to me as a gift from the people, so that the Levites will do my work.
After this, the Levites are to place their hands on the heads of the bulls.
32 chapters.
Then one of the bulls will be sacrificed for the forgiveness of sin, and the other to make sure that I am pleased. The Levites will stand at my altar in front of Aaron and his sons, who will then dedicate the Levites to me. This ceremony will show that the Levites are different from the other Israelites and belong to me in a special way. After they have been made acceptable and have been dedicated, they will be allowed to work at my sacred tent. They are mine and will take the place of the firstborn Israelite sons. When I killed the oldest sons of the Egyptians, I decided that the firstborn sons in each Israelite family would be mine, as well as every firstborn male from their flocks and herds. But now I have chosen these Levites as substitutes for the firstborn sons, and I have given them as gifts to Aaron and his sons to serve at the sacred tent. I will hold them responsible for what happens to anyone who gets too close to the sacred tent.
Moses, Aaron, and the other Israelites made sure that the Levites did everything the Lord had commanded. The Levites sprinkled themselves with the water of forgiveness and washed their clothes. Then Aaron brought them to the altar and offered sacrifices to forgive their sins and make them acceptable to the Lord. After this, the Levites worked at the sacred tent as assistants to Aaron and his sons, just as the Lord had commanded. The Lord also told Moses,
Levites who are between the ages of 25 and 50 can work at my sacred tent. But once they turn 50, they must retire. They may help the other Levites in their duties, but they must no longer be responsible for any work themselves. Remember this when you assign their duties.
Numbers 9. During the first month of Israel's second year in the Sinai desert, the Lord had told Moses to say to the people,
Celebrate Passover in the evening of the 14th day of this month, and do it by following all the regulations.
Moses told the people what the Lord had said, and they celebrated Passover there in the desert in the evening of the 14th day of the first month. Some people in Israel's camp had touched a dead body and had become unfit to worship the Lord, and they could not celebrate Passover. But they asked Moses and Aaron,
Even though we have touched a dead body, why can't we celebrate Passover and offer sacrifices to the Lord at the same time as everyone else?
Moses said,
Wait here while I go into the sacred tent and find out what the Lord says about this.
The Lord then told Moses to say to the community of Israel,
If any of you or your descendants touch a dead body and become unfit to worship me, or if you are away on a long journey, you may still celebrate Passover. But it must be done in the second month, in the evening of the 14th day. Eat the Passover lamb with thin bread and bitter herbs, and don't leave any of it until morning, or break any of the animal's bones. Be sure to follow these regulations. But if any of you refuse to celebrate Passover when you are not away on a journey, you will no longer belong to my people. You will be punished because you did not offer sacrifices to me at the proper time. Anyone, including foreigners who live among you, can celebrate Passover if they follow all the regulations.
As soon as the sacred tent was set up, a thick cloud appeared and covered it. The cloud was there each day, and during the night a fire could be seen in it. The Lord used this cloud to tell the Israelites when to move their camp and where to set it up again. As long as the cloud covered the tent, the Israelites did not break camp. But when the cloud moved, they followed it, and wherever it stopped, they camped and stayed there, whether it was only one night, a few days, a month, or even a year. As long as the cloud remained over the tent, the Israelites stayed where they were. But when the cloud moved, so did the Israelites. They obeyed the Lord's commands and went wherever he directed Moses. Numbers 10. The Lord told Moses,
Have someone make 2 trumpets out of hammered silver.
These will be used to call the people together and to give the signal for moving your camp. If both trumpets are blown, everyone is to meet with you at the entrance of the sacred tent. But if just one is blown, only the 12 tribal leaders need to come together. Give a signal on a trumpet, and it is time to break camp. The first blast will be the signal for the tribes camped on the east side, and the second blast will be the signal for those on the south. But when you want everyone to come together, sound a different signal on the trumpet. The priests of Aaron's family will be the ones to blow the trumpets, and this law will never change. Whenever you go into battle against an enemy attacking your land, give a warning signal on the trumpets. Then I, the Lord, will hear it and rescue you. During the celebration of the New Moon Festival and other religious festivals, sound the trumpets while you offer sacrifices. This will be a reminder that I am the Lord your God.
On the 12th day of the second month of that same year, the cloud over the sacred tent moved on. So the Israelites broke camp and left the Sinai desert. And sometime later, the cloud stopped in the Paran desert. This was the first time the Lord had told Moses to command the people of Israel to move on. Judah and the tribes that camped alongside it marched out first, carrying their banner. Nahshon, son of Amminadab, was the leader of the Judah tribe. Nathaniel, son of Zuar, was the leader of the
Hold up, I zoned out. Summarize. Numbers or chapters? I zoned out. Organization of preparation for the journey. Census of Israel. Count the numbers of men who can serve in the army. Tribes are organized on the sign of responsibility. Tribal arrangement are arranged around the tabernacle with a specific instruction how to camp on march. Levites' roles. Duties of Levites. Duties of Levite families are detailed. Nazarite vow. He says there's some mountain people, and they're going to be devout to God. They're going to pray and to make sure that they're followers of God. Offering of the leaders, tribal leaders bring offerings for the dedication of the tabernacle. Cleansing and consecration of the Levites are purified and consecrated to serve the tabernacle. Passover in God's presence. Complaints and challenges in the wilderness. We are on 10. To call the people to assembly and to signal when they are to journey. They leave Mount Sinai. All right, they're going.
Issachar tribe.
Wait a minute. Why are they... Where are they going? Why are they leaving? Escaping slavery? No, in Numbers. That's Exodus. They left. They're in Israel now, right? Also a journey to the promised land that God gave to ancestors. Specifically Abraham, as described in Genesis. This land, often referred to as the land of Canaan, is their homeland. God guides the Israelites on this journey through the wilderness, where they become a nation with laws, worship practices, and an identity distinct from other peoples. The story of their escape from Egypt and subsequent journey through this wilderness is central to the faith and identity of the Jewish people. It represents God's deliverance and covenant with them. In Numbers, it is still on the way to the promised land. After having left Egypt under Moses' leadership, and this journey will ultimately 40 years. What? So, where in Numbers are they at the start, and where are they going? Why does it take 40 years to get there? 40 fucking years, man. They're in Mount Sinai, location where Moses received 10 commandments and where the laws were given. They have already left Egypt and have been wandering through the desert for some time. They're preparing for the next step in the journey. All right, so where is Mount Sinai? Where the fuck is the promised land? That's Israel right now, right? Show me the map. Right there? Isn't that right next to Israel? Why does it take 40 years? 40 years for what? Should have only taken a few weeks to make. That's what I'm saying. Disobedience. Reached the border of Canaan after leaving Egypt. Moses sent 12 spies to scout the land. Would not enter the promised land. They would wander in the wilderness for 40. Okay, so they're just doing this shit on purpose.
And Eliab, son of Helon, was the leader of the Zebulun tribe. The sacred tent had been taken down, and the Gershonites and the Merarites carried it, marching behind the Judah camp. Reuben and the tribes that camped alongside it.
So basically, this is jail. This is jail, but outside, right?
Marched
They've
out.
been expelled for 40 years.
Second, carrying their banner. Elizur, son of Shedeur, was the leader of the Reuben tribe. Shalumiel, son of Zurishaddai, was the leader of the Simeon tribe. And Eliasaph, son of Duel, was the leader of the Gad tribe. Next were the Kohathites, carrying the objects for the sacred tent, which was to be set up before they arrived at the new camp. Ephraim and the tribes that camped alongside it marched next, carrying their banner. Elishama, son of Ammihud, was the leader of the Ephraim tribe. Gamaliel, son of Pedazur, was the leader of the Manasseh tribe. And Abidan, son of Gideoni, was the leader of the Benjamin tribe. Dan and the tribes that camped alongside it were to protect the Israelites against an attack from behind, and so they marched last, carrying their banner. Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai, was the leader of the tribe of Dan. Pagiel, son of Akron, was the leader of the Asher tribe. And Ahira, son of Enan, was the leader of the Naphtali tribe. This was the order in which the Israelites marched each time they moved their camp. Hobab the Midianite, the father-in-law of Moses, was there. And Moses said to him,
We're leaving for the place the Lord has promised us. He has said that all will go well for us. So come along, and we will make sure that all goes well for you.
No, I won't go,
Hobab answered.
I'm returning home to be with my own people.
Please go with us,
Moses said.
You can be our guide, because you know the places to camp in the desert. Beside that, if you go, we will give you a share of the good things the Lord gives us.
The people of Israel began their journey from Mount Sinai. They traveled 3 days, and the Levites who carried the sacred chest led the way, so the Lord could show them where to camp. And the cloud always stayed with them. Each day, as the Israelites began their journey, Moses would pray,
Our Lord, defeat your enemies and make them run.
And when they stopped to set up camp, he would pray,
Our Lord, stay close to Israel's thousands and thousands of people.
Numbers 11. One day, the Israelites started complaining about their troubles. The Lord heard them and became so angry that he destroyed the outer edges of their camp with fire. When the people begged Moses to help, he prayed, and the fire went out. They named the place Burning, because in his anger the Lord had set their camp on fire. One day, some worthless foreigners among the Israelites became greedy for food, and even the Israelites themselves began moaning.
We don't have any meat. In Egypt, we could eat all the fish we wanted, and there were cucumbers, melons, onions, and garlic. But we're starving out here, and the only food we have is this manna.
The manna was like small whitish seeds, and tasted like...
What the fuck is manna? Manna food. What'd you say?
Something baked with sweet olive oil. It appeared at night with the dew. In the morning, the people would collect the manna, grind or crush it into flour, then boil it and make it into thin wafers. The Israelites stood around their tents complaining. Moses heard them and was upset that they had made the Lord angry. He prayed,
I am your servant, Lord, so why are you doing this to me? What have I done to deserve this? You made me responsible for all these people, but they're not my children. You told me to nurse them along and to carry them to the land you promised their ancestors. They keep whining for meat, but where can I get meat for them? This job is too much for me. How can I take care of all these people by myself? If this is the way you're going to treat me, just kill me now and end my miserable life.
The Lord said to Moses,
Choose 70 of Israel's respected leaders and go with them to the sacred tent. While I am talking with you there, I will give them some of your authority so they can share responsibility for my people. You will no longer have to care for them by yourself. As for the Israelites, I have heard them complaining about not having meat and about being better off in Egypt. So tell them to make themselves acceptable to me, because tomorrow they will have meat. In fact, they will have meat day after day for a whole month, not just a few days or even 10 or 20. They turned against me and wanted to return to Egypt. Now they will eat meat until they get sick of it.
Moses replied,
At least 600,000 grown men are here with me. How can you say there will be enough meat to feed them and their families for a whole month? Even if we butchered all of our sheep and cattle or caught every fish in the sea, we wouldn't have enough to feed them.
The Lord answered,
I can do anything. Watch, and you'll see my words come true.
Moses told the people what the Lord had said. Then he chose 70 respected leaders and went with them to the sacred tent. While the leaders stood in a circle around the tent, Moses went inside, and the Lord spoke with him. Then the Lord took some authority from Moses and gave it to the 70 leaders. And when the Lord's Spirit took control of them, they started shouting like prophets, but they did it only this one time. Eldad and Medad were 2 leaders who had not gone to the tent. But when the Spirit took control of them, they began shouting like prophets right there in camp. A boy ran to Moses and told him about Eldad and Medad. Joshua was there helping Moses, as he had done since he was young. And he said to Moses,
Sir, you must stop them.
But Moses replied,
Are you concerned what this might do to me? I wish the Lord would give his Spirit to all his people, so everyone could be a prophet.
Then Moses and the 70 leaders went back to camp. Sometime later, the Lord sent a strong wind that blew quails in from the sea until Israel's camp was completely surrounded with birds, piled up about 3 feet high for miles in every direction. The people picked up quails for 2 days. Each person filled at least 50 bushels. Then they spread them out to dry. But before the meat could be eaten, the Lord became angry and sent a disease through the camp. After they had buried the people who had been so greedy for meat, they called the place Graves for the Greedy. Israel then broke camp and traveled to Hazeroth. Numbers 12. Although Moses was the most humble person in all the world, Miriam and Aaron started complaining.
Moses had no right to marry that woman from Ethiopia. Who does he think he is? The Lord has spoken to us, not just to him.
The Lord heard their complaint and told Moses, Aaron, and Miriam to come to the entrance of the sacred tent. There the Lord appeared in a cloud and told Aaron and Miriam to come closer. Then, after commanding them to listen carefully, he said,
I, the Lord, speak to prophets in visions and dreams. But my servant Moses is the leader of my people. He sees me face to face, and everything I say to him is perfectly clear. You have no right to criticize my servant Moses.
The Lord became angry at Aaron and Miriam. And after the Lord left and the cloud disappeared from over the sacred tent, Miriam's skin turned white with leprosy. When Aaron saw what had happened to her, he said to Moses,
Sir, please don't punish us for doing such a foolish thing. Don't let Miriam's flesh rot away like a child born dead.
Moses prayed,
Lord God, please heal her.
But the Lord replied,
Miriam would be disgraced for 7 days if her father had punished her by spitting in her face. So make her stay outside the camp for 7 days before coming back.
The people of Israel did not move their camp until Miriam returned 7 days later. Then they left Hazeroth and set up camp in the Paran Desert. Numbers 13. The Lord said to Moses,
Choose a leader from each tribe and send them into Canaan to explore the land I am giving you.
So Moses sent 12 tribal leaders from Israel's camp in the Paran Desert, with orders to explore the land of Canaan. And here are their names: Shemua, son of Zachar from Reuben; Shaphat, son of Hori from Simeon; Caleb, son of Jephunneh from Judah; Igal, son of Joseph from Issachar; Joshua, son of Nun from Ephraim; Paltai, son of Raphu from Benjamin; Gadiel, son of Sodai from Zebulun; Gadai, son of Susai from Manasseh; Amiel, son of Gemalli from Dan; Sether, son of Michael from Asher; Nabai, son of Vophsi from Naphtali; and Geuel, son of Machai from Gad. Before Moses sent them into Canaan, he said,
After you go through the southern desert of Canaan, continue north into the hill country and find out what those regions are like. Be sure to remember how many people live there, how strong they are, and if they live in open towns or walled cities. See if the land is good for growing crops, and find out what kinds of trees grow there. It's time for grapes to ripen, so try to bring back some of the fruit that grows there.
The 12 men left to explore Canaan from the Zin Desert in the south, all the way to the town of Rehob near Lebo-Hamath in the north. As they went through the southern desert, they came to the town of Hebron, which was 7 years older than the Egyptian town of Zoan. In Hebron, they saw the 3 Anakim clans of Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai. When they got to Bunch Valley, they cut off a branch with such a huge bunch of grapes that it took 2 men to carry it on a pole. That's why the place is called Bunch Valley. Along with the grapes, they also took back pomegranates and figs. After exploring the land of Canaan 40 days, the 12 men returned to Kadesh in the Paran desert and told Moses, Aaron, and the people what they had seen. They showed them the fruit and said,
Look at this fruit. The land we explored is rich with milk and honey. But the people who live there are strong, and their cities are large and walled. We even saw the 3 Anakim clans. Besides that, the Amalekites live in the southern desert. The Hittites, Jebusites, and Amorites are in the hill country, and the Canaanites live along the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River.
Caleb calmed down the crowd and said,
Let's go and take the land. I know we can do it.
But the other men replied,
Those people are much too strong for us.
Then they started spreading rumors and saying,
We won't be able to grow anything in that soil. And the people are like giants. In fact, we saw the Nephilim, who are the ancestors of the Anakim. They were so big that we felt as small as grasshoppers.
Numbers 14. After the Israelites heard the report from the 12 men who had explored Canaan, the people cried all night and complained to Moses and Aaron.
We wish we had died in Egypt or somewhere out here in the desert. Is the Lord leading us into Canaan just to have us killed and our women and children captured? We'd be better off in Egypt.
Then they said to one another,
Let's choose our own leader and go back.
Moses and Aaron bowed down to pray in front of the crowd. Joshua and Caleb tore their clothes in sorrow and said,
We saw the land ourselves, and it's very good. If we obey the Lord, he will surely give us that land rich with milk and honey. So don't rebel. We have no reason to be afraid of the people who live there.
The Lord is on our side, and they won't stand a chance against us.
The crowd threatened to stone Moses and Aaron to death, but just then the Lord appeared in a cloud at the sacred tent. The Lord said to Moses,
I have done great things for these people, and they still reject me by refusing to believe in my power. So they will no longer be my people. I will destroy them. But I will make you the ancestor of a nation even stronger than theirs.
Moses replied,
With your mighty power, you rescued your people from Egypt, so please don't destroy us here in the desert. If you do, the Egyptians will hear about it and tell the people of Canaan. Those Canaanites already know that we are your people and that we see you face to face. And they have heard how you lead us with a thick cloud during the day and flaming fire at night. But if you kill us, they will claim it was because you weren't powerful enough to lead us into Canaan as you promised. Show us your great power, Lord. You promised that you love to show mercy and kindness. And you said that you are very patient, but that you will punish everyone guilty of doing wrong. Not only them, but their children and grandchildren as well. You are merciful, and you treat people better than they deserve. So please forgive these people, just as you have forgiven them ever since they left Egypt.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
In answer to your prayer, I do forgive them. But as surely as I live and my power has no limit, I swear that not one of these Israelites will enter the land I promised to give their ancestors. These people have seen my power in Egypt and in the desert, but they will never see Canaan. They have disobeyed and tested me too many times. But my servant Caleb
Okay, you
isn't
did
like the
one
others.
thing for them.
So because he has faith in me, I will allow him to cross into Canaan.
And they're like,
and
well,
his
you know what? You
descendants
shouldn't have
will
done
settle
that.
there.
I kind of wanted to stay in Egypt.
Now listen, Moses. The Amalekites and the Canaanites live in the valleys of Canaan. And tomorrow morning, you'll need to turn around and head back into the desert toward the Red Sea.
The Lord told Moses and Aaron to give this message to the people of Israel.
You sinful people have complained against me too many times. Now I swear by my own life that I will give you exactly what you wanted. You will die right here in the desert, and your dead bodies will cover the ground. You have insulted me, and none of you men who are over 20 years old will enter the land that I solemnly promised to give you as your own. Only Caleb and Joshua will go in. You were worried that your own children would be captured. But I, the Lord, will let them enter the land you have rejected. You will die here in the desert. Your children will wander around in this desert 40 years, suffering because of your sins, until all of you are dead. I will cruelly punish you every day for the next 40 years, 1 year for each day that the land was explored. You sinful people who ganged up against me will die here in the desert.
10 of the men sent to explore the land had brought back bad news and had made the people complain against the Lord. So he sent a deadly disease that killed those men, but he let Joshua and Caleb live. The people of Israel were very sad after Moses gave them the Lord's message. So they got up early the next morning and got ready to head toward the hill country of Canaan. They said,
We were wrong to complain about the Lord. Let's go into the land that he promised us.
But Moses replied,
You're disobeying the Lord. Your plan won't work, so don't even try it. The Lord refuses to help you because you turned your backs on him. The Amalekites and the Canaanites are your enemies, and they will attack and defeat you.
But the Israelites ignored Moses and marched toward the hill country, even though the sacred chest and Moses did not go with them. The Amalekites and the Canaanites came down from the hill country, defeated the Israelites, and chased them as far as the town of Hormah. Numbers 15. The Lord told Moses to give the Israelites the following laws about offering sacrifices.
Bulls or rams or goats are the animals that you may burn on the altar as sacrifices to please me. You may also offer sacrifices voluntarily, or because you made a promise, or because they are part of your regular religious ceremonies. The smell of the smoke from these sacrifices is pleasing to me. If you sacrifice a young ram or goat, you must also offer 2 pounds of your finest flour mixed with a quart of olive oil as a grain sacrifice. A quart of wine must also be poured on the altar. And if the animal is a full-grown ram, you must offer 4 pounds of flour mixed with 1.5 quarts of olive oil. 1.5 quarts of wine must also be poured on the altar. The smell of this smoke is pleasing to me. If a bull is offered as a sacrifice to please me, or to ask my blessing, you must offer 6 pounds of flour mixed with 2 quarts of olive oil. 2 quarts of wine must also be poured on the altar. The smell of this smoke is pleasing to me. If you are a native Israelite, you must obey these rules each time you offer a bull, a ram, or a goat as a sacrifice. And the foreigners who live among you must also follow these rules. This law will never change. I am the Lord, and I consider all people the same, whether they are Israelites or foreigners living among you. When you eat food in the land that I am giving you, remember to set aside some of it as an offering to me. From the first batch of bread dough that you make after each new grain harvest, make a loaf of bread and offer it to me just as you offer grain. All your descendants must follow this law and offer part of the first batch of bread dough.
The Lord also told Moses to tell the people what must be done if they ever disobey his laws.
If all of you disobey one of my laws without meaning to, you must offer a bull as a sacrifice to please me, together with a grain sacrifice, a wine offering, and a goat as a sacrifice for sin. Then the priest will pray and ask me to forgive you. And since you did not mean to do wrong, and you offered sacrifices, the sin of everyone, both Israelites and foreigners among you, will be forgiven. But if one of you does wrong without meaning to, you must sacrifice a year-old female goat as a sacrifice for sin. The priest will then ask me to forgive you, and your sin will be forgiven. The law will be the same for anyone who does wrong without meaning to, whether an Israelite or a foreigner living among you. But if one of you does wrong on purpose, whether Israelite or foreigner, you have sinned against me by disobeying my laws. You will be sent away and will no longer live among the people of Israel.
Once, while the Israelites were traveling through the desert, a man was caught gathering firewood on the Sabbath. He was taken to Moses, Aaron, and the rest of the community, but no one knew what to do with him, so he was not allowed to leave. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Tell the people to take that man outside the camp and stone him to death.
So he was killed just as the Lord had commanded Moses. The Lord told Moses to say to the people of Israel,
Sew tassels onto the bottom edge of your clothes and tie a purple string to each tassel. These will remind you that you must obey my laws and teachings. And when you do, you will be dedicated to me and won't follow your own sinful desires. I am the Lord your God, who led you out of Egypt.
He keeps saying
Numbers
that. He's
16.
so proud that they let him out of Egypt.
Korah, son of Izhar, was a Levite from the Kohathite clan.
Like, you must do all
One
of
day
this
he
shit
called
because I
together
freed
Dathan,
you.
Abiram, and On from the
Yeah,
Reuben
but,
tribe.
like,
And the 4 of them decided to
keeps
rebel
using
against
that.
Moses. So they asked 250 respected Israelite leaders for their...
I'm gonna say this. God is very proud that he got them out of Egypt. That's one accomplishment, bro. You gotta do more
and
than that.
together they went to Moses and Aaron and said,
Why do you think you're so much better than anyone else? We're part of the Lord's holy people, and he's with all of us. What makes you think you're the only ones in charge?
When Moses heard this, he knelt down to pray. Then he said to Korah and his followers,
Tomorrow morning, the Lord will show us the person he has chosen to be his priest, and that man will faithfully serve him. Korah, now here is what you and your followers must do. Get some fire pans, fill them with coals and incense, and place them near the sacred tent. and the man the Lord chooses will be his priest. Korah, this time you Levites have gone too far. You know that the God of Israel has chosen you Levites from all Israel to serve him by being in charge of the sacred tent and by helping the community to worship in the proper way. What more do you want? The Lord has given you a special responsibility, and now, Korah, you think you should also be his priest. You and your followers have rebelled against the Lord, not against Aaron.
Then Moses sent for Dathan and Abiram, but they sent back this message.
We won't come. It's bad enough that you took us from our rich farmland in Egypt to let us die here in the desert. Now you also want to boss us around. You keep promising us rich farmlands with fertile fields and vineyards. But where are they? Stop trying to trick these people. No, we won't come to see you.
Moses was very angry and said to the Lord,
Don't listen to these men. I haven't done anything wrong to them. I haven't taken as much as a donkey.
Then he said to Korah,
Tomorrow, you and your followers must go with Aaron to the Lord's sacred tent. Each of you take along your firepan with incense in it and offer the incense to the Lord.
The next day, the men placed incense and coals in their fire pans and stood with Moses and Aaron at the entrance to the sacred tent. Meanwhile, Korah had convinced the rest of the Israelites to rebel against their two leaders. When that happened, the Lord appeared in all his glory and said to Moses and Aaron,
Get away from the rest of the Israelites so I can kill them right now.
But the two men bowed down and prayed.
Our God, you gave these people life. Why would you punish everyone here when only one man has sinned?
The Lord answered Moses,
Tell the people to stay away from the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram.
Moses walked over to Dathan and Abiram, and the other leaders of Israel followed. Then Moses warned the people,
Get away from the tents of these sinful men. Don't touch anything that belongs to them, or you'll be wiped out.
So everyone moved away from those tents except Korah, Dathan, Abiram, and their families. Moses said to the crowd,
The Lord has chosen me and told me to do these things. It wasn't my idea.
It wasn't me.
And here's how
God
you will know.
over there.
If these men die a natural death, it means the Lord hasn't chosen me. But suppose the Lord does something that has never been done before. For example, what if a huge crack appears in the ground, and these men and their families fall into it and are buried alive, together with everything they own? Then you will know they have turned their backs on the Lord.
As soon as Moses said this, the ground under the men opened up and swallowed them alive, together with their families and everything they owned. Then the ground closed back up, and they were gone. The rest of the Israelites heard their screams, so they ran off, shouting,
We don't want that to happen to us.
Suddenly, the Lord sent a fire that burned up the 250 men who had offered incense to him. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Tell Aaron's son Eleazar to take the fire pans from the smoldering fire and scatter the coals. Pans are now sacred because they were used for offering incense to me.
Did you set a trap?
Have them hammered into a thin layer of bronze as a covering for the altar. Those men died because of their sin, and now their fire pans will become a warning for the rest of the community.
Eleazar collected the pans and had them hammered into a thin layer of bronze as a covering for the altar, just as the Lord had told Moses. The pans were a warning to the Israelites that only Aaron's descendants would be allowed to offer incense to the Lord. Anyone else who tried would be punished like Korah and his followers. The next day, the people of Israel again complained against Moses and Aaron.
The two of you killed some of the Lord's people.
As the people crowded around them, Moses and Aaron turned toward the sacred tent, and the Lord appeared in his glory in the cloud covering the tent. So Moses and Aaron walked to the front of the tent, where the Lord said to them,
Stand back. I am going to wipe out these Israelites once and for all.
They immediately bowed down and prayed. Then Moses told Aaron,
Grab your fire pan and fill it with hot coals from the altar. Put incense in it. Then quickly take it to where the people are and offer it to the Lord so they can be forgiven. The Lord is very angry, and the people have already started dying.
Aaron did exactly what he had been told. He ran over to the crowd of people and stood between the dead bodies and the people who were still alive. He placed the incense on the pan, then offered it to the Lord, and asked him to forgive the people's sin. The disease immediately stopped spreading, and no one else died from it. But 14,700 Israelites were dead, not counting those who had died with Korah and his followers. Aaron walked back and stood with Moses at the sacred tent. Numbers 17. The Lord told Moses,
Call together the 12 tribes of Israel and tell the leader of each tribe to write his name on the walking stick he carries as a symbol of his authority. Make sure Aaron's name is written on the one from the Levi tribe, then collect all the sticks. Place these sticks in the tent right in front of the sacred chest where I appear to you. I will then choose a man to be my priest, and his stick will sprout. After that happens, I won't have to listen to any more complaints about you.
Moses told the people what the Lord had commanded, and they gave him the walking sticks from the 12 tribal leaders, including Aaron's from the Levi tribe. Moses took them and placed them in the Lord's sacred tent. The next day, when Moses went into the tent, flowers and almonds were already growing on Aaron's stick. Moses brought the 12 sticks out of the tent and showed them to the people. Each of the leaders found his own and took it. But the Lord told Moses,
Put Aaron's stick back. Let it stay near the sacred chest as a warning to anyone who might think about rebelling. If these people don't stop their grumbling about me, I will wipe them out.
Moses did what he was told. The Israelites cried out to Moses,
We're done for and doomed if we even get near the sacred tent.
Numbers 18. The Lord said to Aaron,
You, your sons, and the other Levites of the Kohath clan are responsible for what happens at the sacred tent, and you and your sons will be responsible for what the priests do. The Levites are your relatives and are here to help you in your service at the tent. You must see that they perform their duties. But if they go near any of the sacred objects or the altar, all of you will die. No one else is allowed to take care of the sacred tent or to do anything connected with it. Follow these instructions so I won't become angry and punish the Israelites ever again. I alone chose the Levites from all the other tribes to belong to me, and I have given them to you as your helpers. But only you and your sons can serve as priests at the altar and in the most holy place. Your work as priests is a gift from me, and anyone else who tries to do that work must be put to death.
The Lord said to Aaron,
I have put you in charge of the sacred gifts and sacrifices that the Israelites bring to me.
And from now on, you, your sons, and your descendants will receive part of the sacrifices for sin, as well as part of the grain sacrifices, and the sacrifices to make things right. Your share of these sacrifices will be the parts not burned on the altar. Since these things are sacred, they must be eaten near the sacred tent, but only men are allowed to eat them. You will also receive part of the special gifts and offerings that the Israelites bring to me. Any member of your family who is clean and acceptable for worship can eat these things. For example, when the Israelites bring me the first batches of oil, wine, and grain, you can have the best parts of those gifts. And the first part of the crops from their fields and vineyards also belongs to you. The people will offer this to me. Then anyone in your family who is clean may have some of it. Everything in Israel that has been completely dedicated to me will now belong to you. The firstborn son in every Israelite family, as well as the firstborn males of their flocks and herds, belong to me. But a firstborn son and every firstborn donkey must be bought back from me. The price for a firstborn son who is at least 1 month old will be 5 pieces of silver, weighed according to the official standards. However, all firstborn cattle, sheep, and goats belong to me and cannot be bought back. Splatter their blood on the altar and send their fat up in smoke so I can smell it and be pleased. You are allowed to eat the meat of those animals, just as you can eat the choice ribs and the right hind leg of the special sacrifices. From now on, the sacred offerings that the Israelites give to me will belong to you, your sons, and your daughters. This is my promise to you and your descendants, and it will never change. You will not receive any land in Israel as your own. I am the Lord, and I will give you whatever you need. 10% of the Israelites' crops and 1 out of every 10 of their newborn animals belong to me. But I am giving all this to the Levites as their pay for the work they do at the sacred tent.
Oh, wow.
They are the only ones allowed to work at the tent,
or
and they
tax
must
the
not
poor,
let
give it
anyone
to the
else come
rich.
near it. Those who do must be put to death, and the Levites will also be punished. This law will never change. Since
This
the Levites
law
won't
will
be
never
given any land
change.
in Israel,
Did he literally just say that? This law will never change. Are you sure? So this is permanent. The Levites are just like the rulers forever. They're the ruling class. So yeah, so they did put themselves above others.
as their own, they will be given the crops and newborn animals that the Israelites offer to me.
It's just forever
The
ruling
Lord told
class.
Moses to say to the Levites,
When you receive from the people of Israel 10% of their crops and newborn animals, you must offer 1/10 of that to me. Just as the Israelites give me part of their grain and wine, you must set aside part of what you receive as an
I don't
offering
know,
to
man.
me.
I don't believe
That
this
amount must
Moses
then be given
shit.
to Aaron, so the best of what you receive will be mine. After you have dedicated the best parts to me, you can eat the rest, just as the Israelites eat part of their grain and wine after offering them to me. Your share may be eaten anywhere by anyone in your family, because it is your pay for working at the sacred tent. You
He's
won't be
very
punished for eating
favorable
it,
to
as
this
long as you have already
Levite
offered
tribe.
the best parts to me. The gifts and sacrifices brought by the people must remain sacred.
Yeah,
And
this
if
is
you
gonna
eat
fall
any part
apart.
of them before they are offered to me, you will be put to death.
Numbers 19. The
This
Lord
whole
gave
system
Moses
is going
and
to fall
Aaron the
apart. And
following
this is
law.
not
The
sustainable.
people of Israel must bring Moses a reddish-brown cow that has nothing wrong with it and that has never been used for plowing. Moses will give it to Eleazar the priest. Then it will be led outside the camp and killed while Eleazar watches.
He will dip his finger into the blood and sprinkle it 7 times in the direction of the sacred tent. Then the whole cow, including its skin, meat, blood, and insides, must be burned. A priest is to throw a stick of cedar wood, a hyssop branch, and a piece of red yarn into the fire. After the ceremony, the priest is to take a bath and wash his clothes. Only then can he go back into the camp, but he remains unclean and unfit for worship until evening. The man who burned the cow must also wash his clothes and take a bath, but he is also unclean until evening. A man who isn't unclean must collect the ashes of the burnt cow and store them outside the camp in a clean place. The people of Israel can mix these ashes with the water used in the ceremony to wash away sin. The man who collects the ashes must wash his clothes, but will remain unclean until evening. This law must always be obeyed by the people of Israel and the foreigners living among them. If you touch a dead body, you will be unclean for 7 days. But if you wash with the water mixed with the cow's ashes on the 3rd day and again on the 7th day, you will be clean and acceptable for worship. You must wash yourself on those days. If you don't, you will remain unclean. Suppose you touch a dead body, but refuse to be made clean by washing with the water mixed with ashes. You will be guilty of making my sacred tent unclean, and will no longer belong to the people of Israel. If someone dies in a tent while you are there, you will be unclean for 7 days. And anyone who later enters the tent will also be unclean. Any open jar in the tent is unclean. If you touch the body of someone who was killed or who died of old age, or if you touch a human bone or a grave, you will be unclean for 7 days. Before you can be made clean, someone who is clean must take some of the ashes from the burnt cow and stir them into a pot of spring water. That same person must dip a hyssop branch in the water and ashes, then sprinkle it on the tent and everything in it, including everyone who was inside. If you have touched a human bone, a grave, or a dead body, you must be sprinkled with that water. If this is done on the 3rd day and on the 7th day, you will be clean. Then, after you take a bath and wash your clothes, you can worship that evening. If you are unclean and refuse to be made clean by washing with the water mixed with ashes, you will be guilty of making my sacred tent unclean, and you will no longer belong to the people of Israel. These laws will never change. The man who sprinkled the water and the ashes on you when you were unclean must also wash his clothes. And whoever touches this water is unclean until
So that
evening.
implies other laws
When you are
can
unclean,
change.
everything you touch becomes unclean, and anyone who touches you will be unclean until evening.
Numbers 20. The people of Israel arrived at the Zin Desert during the 1st month and set up camp near the town of Kadesh. It was there that Miriam died and was buried. The Israelites had no water, so they went to Moses and Aaron and complained.
Moses, we'd be better off if we had died along with the others in front of the Lord's sacred tent. You brought us into this desert, and now we and our livestock are going to die. Egypt was better than this horrible place. At least there we had grain and figs and grapevines and pomegranates. But now we don't even have any water.
Moses and Aaron went to the entrance to the sacred tent, where they bowed down. The Lord appeared to them in all his glory and said,
Moses, get your walking stick. Then you and Aaron call the people together and command that rock to give you water. That's how you will provide water for the people of Israel and their livestock.
Moses obeyed and took his stick from the sacred tent. After he and Aaron had gathered the people around the rock, he said,
Look, you rebellious people, and you will see water flow from this rock.
He raised his stick in the air and struck the rock 2 times. At once, water gushed from the rock, and the people and their livestock had water to drink. But the Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
Because you refused to believe in my power, these people did not respect me. And so, you will not be the ones to lead them into the land I have promised.
The Israelites had complained against the Lord, and he had shown them his holy power by giving them water to drink. So they named the place Meribah, which means complaining. Moses sent messengers from Israel's camp near Kadesh with this message for the king of Edom.
We are Israelites, your own relatives, and we are sure you have heard the terrible things that have happened to us. Our ancestors settled in Egypt and lived there a long time, but later the Egyptians were cruel to us. And when we begged our Lord for help, he answered our prayer and brought us out of that land. Now we are camped at the border of your territory, near the town of Kadesh. Please let us go through your country. We won't go near your fields and vineyards, and we won't drink any water from your wells. We will stay on the main road until we leave your territory.
But the Edomite king answered,
No, I won't let you go through our country, and if you try, we will attack you.
Moses sent back this message.
We promise to stay on the main road, and if any of us or our livestock drink your water, we will pay for it. We just want to pass through.
But the Edomite king insisted.
You can't go through our land.
Then Edom sent out its strongest troops to keep Israel from passing through its territory. So the Israelites had to go in another direction. After the Israelites had left Kadesh and had gone as far as Mount Hor on the Edomite border, the Lord said,
Aaron, this is where you will die. You and Moses disobeyed me at Meribah, and so you will not enter the land I promised the Israelites. Moses, go with Aaron and his son Eleazar to the top of the mountain. Then take Aaron's priestly robe from him and place it on Eleazar. Aaron will die there.
Moses obeyed, and everyone watched as he and Aaron and Eleazar walked to the top of Mount Hor. Moses then took the priestly robe from Aaron and placed it on Eleazar. Aaron died there. When Moses and Eleazar came down, the people knew that Aaron had died, and they mourned his death for 30 days. Numbers 21. The Canaanite king of Arad lived in the southern desert of Canaan, and when he heard that the Israelites were on their way to the village of Atharim, he attacked and took some of them.
All right, man, where the fuck is this promised land? Down there's Sinai. No. Tradition known as Canaan, situated in the eastern promised land in the Bible. Show me, where is it? Canaan? That's literally Israel. Israel's current borders, promised land, according to Numbers 34, Ezekiel 46. This is the promised land. Damn, bro. Wait, so Israel right now has ambitions to go into Syria. Okay.
Hostage. The Israelites prayed.
Our Lord, if you will help us defeat these Canaanites, we'll completely destroy their towns and everything in them to show that they belong to you.
The Lord answered their prayer and helped them wipe out the Canaanite army and completely destroy their towns. That's why one of the towns is named Hormah, which means destroyed place. The Israelites had to go around the territory of Edom, so when they left Mount Hor, they headed south toward the Red Sea. But along the way, the people became so impatient that they complained against God and said to Moses,
Did you bring a...
Wait a minute. Israel. Territorial ambitions. Israel occupied territories? Yeah, that's exactly it. Like all of Israel and some parts of Syria, that's their ambition. And they want more, right?
Us out of Egypt just to let us die in the desert? There's no water out here, and we can't stand this awful food.
Then the Lord sent poisonous snakes that bit and killed many of them. Some of the people went to Moses and admitted,
It was wrong of us to insult you and the Lord. Now please ask him to make these snakes go away.
Moses prayed, and the Lord answered,
Make a snake out of bronze and place it on top of a pole. Anyone who gets bitten can look
How
at
do
the
you just
snake
make it?
and won't die.
Moses
What is the
obeyed the Lord,
bronze? Wait.
and all of those who looked at the bronze snake lived, even though they had been bitten by the poisonous snakes. As the Israelites continued their journey to Canaan, they camped at Oboth, then at Aya Abarim,
2,000
in the
years
desert
ago,
east
it
of
was the
Moab,
Bronze Age.
and then in the Zered Gorge. After that, they crossed the Arnon River Gorge and camped in the Moabite desert bordering Amorite territory. The Arnon was the border between the Moabites and the Amorites. A song in the book of the Lord's battles mentions the town of Waheb, with its creeks in the territory of Suphah. It also mentions the Arnon River, with its valleys that lie alongside the Moabite
This is
border
the 12
and extend
tribes
to the
of
town
Israel.
of Ar. From the Arnon, the Israelites went to the well near the town of Beer, where the Lord had said to Moses,
Call the people together, and I will give them water to drink.
That's also the same well the Israelites sang about in this song.
Let's celebrate. The well has given us water. With their royal scepters, our leaders pointed out where to dig the well.
The Israelites left the desert and camped near the town of Mattanah, then at Nahaliel, and then at Bamoth. Finally, they reached the Moabite territory, where they camped near Mount Pisgah in a valley overlooking the desert north of the Dead Sea. The Israelites sent this message to King
I think we can safely say that Egypt is no longer relevant, right? Like, they don't go back to Egypt or anything. They left.
Sihon of the Amorites.
That part is over.
Please let us pass through your territory. We promise to stay away from your fields and vineyards, and we won't drink any water from your wells. As long as we're in your land, we won't get off the main road.
But Sihon refused to let Israel travel through his land. Instead, he called together his entire army and marched into the desert to attack Israel near the town of Jahaz. Israel defeated them and took over the Amorite territory from the Arnon River Gorge in the south to the Jabbok River Gorge in the north. Beyond the Jabbok was the territory of the Ammonites, who were much stronger than Israel. The Israelites settled in the Amorite towns, including the capital city of Heshbon, with its surrounding villages. King Sihon had ruled from Heshbon after defeating the Moabites and taking over their land north of the Arnon River Gorge. That's why the Amorites had written this poem about Heshbon.
Come and rebuild Heshbon, King Sihon's capital city. His armies marched out like fiery flames, burning down the town of Ar and destroying the hills along the Arnon River.
That's 21. Let me see. 21. Victory over Canaanite kings. The Israelites defeat various kings as they approach the promised land. People complain, and the gods send serpents, but Moses intercedes and makes the bronze serpent. King of Moab, Balak hires the prophet Balaam to curse Israel. Instead, Balaam blesses Israel 3 times after God intervenes.
Moabites are done for! Your god Chemosh deserted your people. They were captured, taken away by King Sihon the Amorite. We completely defeated Moab. The towns of Heshbon and Dibon, of Nophah and Medeba are ruined and gone.
After the Israelites had settled in the Amorite territory, Moses sent some men to explore the town of Jazer. Later, the Israelites captured the villages surrounding it and forced out the Amorites who lived there. The Israelites headed toward the region of Bashan, where King Og ruled, and he led his entire army to Edrei to meet Israel in battle. The Lord said to Moses,
Don't be afraid of Og. I will help you defeat him and his army, just as you did King Sihon, who ruled Heshbon. Og's territory will be yours.
So the Israelites wiped out Og, his family, and his entire army. There were no survivors. Then Israel took over the land of Bashan. Numbers.
Baasha. Is there anything on Baasha? Let me see. There's Aram, Han, Ed, Moab. There's Moab right there. That's Moab.
22. Israel moved from there to the hills of Moab, where they camped across the Jordan River from the town of Jericho. When King Balak of Moab and his people heard how many Israelites there were and what they had...
Is he a thing? King of Moab described in the book of Numbers. Nope. Is that his only context?
Done to the Amorites. He and the Moabites were terrified and panicked. They said to the Midianite leaders,
That bunch of Israelites will wipe out everything in sight, like a bull eating grass in a field.
So King Balak sent a message to Balaam, son of Beor, who lived among his relatives in the town of Pethor, near the Euphrates River. It said,
I need your help. A huge group of people has come here from Egypt and settled near my territory. They are too powerful for us to defeat, so would you come and place a curse on them? Maybe then we can run them off. I know that anyone you bless will be successful.
but anyone you curse will fail.
The leaders of Moab and Midian left, and took along money to pay Balaam for his work. When they got to his house, they gave him Balak's message.
Spend the night here.
Balaam replied,
And tomorrow, I will tell you the Lord's answer.
So the officials stayed at his house. During the night, God asked Balaam,
Who are these people at your house?
They are messengers from King Balak of Moab.
Balaam answered,
He sent them to ask me to go to Moab and place a curse on the people who have come there from Egypt. They have settled everywhere around him, and he wants to run them off.
But God replied,
Don't go with Balak's messengers. I have blessed those people who have come from Egypt, so don't curse them.
The next morning, Balaam said to Balak's officials,
Go on back home. The Lord says I cannot go with you.
The officials left and told Balak that Balaam refused to come. Then Balak sent a larger group of officials who were even more important than the first ones. They went to Balaam and told him that Balak had said,
Balaam, if you come to Moab, I'll pay you very well and do whatever you ask. Just come and place a curse on these people.
Balaam answered,
Even if Balak offered me a palace full of silver or gold, I wouldn't do anything to disobey the Lord my God. You are welcome to spend the night here, just as the others did. I will find out if the Lord has something else to say about this.
That night, God said,
Balaam, I'll let you go to Moab with Balak's messengers, but do only what I say.
So Balaam got up the next morning and saddled his donkey, then left with the Moabite officials. Balaam was riding his donkey to Moab, and two of his servants were with him. But God was angry that Balaam had gone, so one of the Lord's angels stood in the road to stop him. When Balaam's donkey saw the angel standing there with a sword, it walked off the road and into an open
about
field.
1 hour left.
Balaam had to beat the donkey to get it back on the road. Then the angel stood between two vineyards in a narrow path with a stone wall on each side. When the donkey saw the angel, it walked so close to one of the walls that Balaam's foot scraped against the wall. Balaam beat the donkey again. The angel moved once more and stood in a spot so narrow that there was no room for the donkey to go around. So it just lay down. Balaam lost his temper, then picked up a stick and smacked the donkey. When that happened, the Lord told the donkey to speak, and it asked Balaam,
What have I done to you that made you beat me
I got
3
something to eat.
times?
You made
That's
me
some
look
cashews.
stupid.
Balaam answered,
If I had a sword, I'd kill you here and now.
But you're my owner,
replied the donkey.
and you've ridden me many times. Have I ever done anything like this before?
No,
Balaam admitted. Just then, the Lord let Balaam see the angel standing in the road, holding a sword, and Balaam bowed down. The angel said,
You had no right to treat your donkey like that. I was the one who blocked your way, because I don't think you should go to Moab. If your donkey had not seen me and stopped those 3 times, I would have killed you and let the donkey live.
Balaam replied,
I was wrong. I didn't know you were trying to stop me. If you don't think I should go, I'll return home right now.
It's all right for you to go.
The Lord's angel answered,
But you must say only what I tell you.
So Balaam went on with Balak's officials. When Balak heard that Balaam was
Morning.
coming, he went to meet him at the town of Ur,
It's
which is on the
6:41.
northern border of Moab. Balak asked,
Why didn't you come when I invited you the first time? Did you think I wasn't going to pay you?
I'm here now.
Balaam answered,
But I will say only what God tells me to say.
They left and went to the town of Kiriath Huzoth, where Balak sacrificed cattle and sheep and gave some of the meat to Balaam and the officials who were with him. The next morning, Balak took Balaam to the town of Bamoth Baal. From there, Balaam could see some of the Israelites. Numbers 23. Balaam said to Balak,
Build 7 altars here, then bring 7 bulls and 7 rams.
After Balak had done this, they sacrificed a bull and a ram on each altar. Then Balaam said,
Wait here beside your offerings, and I'll go somewhere to be alone. Maybe the Lord will appear to me. If he does, I will tell you everything he says.
And he left. When God appeared to him, Balaam said,
I have built 7 altars and have sacrificed a bull and a ram on each one.
The Lord gave Balaam a message, then sent him back to tell Balak. When Balaam returned, he found Balak and his officials standing beside the offerings. Balaam said,
King Balak of Moab brought me from the hills of Syria to curse Israel and announce its doom. But I can't go against God. He did not curse or condemn Israel. From the mountain peaks, I look down and see Israel, the obedient people of God. They are living alone in peace. And though they are many, they don't bother the other nations. I hope to obey God for as long as I live and to die in such peace.
Balak said,
What are you doing? I asked you to come and place a curse on my enemies, but you have blessed them instead.
Balaam answered,
I can say only what the Lord tells me.
Balak said to Balaam,
Let's go somewhere else. Maybe if you see a smaller part of the Israelites, you will be able to curse them for me.
So he took Balaam to a field on top of Mount Pisgah, where lookouts were stationed. Then he built 7 altars there and sacrificed a bull and a ram on each one.
Wait here beside your offerings,
Balaam said.
The Lord will appear to me over there.
The Lord appeared to Balaam and gave him another message. Then he told him to go and tell Balak. Balaam went back and saw him and his officials standing beside the offerings. Balak asked,
What did the Lord say?
Balaam answered,
Pay close attention to my words. God is no mere human. He doesn't tell lies or change his mind. God always keeps his promises.
Yeah, I kind of want to sleep, but like, I have an hour
God
left.
was to bless these people, and there's nothing I can do to change
I got about 15
what
minutes
he
left.
has done.
That's about
Israel's king is the
10
Lord.
chapters? Let me see. Final prophecy, Balaam prophecy. Got about 14 chapters.
God, he lives there with them and intends them no harm.
I should be done in about
With the
50
strength
minutes.
of a wild ox, God led Israel out of Egypt. No magic charms can work against them. Just look what God has done for his people. They are like angry lions ready to attack, and they won't rest until their victim is gobbled down.
Balak shouted,
If you're not going to curse Israel, then at least don't bless them.
I've already told you.
Balaam answered,
I will say only what the Lord tells me.
Balak said to Balaam,
Come on, let's try another place. Maybe God will let you curse Israel from there.
So he took Balaam to Mount Peor, overlooking the desert north of the Dead Sea. Balaam said,
Build 7 altars here, then bring me 7 bulls and 7 rams.
After Balak had done what Balaam asked, he sacrificed a
probably
bull
gonna
and a
sleep after
ram
this.
on each altar. Numbers 24. Balaam was sure that the Lord would tell him to bless Israel again. So he did not use any magic to find out what the Lord wanted him to do, as he had the first 2 times. Instead, he looked out toward the desert and saw the tribes of Israel camped below. Just then, God's Spirit took control of him, and Balaam said,
I am the son of Beor, and my words are true. So listen to my message. It comes from the Lord, the God all-powerful.
The sun's gonna come up, and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
I bowed down to him and saw a vision of Israel. People of Israel, your camp is lovely. It's like a grove of palm trees or a garden beside a river. You are like tall aloe trees that the Lord has planted, or like cedars growing near water. You and your descendants will prosper like an orchard beside a stream. Your king will rule with power and be a greater king than Agag the Amalekite. With the strength of a wild ox, God led you out of Egypt. You will defeat your enemies, shooting them with arrows and crushing their bones. Like a lion, you lie down resting after an attack. Who would dare disturb you? Anyone who blesses you will be blessed. Anyone who curses you will be cursed.
When Balak heard this, he was so furious that he pounded his fist against his hand and said,
I called you here to place a curse on my enemies, and you've blessed them 3 times. Leave now and go home. I told you I would pay you well, but since the Lord didn't let you do what I asked, you won't be paid.
Balaam answered,
I told your messengers that even if you
Yeah.
offered me a palace full of silver or gold,
And
I would
I
still
should put a
obey
curtain
the
over it,
Lord.
too.
And I explained that I would say only
All right,
what
bye.
he told me. So I'm going back home. But I'm leaving you with a warning about what the Israelites will someday do to your nation.
Balaam said,
I am the son of Beor, and my words are true, so listen to my message. My knowledge comes from God Most High, the Lord All-Powerful. I bowed down to him and saw a vision of Israel. What I saw in my vision hasn't happened yet, but someday a king of Israel will appear like a star. He will wipe out you Moabites and destroy those tribes who live in
the king of Israel. Did we ever get a king of Israel? We did. Okay.
the desert. Israel will conquer Edom and capture the land of that enemy nation. The king of Israel will rule and destroy the survivors of every town there.
So
and
we don't have a king
this
yet.
vision about the Amalekites. Their nation is now great, but it will someday disappear forever. And this is what I saw about the Kenites. They think they're safe living among the rocks, but they will be wiped out when Assyria conquers them. No one can survive if God plans destruction. Ships will come from Cyprus, bringing people who will invade the lands of Assyria
My
and
deadly
Eber.
vampire teeth.
But finally,
Alright.
Cyprus itself will be ruined.
After Balaam finished, he started home, and Balak also left. Numbers 25. While the Israelites were camped at Acacia, some of the men had sex with Moabite women. These women then invited the men to ceremonies where sacrifices were offered to their gods. The men ate the meat from the sacrifices and worshipped the Moabite gods. The Lord was angry with Israel because they had worshipped the god Baal Peor. So he said to Moses,
"Take the Israelite leaders who are responsible for this and have them killed in front of my sacred tent where everyone can see. Maybe then I will stop being angry with the Israelites."
Moses told Israel's officials.
Each of you must put to death any of your men who worship Baal.
Later, Moses and the people were at the sacred tent crying when one of the Israelite men brought a Midianite woman to meet his family. Phinehas, the grandson of Aaron the priest, saw the couple and left the crowd. He found a spear and followed the man into his tent, where he ran the spear through the man and into the woman's stomach. The Lord immediately stopped punishing Israel with a deadly disease, but 24,000 Israelites had already died. The Lord said to Moses,
"In my anger, I would have wiped out the Israelites if Phinehas had not been faithful to me. But instead of punishing them, I forgave them. So, because of the loyalty that Phinehas showed, I solemnly promise that he and his descendants will always be my priests."
Who the fuck is Phineas? Phineas is a priest. The grandson of Aaron and son of Eleazar. He's the grandson of Aaron. Okay, so
White man that
He's
was
one of the
killed was
priests.
Zimri, son of Salu, who was one of the leaders of the Simeon tribe.
Is Moses
and the
still
Midianite
alive?
woman killed with him was Cosbi, the daughter of a Midianite clan leader named Zur.
dude, Aaron has
The
a
Lord
grandson.
told Moses,
Moses
The
is still
Midianites are
fucking
now
alive.
enemies of Israel, so attack.
When
and
does he
defeat them.
die?
They tricked the people of Israel into worshipping their god at Peor, and they are responsible for the death of Cosbi, the daughter of one of their own leaders.
Numbers 26. After the Lord had stopped the deadly disease from killing the Israelites, he said to Moses and Eleazar, son of Aaron,
I want you to find out how many Israelites are in each family, and list every man 20 years and older who is able to serve in Israel's army.
Israel
40
was now
minutes.
camped in the hills of Moab across the Jordan River from the town of Jericho. Moses and Eleazar told them what the Lord had said about counting the men 20 years and older, just as Moses and their ancestors had done when they left Egypt. There were 43,730 men from the tribe of Reuben, the oldest son of Jacob. These men were from the clans of Hanoch, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. Palu was the father of Eliab, and the grandfather of Nemuel, Dathan, and Abiram. These are the same Dathan and Abiram who had been chosen by the people, but who followed Korah and rebelled against Moses, Aaron, and the Lord. That's when the Lord made the earth open up and swallow Dathan, Abiram, and Korah. At the same time, fire destroyed 250 men as a warning to the other Israelites. But the Korahite clan wasn't destroyed. There were 22,200 men from the tribe of Simeon. They were from the clans of Nemuel, Jamin, Jachin, Zerah, and Shaul. There were 40,500 men from the tribe of Gad. They were from the clans of Zephon, Haggi, Shunai, Ozni, Eri, Arad, and Areli. There were 76,500 men from the tribe of Judah. They were from the clans of Shelah, Perez, Zerah, Hezron, and Hamel. Judah's sons and Onan had died in Canaan. There were 64,300 men from the tribe of Issachar. They were from the clans of Tola, Puvah, Jashub, and Shimron. There were 60,500 men from the tribe of Zebulun. They were from the clans of Sered, Elon, and Jaleel. There were 52,700 men from the tribe of Manasseh, son of Joseph. They were from the clan of Machir, the clan of Gilead, his son, and the clans of his 6 grandsons, Iezer, Helek, Azriel, Shechem, Shemida, and Hepher. Zelophehad, son of Hepher, had no sons, but he had 5 daughters, Mala, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. There were 32,500 men from the tribe of Ephraim, son of Joseph. They were from the clans of Shuthelah, Becher, Tahan, and Iram, the son of Shuthelah. There were 45,600 men from the tribe of Benjamin. They were from the clans of Bela, Ashbel, Ahiram, Shephupham, Hupham, as well as from Ard and Naaman, the 2 sons of Bela. There were 64,400 men from the tribe of Dan. They were all from the clan of Shuham. There were 53,400 men from the tribe of Asher. They were from the clans of Imnah, Ishvi, and Beriah, and from the 2 clans of Heber and Malkiel, the sons of Beriah. Asher's daughter was Sirah. There were 45,400 men from the tribe of Naphtali. They were from the clans of Jaziel, Guni, Jezer, and Shillem. The total number of Israelite men listed was 601,730. The Lord said to Moses,
"Divide the land of Canaan among these tribes according to the number of people in each one. So the larger tribes have more land than the smaller ones. I will show you what land to give each tribe, and they will receive as much land as they need according to the number of people in it."
The tribe of Levi included the clans of the Gershonites, Kohathites, Merarites, as well as the clans of Libni, Hebron, Malai, Mushai, and Korah. Kohath the Levite was the father of Amram, the husband of Levi's daughter Jochebed, who was born in Egypt. Amram and Jochebed's 3 children were Aaron, Moses, and Miriam. Aaron was the father of Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar.
That was a long-ass
But
chapter.
Nadab and Abihu had died when they offered fire that
62
was unacceptable to the
sentences.
Lord. In the tribe of Levi, there were 23,000 men and boys, at least
We're
a month old.
halfway there.
They were not listed with the other tribes because they would not receive any land in Canaan. Moses and Eleazar counted the Israelites while they were camped in the hills of Moab across the Jordan River from Jericho. None of the people that Moses and Aaron had counted in the Sinai desert were still alive, except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, son of Nun. The Lord had said that everyone else would die there in the desert. Numbers 27. Zelophehad
Number
was
of
from
those
the
who
Manasseh
entered the
tribe,
promised
and he
land.
had 5 daughters, whose names were Mala, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. One day his daughters went to the sacred
Joshua
tent
is
where they met with
appointed as
Moses,
Moses'
Eleazar,
successor.
and some other leaders of Israel, as well as a large crowd of Israelites. The young women said,
You know that our father died in
Joshua.
the desert, but it was for something he did wrong, not for joining with Korah and rebelling against the Lord. Our father left no sons to carry on his family name, but why should his name die out for that reason? Give us some land like the rest of his relatives in our clan, so our father's name can live on.
Moses asked the Lord what should be done, and the Lord answered,
Zelophehad's daughters
Who's
are
your
right.
daddy?
They should each be given part of the land their father would have received. Tell the Israelites that when a man dies without a son, his daughter will inherit his land. If he has no daughter, his brothers will inherit the land. But if he has no brothers, his father's brothers will inherit the land. And if his father has no brothers, the land must be given to his nearest relative in the clan. This is my law, and the Israelites must obey it.
The Lord said to Moses,
One day you will go up into the Abarim mountains, and from there you will see the land I am giving the Israelites.
Okay, Joshua. Is he from the 12 tribes? There's Judah. No.
After you have seen it, you will die, just like your brother Aaron, because both of you disobeyed me at Meribah near the town of Kadesh in the Zin desert. When the Israelites insulted me there, you didn't believe in my holy power.
Moses replied,
You are the Lord God, and you know what is in everyone's heart.
Hey, who's this Joshua guy? How is Joshua related to Moses? He's an assistant and servant of Moses, played a key role leading the Israelites.
So I ask you to appoint a leader for Israel. Your people need someone to lead them into battle, or else they will be like sheep
military
wandering
leader.
around without a shepherd.
The Lord answered,
Joshua, son of Nun, can do the job. Place your hands on him to show that he is the one to take your place.
Joshua's
Then
going
go
to
with
be a
him and
dictator.
have him stand in front of Eleazar the priest and the Israelites. Appoint Joshua as their new leader and tell them they must now obey him just as they obey you. But Joshua must depend on Eleazar to find out from me what I want him to do as he leads Israel into battle.
Moses followed the Lord's instructions and took Joshua to Eleazar and the people. Then he placed his hands on Joshua and appointed him Israel's leader. Numbers 28.
We got a new main character. Who was it? Joshua was not Moses' biological son, but rather a spiritual heir and trusted companion. He served as an assistant, was trained by him, and was the one chosen by God to succeed Moses as the leader of Israelites, guiding them to the promised land. Moses sent 12 spies into the land of Canaan to scout it. Joshua, along with Caleb was one of the spies who gave positive report, encouraging Israel to trust in God and enter the promised land. The other 10 spies gave fearful report, leading to the Israelites' rebellion. Succession as leader.
The Lord told Moses to say to the people of Israel,
Offer sacrifices to me at the appointed times of worship, so that I will smell the smoke and be pleased. Each day offer 2 rams a year old as sacrifices to please me. The animals must have nothing wrong with them. One will be sacrificed in the morning and the other in the evening. Along with each of them, 2 pounds of your finest flour mixed with a quart of olive oil must be offered as a grain sacrifice. This sacrifice to please me was first offered on Mount Sinai. Finally, along with each of these 2 sacrifices, a quart of wine must be poured on the altar as a drink offering. The second ram will be sacrificed that evening, along with the other offerings, just like the one sacrificed that morning.
Leviticus.
The smell of the smoke from these sacrifices will please me. On the Sabbath, in addition to the regular daily sacrifices, you must sacrifice 2 rams a year old to please me. These rams must have nothing wrong with them, and they will be sacrificed with a drink offering and 4 pounds of your finest flour mixed with olive oil. On the first day of each month, bring to the altar 2 bulls, 1 full-grown ram, and 7 rams a year old that have nothing wrong with them. Then offer these as sacrifices to please me. 6 pounds of your finest flour mixed with olive oil must be offered with each bull as a grain sacrifice. 4 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with the ram, and 2 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with each of the young rams. The smell of the smoke from these sacrifices will please me. Offer 2 quarts of wine as a drink offering with each bull, 1.5 quarts with the ram, and 1 quart with each of the young rams. Finally, you must offer a goat as a sacrifice for sin. These sacrifices are to be offered on the first day of each month, in addition to the regular daily sacrifices. Celebrate Passover in honor of me on the 14th day of the first month of each year. The following day will begin the festival of thin bread, which will last for a week. During this time, you must honor me by eating bread made without yeast. On the first day of this festival, you must rest from your work and come together for worship. Bring to the altar 2 bulls, 1 full-grown ram, and 7 rams a year old that have nothing wrong with them, and then offer these as sacrifices to please me. 6 pounds of your finest flour mixed with olive oil must be offered with each bull as a grain sacrifice. 4 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with the ram, and 2 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with each of the young rams.
What are you going to do with all
Also
these
offer a goat
sacrifices?
as a sacrifice for the sins of the people. All of these are to be offered in addition to the regular daily sacrifices.
What do you
and the
even
smoke
do with
from
them?
will please me. Then on the last day of the festival, you must once again rest from work and come together for worship. On the first day of the harvest festival, you must rest from your work, come together for worship, and bring a sacrifice of new grain. Offer 2 young bulls, 1 full-grown ram, and 7 rams a year old as sacrifices to please me. 6 pounds of your finest flour mixed with olive oil must be offered with each bull
Is
as a
God
grain
really pleased by
sacrifice.
that?
4 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with the ram, and 2 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with each of the young rams. Also offer
Why
a
does
goat
he
as a
want these
sacrifice for
things?
sin. The animals must have nothing wrong with them and are to be sacrificed along with the regular daily sacrifices.
Numbers 29.
On the first day of the 7th month, you must rest from your work and come together to celebrate at the sound of the trumpets. Bring to the altar 1 bull, 1 full-grown ram, and 7 rams a year old that have nothing wrong with them. And then offer these as sacrifices to please me. 6 pounds of your finest flour mixed with olive oil must be offered with the bull as a grain sacrifice. 4 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be
here
offered
we
with the
go
ram.
again.
And 2 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with each of the young
Here
rams.
goes God, just
You must
demanding
also
shit.
offer a goat as a sacrifice for sin. These sacrifices will be made in addition to the regular daily sacrifices and the sacrifices for the first day of the month. The smoke from these sacrifices will please me. The 10th day of the 7th month is the great day of forgiveness. On that day, you must rest from all work and come together for worship. Show sorrow for your sins by going without food, and bring to the altar 1 young bull, 1 full-grown ram, and 7 rams a year old that have nothing wrong with them. Then
Very
offer these as
specific.
sacrifices to please me. 6 pounds of your finest flour mixed with olive oil must be offered with the bull as a grain sacrifice. 4 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with the ram, and 2 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with each of the young rams. A goat must also be sacrificed for the sins of the people. You will offer these sacrifices in addition to the sacrifice to ask forgiveness and the regular daily sacrifices. Beginning on the 15th day of the 7th month and continuing for 7 days, everyone must celebrate the Festival of Shelters in honor of me. On the first day, you must rest from your work and come together for worship. Bring to the altar 13 bulls, 2 full-grown rams, and 14 rams a year old that have nothing wrong with them. Then offer these as sacrifices to please me. 6 pounds of your finest flour mixed with olive oil must be offered with each bull as a grain sacrifice. 4 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with each of the rams, and 2 pounds of flour mixed with oil must be offered with each of the young rams. You must also offer a goat as a sacrifice for sin. These are to be offered in addition to the regular daily sacrifices. For the next 6 days of the festival, you will sacrifice 1 less bull than the day before, so that on the 7th day, 7 bulls will be sacrificed. The other sacrifices and offerings must remain the same for each of these days. On the 8th day, you must once again rest from your work and come together for worship. Bring to the altar 1 bull, 1 full-grown ram, and 7 rams a year old that have nothing wrong with them. Then offer these as sacrifices to please me. You must also offer the proper grain sacrifices and drink offerings of wine with each animal. And offer a goat as a sacrifice to ask forgiveness for the people. These sacrifices are made in addition to the regular daily sacrifices. You must offer all these sacrifices to me at the appointed times of worship, together with any offerings that are voluntarily given or given because of a promise.
Moses told the people of Israel everything the Lord had told him about the sacrifices. Numbers 30. The Lord told Moses to say to Israel's tribal leaders,
When one of you men makes a promise to the Lord, you must keep your word. Suppose a young woman who is still living with her parents makes a promise to the Lord. If her father hears about it and says nothing, she must keep her promise. But if he hears about it and objects, then she no longer has to keep her promise. The Lord will forgive her, because her father did not agree with the promise. Suppose a woman makes a promise to the Lord and then gets married. If her husband later hears about the promise, but says nothing, she must do what she said, whether she meant it or not. But if her husband hears about the promise and objects, she no longer has to keep it, and the Lord will forgive her. Widows and divorced women must keep every promise they make to the Lord. Suppose a married woman makes a promise to the Lord. If her husband hears about the promise and says nothing, she must do what she said. But if he hears about the promise and does object, she no longer has to keep it. The Lord will forgive her, because her husband would not allow her to keep the promise.
God is a sexist.
Her husband has the final say about any promises she makes to the Lord. If her husband hears about a promise and says nothing about it for a whole day, she must do what she said. Since he did not object, the promise must be kept. But if he waits until the next day to stop her from keeping her promise, he is the one who must be punished.
These are the laws that the Lord gave Moses about husbands and wives, and about young daughters who still live at home. Numbers 31.
It really
The
is
Lord
an
said to
honor
Moses,
system.
Before you die,
Like, you must
make
obey
sure
these
that the
laws,
Midianites
and
are
if you
punished for
disobey,
what they
you
did
must
to Israel.
sacrifice.
Then Moses told the people,
The Lord wants to punish the Midianites. So have our men prepare for battle. Each tribe will send 1,000 men to fight.
12,000 men were picked from the tribes of Israel, and after they were prepared for battle, Moses sent them off to war. Phinehas, son of Eleazar, went with them and took along some things from the sacred tent, and the trumpets were sounding the battle signal. The Israelites fought against the Midianites just as the Lord had commanded Moses. They killed all the men, including Balaam, son of Beor, and the 5 Midianite kings, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba. The Israelites captured every woman and child, then led away the Midianite cattle and sheep, and took everything else that belonged to them. They also burned down the Midianite towns and villages. Israel's soldiers gathered together everything they had taken from the Midianites, including the captives and the animals. Then they returned to their own camp in the hills of Moab, across the Jordan River from Jericho, where Moses, Eleazar, and the other Israelite leaders met the troops outside camp. Moses became angry with the army commanders and said,
I can't believe you let the women live. They are the ones who followed Balaam's advice and invited our people to worship the god Baal Peor. That's why the Lord punished us by killing so many of our people. You must put to death every boy and all the women who have ever had sex. But do not kill the young women who have never had sex. You may keep them for yourselves.
Then Moses said to the soldiers,
If you killed anyone or touched a dead body, you are unclean and have to stay outside the camp for 7 days. On the 3rd and 7th days, you must go through a ceremony to make yourselves and your captives clean. Then wash your clothes and anything made from animal skin, goat's hair, or wood.
Eleazar then explained,
If you need to purify something that won't burn, such as gold, silver, bronze, iron, tin, or lead, you must first place it in a hot fire. After you take it out, sprinkle it with the water that purifies. Everything else should only be sprinkled with the water. Do all of this just as the Lord commanded Moses. Wash your clothes on the 7th day, and after that you will be clean and may return to the camp.
The Lord told Moses,
Make a list of everything taken from the Midianites, including the captives and the animals. Then divide them between the soldiers and the rest of the people. Eleazar the priest and the family leaders will help you. From the half that belongs to the soldiers, set aside for the Lord 1 out of every 500 people or animals, and give these to Eleazar. From the half that belongs to the people, set aside 1 out of every 50, and give these to the Levites in charge of the sacred tent.
Moses and Eleazar followed the Lord's instructions and listed everything that had been taken from the Midianites. The list included 675,000 sheep and goats, 72,000 cattle, 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 young women who had never had sex. Each half included 337,500 sheep and goats, 36,000 cattle, 30,500 donkeys, and 16,000 young women. From the half that belonged to the soldiers, Moses counted out 675 sheep and goats, 72 cattle, 61 donkeys, and 32 women, and gave them to Eleazar to be dedicated to the Lord. Then from the half that belonged to the people, Moses set aside 1 out of every 50 animals and women, as the Lord had said, and gave them to the Levites. The army commanders went to Moses and said,
Sir, we have counted our troops and not one soldier is missing. So we want to give the Lord all the gold jewelry we took from the Midianites. It's our gift to him for watching over us and our troops.
Moses and Eleazar accepted the jewelry from the commanders, and its total weight was over 400 pounds. This did not include the things that the soldiers had kept for themselves. So Moses and Eleazar placed the gold in the Lord's sacred tent to remind Israel of what had happened. Numbers 32. The tribes of Reuben and Gad owned a lot of cattle and sheep, and they saw that the regions of Jazer and Gilead had good pasture land. So they went to Moses, Eleazar, and the other leaders of Israel and said,
The Lord has helped us capture the land around the towns of Ataroth, Dibon, Jazer, Nimrah, Heshbon, Elealeh, Sebam, Nebo, and Beon. That's good pasture land. And since we own cattle and sheep, would you let us stay here east of the Jordan River and have this land as our own?
Moses answered,
You mean you'd stay here while the rest of the Israelites go into battle? If you did that, it would discourage the others from crossing over into the land the Lord promised them. This is exactly what happened when I sent your ancestors from Kadesh Barnea to explore the land. They went as far as Eshcol Valley, then returned and told the people that we should not enter it. The Lord became very angry, and he said that no one who was 20 years or older when they left Egypt would enter the land he had promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Not one of those people believed in the Lord's power, except Caleb and Joshua. They remained faithful to the Lord, but he was so angry with the others that he forced them to wander around in the desert 40 years. By that time, everyone who had sinned against him had died. Now you people of Reuben and Gad are doing the same thing and making the Lord even angrier. If you reject the Lord, he will once again abandon his people and leave them here in the desert. And you will be to blame.
The men from Reuben and Gad replied,
Let us build places to keep our sheep and goats, and towns for our wives and children where they can stay and be safe. Then we'll prepare to fight and lead the other tribes into battle. We will stay with them until they have settled in their own tribal lands. The land on this side of the Jordan River will be ours, so we won't expect to receive any on the other side.
Moses said,
You promised that you would be ready to fight for the Lord. You also agreed to cross the Jordan and stay with the rest of the Israelites until the Lord forces our enemies out of the land. If you do these things, then after the Lord helps Israel capture the land, you can return to your own land. You will no longer have to stay with the others. But if you don't keep your promise, you will sin against the Lord and be punished. Go ahead and build towns for your wives and children, and places for your sheep and goats. Just be sure to do what you have promised.
The men from Reuben and Gad answered,
Sir, we will do just what you have said. Our wives and children and sheep and cattle will stay here in the towns in Gilead. But those of us who are prepared for battle will cross the Jordan and fight for the Lord.
Then Moses said to Eleazar, Joshua, and the family leaders,
Make sure that the tribes of Gad and Reuben prepare for battle and cross the Jordan River with you. If they do, then after the land is in your control, give them the region of Gilead as their tribal land. But if they break their promise, they will receive land on the other side of the Jordan, like the rest of the tribes.
The tribes of Gad and Reuben
What is the
replied,
Jordan River?
We are your servants and will do whatever the Lord has commanded. We will cross the Jordan River ready to fight for the Lord in Canaan. But the land we will inherit as our own will be on this side of the river.
Right there.
So Moses gave the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and half
Hold
of
on, right
Manasseh
there.
the territory and towns that King Sihon the Amorite had ruled, as well as the territory and towns that King Og of Bashan had ruled. The tribe of Gad rebuilt the towns of Dibon, Ataroth, Aroer, Atroth-Shophan, Jazer, Jogbehah, Beth-Nimrah, and Beth-Haran. They built walls around them and also built places to keep their sheep and goats. The tribe of Reuben rebuilt Heshbon, Elealeh, Kiriathaim, Sibmah, as well as the towns that used to be known as Nebo and Baal-Meon. They renamed all those places. The clan of Machir from the tribe of East Manasseh went to the region of Gilead, captured its towns, and forced out the Amorites. So Moses gave the Machirites the region of Gilead, and they settled there. Jair from the Manasseh tribe captured villages and renamed them villages of Jair. Nobah captured the town of Kenath with its villages and renamed it Nobah. Numbers 33. As Israel traveled from Egypt under the command of Moses and Aaron, Moses kept a list of the places they camped, just as the Lord had instructed. Here is the record of their journey. Israel left the Egyptian city of Ramesses on the 15th day of the first month. This was the day after the Lord had punished Egypt's gods by killing the firstborn sons in every Egyptian family. So while the Egyptians were burying the bodies, they watched the Israelites proudly leave their country.
I feel like there's a little bit of bullshit
left
here.
Ramesses, they camped at Succoth, and from there they moved their camp to Etham on the edge of the desert. Then they turned back toward Pi-hahiroth, east of Baal-Zephon, and camped near Migdol. They left Pi-hahiroth, crossed the Red Sea, then walked 3 days into the Etham desert and camped at Marah. Next, they camped at Elim, where there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees. They left Elim and camped near the Red Sea, then turned east and camped along the western edge of the Sinai desert. From there, they went to Dophkah, Alush, and Rephidim, where they had no water. They left Rephidim and finally reached the Sinai desert. As Israel traveled from the Sinai desert to Kadesh in the Zin desert, they camped at Kibroth Hattaavah, Hazeroth, Rithmah, Rimmon Perez, Libnah, Rissa, Kehelatha, Mount Shepher, Harada, Makeloth, Tahath, Tira, Mithkah, Hashmonah, Moseroth, Beni Jaakan, Hor-Haggidgad, Jutbatha, Abrona, Ezion-Geber, and finally Kadesh. When they left Kadesh, they came to Mount Hor on the border of Edom. That's where the Lord commanded Aaron the priest to go to the top of the mountain. Aaron died there on the first day of the 5th month, 40 years after the Israelites left Egypt. He was 123 years old at the time. It was then that the Canaanite king of Arad, who lived in the southern desert of Canaan, heard that Israel was headed that way. The Israelites left Mount Hor and headed toward Moab. Along the way, they camped at Zalmonah, Punon, Oboth, Aya Abarim in the territory of Moab, Dibon Gad, Almon Diblathaim, at a place near Mount Nebo in the Abarim Mountains, and finally in the lowlands of Moab across the Jordan River from Jericho. Their camp stretched from Beth Jeshemoth to Acacia. While Israel was camped in the lowlands of Moab across the Jordan River from Jericho, the Lord told Moses to give the people of Israel this message.
When you cross the Jordan River and enter Canaan, you must force out the people living there, destroy their idols, and tear down their altars. Then settle in the land. I have given it to you as your own. I will show you how to divide the land among the tribes according to the number of clans in each one, so that the larger tribes will have more land than the smaller ones. If you don't force out all the people there, they will be like pointed sticks in your eyes and thorns in your back. They will always be trouble for you, and I will treat you as cruelly as I planned on treating them.
This is definitely Moses saying this.
Numbers 34. The Lord told Moses to tell the people of Israel that their land in Canaan would have the following borders.
The southern border will be the Zin Desert and the northwest part of Edom. This border will begin at the south end of the Dead Sea. It will go west from there, but will turn southward to include Scorpion Pass, the village of Zin, and the town of Kadesh Barnea. From there, the border will continue to Hazar Adar and on to Asmon. It will run along the Egyptian Gorge and end at the Mediterranean Sea. The western border will be the Mediterranean Sea. The northern border will begin at the Mediterranean, then continue eastward to Mount Hor. After that, it will run to Lebo Hamath and across to Zedad, which is the northern edge of your land. From Zedad, the border will continue east to Ziphron and end at Hazar Enan.
Wait, I want to know who led the military. The 34 boundaries of the promised land. They're fine. Leaders from each tribe were chosen to divide the land. Cities were devised. Inheritance of Zelophehad's daughters. The issue of inheritance for the daughters resolved, marry their own tribe, so the inheritance will stay within the tribe. So, what was I gonna say?
The eastern border will begin at Hazar Enan.
All right, military leader. Is it numbers? Are we in numbers? Yeah, we're in numbers. In numbers. Who was the military leader? Who's the main guy? Of the Israelites was Joshua. Although Moses was the overall leader of was leading the Israelites' battle and military campaigns.
In the north, then run south to Shephem, and on down to Riblah on the east side of Ain. From there, it will go south to the eastern hills of Lake Galilee, then follow the Jordan River down to the north end of the Dead Sea. The land within these four borders will belong to you.
Then Moses told the people,
You will receive the land inside these borders. It will be yours, but the Lord has commanded you to divide it among the 9.5 tribes. The tribes of Reuben, Gad, and East Manasseh have already been given their land across from Jericho, east of the Jordan River.
The Lord said to Moses,
Eleazar the priest and Joshua son of Nun will divide the land for the Israelites. One leader from each tribe will help them, and here is the list of their names.
Caleb son of Jephunneh from Judah, Shemuel son of Joglai from Dan, Hanael son of Ephod from Zebulun, Paltiel son of Azan from Issachar, Ahihud son of Shalomai from Asher, and Pedahel son of Ammihud from Naphtali.
These are the men the Lord commanded to help Eleazar and Joshua divide the land for the Israelites. Numbers 35. While the people of Israel were still camped in the lowlands of Moab across the Jordan River from Jericho, the Lord told Moses to say to them,
When you receive your tribal lands, you must give towns and pastures to the Levi tribe. That way the Levites will have towns to live in and pastures for their animals. The pasture around each of these towns must be in the shape of a square, with the town itself in the center. The pasture is to measure 3,000 feet on each side, with 1,500 feet of land outside each of the town walls. This will be the Levites' pasture land. 6 of the towns you give them will be safe towns, where a person who has accidentally killed someone can run for protection. But you will also give the Levites 42 other towns, so they will have a total of 48 towns with their surrounding pastures. Since the towns for the Levites must come from Israel's own tribal lands, the larger tribes will give more towns than the smaller ones.
The Lord then told Moses to tell the people of Israel,
After you have crossed the Jordan River and are settled in Canaan, choose safe towns where a person who has accidentally killed someone can run for protection. If the victim's relatives think it was murder, they might try to take revenge. Anyone accused of murder can run to one of these safe towns for protection and not be killed before a trial is held. There are to be 6 of these safe towns, 3 on each side of the Jordan River. They will be places of protection for anyone who lives in Israel and accidentally kills someone. Suppose you hit someone with a piece of iron or a large stone or a dangerous wooden tool. If that person dies, then you are a murderer and must be put to death by one of the victim's relatives. He will take revenge for his relative's death as soon as he finds you. Or suppose you get angry and kill someone by pushing or hitting or by throwing something. You are a murderer and must be put to death by one of the victim's relatives. But if you are not angry and accidentally kill someone in any of these ways, the townspeople must hold a trial and decide if you are guilty. If they decide that you are innocent, you will be protected from the victim's relative and sent to stay in one of the safe towns until the high priest dies. But if you ever leave the safe town and are killed by the victim's relative, he cannot be punished for killing you. You must stay inside the town until the high priest dies. Only then can you go back home. The community of Israel must always obey these laws. Death is the penalty for murder, but no one accused of murder can be put to death unless there are at least 2 witnesses to the crime. You cannot give someone money to escape the death penalty. You must pay with your own life. And if you have been proven innocent of murder and are living in a safe town, you cannot pay to go back home. You must stay there until the high priest dies.
I, the Lord, live among you people of Israel, so your land must be kept pure. But when a murder takes place, blood pollutes the land and it becomes unclean. If that happens, the murderer must be put to death, so the land will be clean again. Keep murder out of Israel.
Numbers 36. One day, the family leaders from the Gilead clan of the Manasseh tribe went to Moses and the other family leaders of Israel and said,
Sir, the Lord has said that he will show what land each tribe will receive as their own. And the Lord has commanded you to give the daughters of our relative Zelophehad the land that he would have received.
Why are you speaking with an
Other tribes of
accent?
Israel, the land they receive will become part of that tribe's inheritance and will no longer belong to us. Even when land is returned to its original owner in the year of celebrations,
Right,
we will not
sun's
get
up.
back Zelophehad's land.
Just in
It'll belong
time
to the
for the
tribe into which his
end.
daughters married.
So Moses told the people that the Lord had said,
These men from the Manasseh tribe are right. I will allow Zelophehad's daughters to marry anyone, as long as those men belong to one of the clans of the Manasseh tribe. Tribal land must not be given to another tribe. It will remain the property of the tribe that received it. In the future, any daughter who inherits land must marry someone from her own tribe. Israel's tribal land is never to be passed from one tribe to another.
Mala, Tirzah, Hagla, Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, obeyed the Lord and married their uncle's sons and remained part of the Manasseh tribe. So their land stayed in their father's clan. These are the laws that the Lord gave to Moses and the Israelites while they were camped in the lowlands of Moab across the Jordan River from Jericho.
Cool. We're done. We're done. We're fucking done. We're fucking out of here. Alright, bye.